Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
right. Okay, class, settle down. Jamada, get your feet off the desk, please. And GB, thank you so much for bringing me an apple. And Odo, thanks for joining us this morning, I guess. Okay, everyone, open your books and we'll get started with today's lesson. As today, we are going to be talking about how teams can qualify to season finals. And remember, there are only 6 spots. And yes, GB.
Can I say how we decide them?
Yeah, sure. All right.
Okay. So one team is already qualified because they won a split, and that's G2. And then the next is top 3, and then the rest of them is championship points.
Dude, you're such a teacher's pet.
Yeah, and you're such a Vitality fan.
Guys, do we know how Kikor makes it?
Okay, calm down, all of you. We'll talk about this in a second. So from the points we know, we can start to see who is likely to get qualified and who is likely to get eliminated. Yeah, so when you look at this, what do you guys think, actually? Like, who do you think is likely to make it?
I don't think KC are making it. I can tell you that for free.
We'll talk about this later. All right, so for first, what we see is that G2 are already qualified because they won 2 splits, and no matter what, they will get a spot in season finals.
But what about BDS and Fnatic and MDK? It looks like they have enough points. There's no way they make it out. There's no way they don't make it out, right?
Dude, they barely made it in. I mean, are they even going to make it?
Okay, so Matt got a lot of points in winter, and while it's still likely that MDK, Fnatic, and BDS will lock, it is not 100% confirmed. We're gonna take a look at this scenario, for instance, in which if SK, GX, and KC are qualified, G2 is already qualified already, Fnatic and BDS would be here, of course. Mad Lion in their 8th position would not make it out.
Teacher,
yeah?
How does Kikor make it?
As I said, they need to make top 3. And that's all we know for now.
Then what about SK, right? They got in 1st place, right? Like, they should basically be in season finals, right?
And that's a very good remark, Jamada. Thank you so much. But SK don't have as many points, and they need to do much better. Here's an example on how they failed to make it. When you look here, because they didn't get as many points in the first portion of the year, if these 3 teams make it and these 3 teams make it as well, that's a situation in which, with SK Gaming in the 6th position behind Giant X, they will not make it. So they really need to work hard here. Is that clear for you guys?
Yeah, that's so cool.
Okay.
That's cool. You're a great teacher, Los. How do GX make it from here?
No, dude, screw GX. Let's do Vitality instead.
Bro,
a much better team.
Vitality aren't even in. Why you do Vitality? Do Team Heretics instead.
I don't care, dude. GX are just worse.
Okay,
Bro, you play Alawi. Shut up.
Kids, please calm down. I know it is very complicated, but please just remember, G2 is already qualified, and a lot of other teams seem to be sure, but nothing is guaranteed yet. As long as you stay in the playoff, you have a chance to make season finals. So as long as your favorite team is still in, you have a shot. Is that clear? Is that clear for the whole class? Yes. Yes, Odo.
How does Kikor make it again?
They
make top 3!
KC need to make top 3. KC need to make... Oh, KC need to make top 3. Oh.
And welcome back to this side of the studio for the beginning of these summer playoffs. I see that you kept the hat for a reason.
I love it. I love the hat.
It looks funny. I'm gonna keep the hat as well. Jamada, thank you so much for joining us again here. Let's recap a bit what happened before we move on to the rest of the playoffs. That's actually a really funny hand here. So, Rogue and Vitality are out. As we said, if you're not in playoffs, you can't make it to season finals. And their year is over here. Sadly, we're gonna see them in 2025.
I guess I can't ask how they make a season finals in this one.
You're just gonna keep this one, yeah.
It's really sad because, especially with Vitality, they look like a contender coming to the split, and right now, seeing them all the way next year, it's a bummer.
Yeah.
Creation of their own destruction, right? Or creators of their own destruction, right? They threw a lot of their games. We could see the promise, but at the end of the day, it's results that make up the story. And we got 8 teams remaining here in the summer playoffs. So let's take a look at how the bracket looks for now, because we're gonna have a rematch. Fnatic versus GX again are gonna face in the first round. Odo.
This time we're gonna get the win because Fnatic came all the way from EWC, kept the lose streak going. Right now they're at 5 in a row, sadly. So my boys in GX are looking quite strong here.
Yeah, I can get down with it. Maybe a 2-1 angle, right? I think for me as well, G2 G2 also coming from EWC, a little bit more successful, shall we say, than Fnatic.
One win more, I guess.
Yeah.
It's good.
I guess it depends on how KC come in, but realistically, I think a lot of us do feel like the top 4 teams are probably going to beat the first or the bottom 4 teams here in this opening round of playoffs.
On the other side, we have G2 opening with KC. KC's first playoffs in the history of the organization in the LEC. But before we get to this, we also have a new patch, gentlemen. Any specificities about this one? I don't feel like it's going to change that much.
I don't really think it's going to change a lot because there's been some jungle changes, a little bit shift in priority. Maybe Scanner is the biggest victim of the patch because right now he was a little bit of a terror in the top lane, and I don't think it's still going to change much. It's just going to be a little bit on teams to see how they innovate now with one less solid blind pick on the top lane being an option.
Maybe on the other side of the map, a few changes. We're going to talk about them later. But for now, the first game we're going to have is SK versus Team Heretics. And we have GB standing by to talk to us about Irrelevant.
Thank you very much, Law. Yes, hello, I am GB, and I'm here to tell you that SK isn't actually that good of a team. Now let me elaborate, okay? Because SK is filled with great individual players. So good that even when they've made mistakes, their mechanics can carry them through it. And I've brought an example to try and break down a bit. So let's go right into it. In the example that I've brought against KC, they're very late to the Dragon. You can currently see there's 45 seconds for the Dragon to start. And they've overstayed their welcome a bit, trying to take it to a 2 mid, where the resets are late. So as we roll out the clip, you're going to see that they're going to be late for the mid control. KC is already here, so despite having a lead in this game, they are only going even against a team where they should have a tempo advantage. Not only that, Irrelevant right now is taking red buff, which is making him come into a mega now already before the play has started. So right now, they're not even set up for success. And there's so much more you could do here. They're A-ramming on mid right now, where essentially instead, you could just try and take bush control with Maokai saplings, with the Talia, try and make the CC stick while they're still split up on the side of KC. But they're not. So they're late to the play, they're late to the contest, and they're late to the river play because once they are in river, the Dragon has already been started. And that makes it very difficult because that allows KC to come into a position where they can make the play and where SK is going to have to respond in a different manner than had they just been making a trap in a bush. So once all the CC comes through, you can see it gets blocked out by Sinsao, it gets blocked out by Cassante as well, and Vladdy is actually the one who makes a mega play on this Seer to really take over the fight on KC. So in normal terms, this fight should be over, but this is where the individual star power comes through from SK. They're over-aggressing on the side of a Maokai right here, and instead it's Irrelevant on the Na who gets to clean up the fight. It's been a long time since I've seen a top lane 1v9 performance like this one. The fact that he sniped up Upset with the boulder, the fact that he gets the jungle afterwards, and the fact he's ready to clean up with a triple kill, even though half of his team has already been wiped out, just goes to show how much star player value really has on a team like SK. And you can see it here on Irrelevant stats. This is usually not what they go for. Usually he's been a bit more of a weak sider, and it's Rahel and Luan that kind of shows up. But that's the strength right now on SK. They have star players. They can rely on top side. And if they're not relying on top side, they can rely on the bot side. So I did lie a bit when I said that SK isn't a good team, because they really are. But if they get more macro aspects down for this team, and they have the star players combined with it, they'll be so much better. Now, Trouble is standing by with the Irrelevant coach Swiffer and the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby, so hopefully we get some more insight from the coach.
Thank you so much, Goldborg and Swiffer. Thank you for joining me ahead of the best of versus Team Heretics. I'm going to take it straight from what Goldborg said, because he praised the Irrelevant a lot. Yeah. He has been the player that you guys built the entire roster around. When you remade the whole team back last year, why has that been the case, and how has his development come around?
I think, if I remember correctly, going into that off-season, there were a lot of moving pieces. I think we were doing a full rebuild. And I remembered at the time that playing against Misfits at the time was incredibly challenging, I remember, because our top laner was always slightly concerned about blind picking into him, and, you know, he always put up really, really good performances. And we felt like if we could just kind of try and nudge him a little bit more in the direction of like actually embracing that carry potential, then he would be an insane player. And I think it had more to do with like him realizing it than us pushing him in that direction. And so now, yeah, he's phenomenal, and he continues to develop, and his ability to retroactively like reflect on the game and everything and point out his own mistakes has improved markedly. So he's never satisfied with like, well, I mean, like he's sometimes satisfied with his performance, but usually it's not for too long, and he's always pushing himself like to do better. So yeah.
Very well-deserved praise on the Rift as well. Swiffer, I want to take you a little bit back to all those seasons that SK had a pretty phenomenal start of the split. But this time around, you guys had a fantastic end of the split. However, before we give you your answer,
yeah, okay.
however, please persuade us and the fans that watch you that this time around, it will translate into playoffs.
Yeah. I think coming into this playoffs, everyone feels really, really confident about the direction that we're going. Everyone has such a respect and trust in one another that I felt like was missing from maybe the previous iterations of the team. And the goal and where we want to go, we're all aligned on how we want to do it and how we want to get there. So, you know, a little bit of scuffling, you know, sometimes, but in the end, like everyone just wants to win. And I think when we realize that, then everything is very, very smooth sailing. So hopefully it translates this time, right? And everyone's quietly confident coming into these playoffs. That's all right.
Thank you for this interview. Good luck versus Team Heretics.
Thank
and
you.
guys, over to you.
Thank you so much, Trouble. Amazing to hear from Swiffer. Jamada, especially given the fact that you look at the coach and he's like, let's take it per game. Let's not jinx it. Like even he feels like it's gonna collapse at any point. What had made SK better?
I mean, for me, SK are the team that Rogue really thought they were. Right? They play a very meticulous game, but they pull the trigger on good timings. Right? It doesn't feel like they just wait for the absolute perfect opportunity. And I feel like that's more or less been their strength throughout a lot of this split. They can rely on the individual prowess of these players in these kind of positions. I do feel like if their game kind of goes awry from their plan and games get a bit chaotic and get a bit messy, it feels like they lose sight of what their win conditions are, and I think that's something they've got to look out for. But generally, yeah, I feel like Swiffer has given us a pretty good insight here. They are very confident, and that's a pretty good example of why.
Yeah, and especially when you look at their first opposition here in playoffs. So I remember that in spring, it was actually the opposite. Heretics won this time, but I feel like SK has the upper hand. But we saw signs of life on the side of Heretics in the last week, I feel.
We definitely did, because coming into the week, we had huge expectations from them to revamp a little bit with the jungle priority, especially because when you think of Jankos and why they were really, really good in spring was off of his back, you know, facilitating, providing good setups and ganks for everyone. And he went away from that. But now into the last week, he went a little bit back on the Sejuani duty. You know, everyone loves to see it. And we saw signs of life, because all of a sudden they're a lot more decisive in the early game. We saw Jankos invade a lot, set up mid lane for success, because Zwairu has been the player that is has been struggling a little bit in the split, and right now we see it. You know, Human TP is back already, gets good lane state, and right now this is the gank that sets Zwairu up for success. Well, now we're going into a different game, but we see what we want to see from Jankos. Jankos is just invading, being behind, and he's just setting up complete psychopath performance, but he's setting up and doing everything that Heretics needs them to do.
Yeah, and I feel like also just as a blueprint for competitive teams, it's just a lot easier to play off of, you know, enabling junglers, right? A lot of laners are a lot more confident with it, and you're seeing it, you know, even if it's not necessarily always culminating in wins for Team Heretics, they just look better when you've got Jankos actually actively backing up the lanes, as opposed to the lanes needed to back Jankos up, because that's kind of the two styles that we're seeing here in the LEC. It's Sejuani, Maokai, Vi, or, you know, obviously the AP carry junglers. Heretics just look a lot better when Jankos is on those Sejuanis or the Maokais.
And they made this happen in the last week of regular season against Fnatic and G2, some of the best two teams we have in the league right now. SK being the first team in the regular season, what are the chances of Heretics against an overperforming SK right now, would we say?
I'm quite confident. I think they can do well. I still want them to level up a little bit more, but what they showed in the last week of regular season was signs of life again, because it was one of the best. At that time, Fnatic and G2 were the two best teams coming into that week, and they played pretty well against them.
Yeah, SK, we'll see if they can keep on doing what they've been doing in the regular season, or if Heretics will have the strength to actually take them down in the first round of playoffs. Casters, take it away.
For the fourth time in the organization's history, they're going to get 4 titles back to back to back to back. The engage going down as Rahel's locked up with a depth charge, and this might be a great fight for Heretics. But Niski finds them all!
Everyone underestimates us, and they think we're bad, they think we will not end top 3. I hope to make SK one of the top 3 teams in EU.
SK the best team in the LEC regular season.
You should be a fan of Heretics, not only because we play with Grandpa in the jungle, right? But we're showing these last days that we are actually starting to be a really good team, and we really want to make it to Worlds.
Oh, that was a great Buster shot. Nuke steps back into the stun, but the stopwatch from Broken Blade will only buy him a second.
We are actually the one challenging G2 and Fnatic domination since the last 6 years.
So you should be a Malians fan, because of course I'm here. I'm the one playing weird shit. Even though I'm playing tanks now, just wait for playoffs.
Elioya spotted first, hit 6 off the wave though, has that cease and desist. Immediately jumps onto Wonder, who can't get the equalizer down in time. And he came like 2 in the top side.
When we play our game, we are the best.
I think with the change, we are a really strong team. They thought I was really bad, and I'm here to prove everyone that they're wrong.
Broken Blade will flash away, and the equalizer binds him though as the Antonio's on a killing spree.
Last time it was very close.
Yike getting a decent amount of damage down, and an excellent hostile takeover to kick things off. Noah going berserk, and now he's just trying to solo Broken Blade, but Broken Blade already taking down one, can just look for a few more. G2, so just slaughtering Fnatic. Broken Blade single-handedly takes on both carries.
This is gonna be the split that we are gonna take down G2 and bring the trophy home.
Quick Razzle needs a miracle when becomes Lonnie, he gets it! The jungle king of the LEC still got it!
They're playing against the best Mitre in the world.
We had 2 really difficult splits, and it hasn't stopped us from trying our best and really trying to improve.
Q's over the wall, falls up, Targamas! Excellent execution for KC! Finally, all of the pieces come together with a quadra kill for upset!
So hopefully we can fulfill our run and make you guys proud.
We are the best in the West, the best team in Europe as long as anyone can even remember. We have the most creative picks, drafts. We challenge the international tournaments.
We are definitely not gonna slow down now.
We can win this summer for sure.
Nobody takes a title from G2!
We won winter, we won spring, and we're going to win summer.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs. It's been a long break for some of us, a little bit shorter for others, but I am happy to be back here in the arena here in Adlershof, Berlin for Heretics versus SK. I'm joined by the magnanimous Dagda and the something else. Proxer, I didn't think of a word for you. Wow. I had like 4 words going through my head. Amazing. I couldn't get any of them out.
Yeah, that was smooth.
Elegant. Elegant? Yeah, sure, elegant. Elegant Proxer. It's great to have you guys here.
Yeah, glad to be here, and especially get back into things. I mean, look, the week off was all lovely-dovely, but I really want to get into some League of Legends, and I'm excited to kick things off with our first place team, which is very weird to be saying when you're thinking about SK Gaming.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've been at the top, but they're looking very dominant and very strong right now, and super excited to see them going against all the veterans on the Heretics side.
Yeah, it was 2015 spring, the last time we saw SK at the top of the regular season's table. Fnatic in that year made history in the LEC by going 18-0. A few of the players on that team, some names that you might remember, Sven Skaren, Freddy122, obviously heading up Rogue now, Fox, Forgiven and N-rated. None of them still competitively playing.
Well, the funny thing is they finished 4th in that playoffs, and they end up losing in the semi-finals to UOL Hillesang. And then they went into the 3rd, 4th place matchup and ended up losing to H2KO to Omni, which is kind of like, oh yeah, well, like they've been around for a while. But that was their rookie year. That's how long ago it's been since SK won, or at least came in at the top of the table.
And now they're back, about to go up against Heretics, and starting off with a Gragas ban, something that Wonder obviously has been very, very solid at so far. Some of the expected prior picks coming in at the moment would be the like of Rumble for top lane, Sejuani for jungle, but outside of that, it's fairly flexible for the most part.
Because Skarner's dead. Skarner's gone now with the changes to him, so we're definitely seeing a lot of changes coming into how a lot of the teams approach draft coming into 14-13, but also looking towards SK, we've started to see teams kind of pick up this like Sejuani, Maokai ban in a lot of times because they're just like, hey, we want to try and get Isma away from these big tank junglers, and maybe it's even a case of leaving open something that's a bit more higher priority so then they can maybe steal one of those options away from themselves as well, especially for Jankos, who loves the Sejuani.
It does feel like when SK have Isma on a utility tank in the jungle, it opens up the rest of their lanes for a lot of pressure in the early game, especially bot lane. Rahel and Luon have definitely been the stars for SK across summer. We'll see if they can continue that form going into playoffs. Lucian banned away by Heretics alongside that Rumble. Azir and Gragas taken away by SK. And I wonder where Spyro will go with his pool. You talked a little bit about this in Euphoria, Dagda, but the mid lane meta changes have really affected how Heretics want to play.
Yeah, and he definitely has favored things like the Corki and those kind of things that we see at the moment are just being banned away. So I think he's kind of struggled to find his footing, but had a great showing against Humanoid. It was on the Corki. So I think it's a case of trying to find these AD mid laners like a Tristan or something where he can have a little bit more of an impact. But I think taking away those big playmakers like the Nico and that kind of stuff has kind of tempered Spyro's impact in the game in certain occasions.
Well, speaking of mid lane so far, the prior picks available that both of these guys have locked in already in LEC are Talia and Tristana. Question is if they want to pick up one of the two already here for SK or save it for a later stage. Could be something like a Maokai for jungle, perhaps, if you want to make sure you get that strong team fighting jungler for yourself, but Tristana it is.
When Tristana's available, Tristana is picked up. She's just too good, gets pressure in the mid lane early on, can just push that lane out, and then later on in the game as well, her ability to take towers in a side lane is basically unmatched.
Yeah, and I think that's where, just even in team fights, she's so strong as well. So I think this is where we're going to see maybe them trying to match a lot of AD mid laners. We've seen some crazy things trying to come in for AD mid laners, even if you look over the LPL, like Zeri mid started to be played once or twice. I think there's a lot of these picks that are just like, can we slam an AD mid laner to match Tristana? But if you're going to take the Ivern, that is still open. But I'm kind of surprised that they didn't just take the Maokai away, because as Brox was saying, I think that's kind of the big pick here for Isma.
Yeah, and right now it should be fairly easy for SK Gaming to secure a strong team fighting comp for themselves. When I think of both these teams, that's generally what it comes down to and how the games are decided. Who has the better team fighting comp? And especially on SK's side, getting a strong counter for Irrelevant later. So that means looking for 80 here, perhaps now picking a counter pick for jungle or for the Leona.
So I was, just as we see the Zeri locked in, I was doing some solo queue watches just to see what was happening. Irrelevant has started to play Zeri top. Now, it doesn't matter because Nara immediately got locked in, as I said that. But just to keep it on the radar, he's been experimenting with that after seeing Zayas play it.
I think it's worth pointing out that out of all champions Wonder's played so far, Nara actually is really solid into most of them. I'm looking at stuff like the Cassandra, the Poppy, the Ornn, and I think that's really what this comes down to. Na has been a fantastic pick for Irrelevant so far this split, and especially in the most recent week. And he's just looking Wonder dead in the eye and telling him, you're not going to counter this, bro. I have nothing to be afraid of.
And I think it also sets up for what you were saying earlier, Broxa, which is this is already a great team fight setup for SK, right? Like, you've got a strong front line that can play for double AD carry setup. I think the only issue I'd have with it is that I'd like to see kind of Isma's champion picked a little bit earlier, because I do think he's looked best when he's on the Maokai, or on those more tank facilitator junglers. But now there's the Maokai ban, and I think Heretics are going to continue to put that pressure onto Isma. And I think then, because you kind of need that AP aspect now coming from the jungle, Isma's champion pool, if they ban away something like the Brand or the Zyra, is going to kind of be the flip, which I don't feel fits SK the best.
I agree with you there. Still things like the Karthus and the Lilia options, if you want to go down that AP route. Have also seen Isma on the Diana as a possibility. You could forego all magic damage in your team and look for something tanky alongside something like a Renato and just play very slow team fights front to back it with a Zeri and a Tristana.
So they banned Malphite, which makes me think they might have been considering that might be the option.
I'm wondering here for SK, I mean, it's not really the bread and butter for Ismail, like we talked about, getting him on an engaged champ like Maokai Sejuani normally is the preference, but you could log in a Zyra here, or a Brand. Like, AP junglers are still fairly strong. So no, but Zyra is actually a really strong pick right now, but then again, it comes down to whether or not SK are willing to take a risk and change up their playstyle. But that's one of the beauties of playing a best of 3, that you can take those risks and still come out on top.
And also having the week off, right? The ability to have that bit of extra time to play things that perhaps you haven't been as comfortable on the LEC stage. There's the Braum taken away by Heretics. Alongside that, Camille removed by SK. So Heretics likely looking towards their mid laner here. They know that it's into the Tristana. Give Wonder counter pick for last and give him something that can deal with Irrelevance 9, the top lane. But you could also go top lane here, and then mid lane last, depending on how much flexibility you want.
Exactly,
right?
you got a ton of options, and I mean, even taking the TF means that you've still got a little bit of flexibility. But you know, you're up into the Gnar, and Gnar has always struggled with traditionally matches that outrange him. So when you think back to things like the Jace and that kind of stuff, were always things that struggled against. So the TF definitely fits into that wheelhouse where you're able to stun him, try and keep him at arm's length, and then look to continuously trade against the Gnar as long as you dodge the boomerang.
We can't pick something we do see relatively often with the Zeri. I'd prefer something like, I was going to say Rel. Lulu as well kind of works if you're going for that disengage style. The power of Rel is, as soon as the Leona jumps in, Rel can just engage herself and distract the enemy team. Rakan does a similar job, but is a little bit more squishy and more reliant on his team being nearby for him to escape. There is the Rel picked up, and it does look like an AP jungle on the cards here for SK.
I love this Lilia hover. I don't want to get painted yet, but there's a lot of great AP options right now. There's many different directions you could go with this one. We'll have to see what Isma is cooking for us.
I don't know if I'm a fan of the Nidalee though. Like Proxy, you're the jungle guy, right?
Here we go.
I feel like the Nidalee is such high pressure to really have those moments where you can pop off in the early stages, or you just fall off, and realistically, you don't have a huge amount of setup apart from the Rel. So where's your head at with this Proxy? Because personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it here.
I think whenever you pick Nidalee, you're definitely going high risk, high reward. It's the kind of champion, both in competitive and solo queue, where if you play it to perfection and if you play really aggressive, especially with the pressure coming off Tristana mid lane, you can make a really, really big difference. But if you don't, and if you're just playing a slow team fighting game, you're not going to be very impactful.
It looks like it's going to be Smolder mid into this Tristana as well. It could be Varus mid, Smolder bot lane.
There is also an inkling that it could be Smolder top.
Top, yeah, because you were talking about the range as well.
Yeah.
At the moment, it is Varus mid, Smolder in that AD carry position for Flackhead. I will say, you know, some people like, oh, I don't like European Nidalees that much. Give it to Canyon, let him play it. It's 50-50 for Isma on the Nidalee. Last time he played it was 2023 in the Superliga. He has played it 4 times, won 2, lost 2.
Yeah, and I think it made sense for the style that our Mad Lions Enemy Masters was playing, which is, or not, sorry, Mad Lions, Giants?
Movistar Riders.
Movistar Riders, sorry, my brain lagged. But when he was going for these invades, you had a lot of support coming through from his team where they want to play that hyper-aggressive style. So I think that's what we're going to have to see SK try and do here. But this is a very different style for SK. Like, they haven't played this hyper, we're going to play for Isma, play for invades, and try and get him face the enemy jungle.
I think this is a really, really nice risk to take. I love it from a jungle point of view. And sure, the Nidalees that we see from the West have often been questionable. Even in the Eastern regions, just very few junglers can make it work. But for now, let's see what Isma has to offer and see if he's going to be cooking well if the kitchen ends up being on fire in a little moment.
Or if he just needs to chuck himself out with the spear.
I mean, playing Nidalee against Jankos as well, a callback to Jankos' G2 days where he was known. He was a very good Nidalee player. We just like to tease him about missing his spears from time to time. But we're going on to Summoner's Rift for the first game of the LEC Summer Playoffs. Everything building up, of course, towards our season finals, towards our summer finals as well before then. At the moment, much ado about nothing on the Rift. Everyone just sticking towards their usual assignments. I'm trying to see if there's anything interesting rune-wise. Fleet, Finiski, and Rahel. Zvyro going for the press the attack. Flackhead with a Fleet in the bot lane, and Aftershock on both of the supports. So we're keeping track of that in fights.
Yeah, so
hello.
Nothing too crazy. Hey.
I have to say hi, apparently. That's what I was told.
I was a little curious what Niski was doing there, because well, he's still, there it is, he's going to jump over and just try and get this early lead for Wunder. This is actually pretty cool to see.
It's an interesting one, because often you'll see when you have a Twisted Fate on your team will play up towards the top side to get a ward in the second bush in the lane, usually into melee matchups because it means you can harass them a little bit more. Against the Gnar, not as important, obviously, because he has that ranged form. But here, Wunder will, well, he started his recall and then decides against it. We'll just go back towards the lane. I expect that health trade isn't really going to mean too much, but we'll keep our eyes on it as the game progresses.
Yeah, I think if he got the slow, maybe you can get a little bit more come through from Relevant, who then has the boomerang to follow up. But as is, I mean, he's got fleet footwork, he's going to be fine.
So, Matt, Roxer. Sorry. I'm cool, I know his real name.
Mr. Elegant. Mr. Elegant.
Mr. Pedersen. Talk a little bit about what you would be thinking as a jungler in this early game, because Rob has already, Dagda has already talked about how he would want to be invading on the Nidalee. You want to get those jungle camps stolen away. How can your team facilitate you in doing that in this sort of game?
So as an Italy, there's two different ways to approach the game. One is to take your red buff and then either do one quadrant or just invade level 2 immediately. Or you can look to do a full clear, utilize the pressure you're going to be having off of the Tristana mid lane, so then, you know, make something happen, let's say in the top side, for example. I think at the end of the day, he doesn't necessarily have to remove Ivan from the game. Right now, you can also see he's just continuing to full clear towards top, but what I want to see is them utilizing Nisqy to make something happen in the side lane, because that Tristana is naturally going to have a lot of pressure, Italy stronger than Ivan, and thereby the map is going to be completely open for you to do whatever you want, whereas Jankos on the other side is just going to be playing to survive. If the early game goes even, Team Heretics is extremely happy because Ivan shines and becomes an absolute monster once he has 1 or 2 core items, meaning Isma is really on a timer. Now, the upside of playing Ivan is that, as you can see here, if he's left untouched, 3 minutes in, the full clear is already going to be finished, and now he can invade with a level advantage.
Yes, it's Smite up as well, as does Isma. Ward comes across the wall, Smite goes down from Isma, rooted with the root caller, but Jankos should be able to walk his way away from this one. Even with Nisqy starting to collapse, Jankos will realize not really safe in this portion of the map right now.
Yeah, they should just be able to play here though and wait for the scuttle spawn, so Isma should be able to pick that one up. I imagine Jankos is actually going to go for a reset and try and match onto that bottom side. Has his own smite available, so at least can try and steal that away if Isma tries to go from scuttle to scuttle.
Looks like Isma will decide to back away because of that exact eventuality. Spyro and Nisqy trading here in the mid lane. Foam plating coming up just in time to keep Spyro that little bit more healthy.
I think that was the thing that we saw a lot from Spyro, was that like he had these decent trades against Humanoid, but really struggled against people like Cap. So Nisqy already putting the hurt on him. You can see Jankos just moving in here to help him get push as he starts to move into bot side room.
Yeah, right now we are going to see both bot side quadrants spawning for the junglers very soon. This could be a moment for Isma to start playing aggressive. He has a lot of damage with Dark Seal and Am Tome completed as well.
Gonna step in, spear misses Spyro. Shouldn't be able to walk away for the moment. Trap across the wall, get him a little bit more vision, but Trimby doesn't step in it, and so Heretics will be able to walk away with the prize that was their Scuttle Crab.
You still have to wait for Isma to get...
Spyro traded here by Nisqy. Flash, then is played. Nisqy flashes away from it. The trigger seed's enough to keep Spyro alive. The ignite tick from Trimby. And down went Nisqy in the end. Spyro died as well.
I think it was the autos from the creeps.
Well,
he got to flash away, but just those little few seconds end up taking him down. As time got down to 8 HP, it was like, there's no way he survives, but he didn't, unfortunately.
That was a scary moment from an Isma point of view. It's like the split second you leave your mid laner thinking he's going to be safe. He jumps in 1v3, but luckily for the side of SK, Nisqy managed to fight the superstar outplay. Isma quickly decided to do his Crocs and Raptors to get level 5 for himself, knowing that later he would have Prio, and now could look for Dragon.
But this is kind of the story of SK, right? These individual moments that really shine. Nisqy with a great flash away, and you see the flashes, but the creep autos just following across. Literally the last one manages to take him down.
Nisqy with a thumbs up as well from beyond the grave.
Calculated.
Taunting Spyro as it is a 1-for-1. The Drake goes over to SK. They have a lead in the bot lane as well, and Nisqy a key performer for SK. Although our eyes have very much been on the bot lane, he continues to impress, and you can see how much time he's spending with Isma trying to get the game set up for success.
And I think that's where Nisqy's really shown, but hang on, no, we're okay. I think Nisqy's been really good at like finding that success in side lanes, been able to find those moments in team fights. And even when you look at the last game where we talked a lot about Relevant popping off in the Gnar, it was Nisqy's Azir that really had that hero moment at the Baron, but now Isma topside.
Wonder pops the ghost, flashes away from the wall up, isn't stunned. Isma going for the chase though. Wonder has no sums left, but he has a trigger seed from Jankos and a Trimby to boot. Irrelevant, the first target. They go in with the Destiny as well. Wonder just trying to provide that a little bit of extra vision. It's going to be hard to get away. In the end, Heretics decide to back away with Luon coming across. Isma dashing back forward. Another spear hits onto Jankos. Irrelevant doing everything he can to just put that little bit of poke damage down. And now Trimby goes in. The crash down from Luon just wide. Trimby's able to step away.
And I think that's really where SK fighting over the grubs was what they wanted in that reward, but they will be able to move across. It looked a little shaky at times, but with Wonder being able to flash over the wallop coming through from Irrelevant meant there was no real setup for Isma with the spear. So SK, they get pressure on bot side and they get the Void Grubs off the back of that as well.
I think overall the look from Heretics made a lot of sense because they had number advantage for just a moment, but the problem was Wonder still hadn't recalled and was sitting on Doran's blade. You're going to have no damage coming out of both Ivan and Leona, and you're playing into the likes of Nidalee with a heal. So while the idea was there, that comp just hasn't come online yet.
Especially when you were talking, Brox, about like later on in the game wanting to see Nisqy be a sideline threat. Voidgroup's going to help, but no, getting CC'd.
Nisqy still has jump, so he'll be fine. Even with the Chain of Corruption and possibilities from Spyro, you could see Nisqy just holding on to that rocket jump for as long as possible. And across the board, SK actually developing some leads. You can see taking a couple plates in the top lane, a plate in the bot lane. There's about a 10 CS lead for Rahel as well, who's basically been in an isolated 1v1 against Blackhead. Obviously, Smolder scaling, only at 44 sacks right now, but as the game progresses, becomes infinitely more strong than he was at the start.
Right now we're in a window where Nidalee still hasn't based for a while. Isma is sitting on a lot of gold and most likely will want to burn his recall soon before they look for an aggressive play.
Zenith played forward here. Isma's off towards the side. Nisqy jumping onto Spyro, who does still have that Chain of Corruption, now uses it. Nisqy Buster shots him away, but they're both down to about 200, 300 HP. Daisy doing work as well as keeping Luon and Isma at bay. In the end, she'll fall. And the Scuttle Crab, the target for SK.
So I think Nisqy was trying to get the Buster shot to interrupt the Q wind-up on Varus, but didn't quite get it off in time. So Varus actually got the shot, so Varus able to trade back relatively well. But Luon wants more here, just misses it.
Trimby going back in with the Zenith Blade as well. Jankos with the Root Caller, Spyro going forward. Luon flashes, crashes down, and Spyro is forfeit. SK get their second in the mid lane.
And right now, despite not even getting the base off of Nidalee yet and spending the gold, SK know they're so powerful. They know that their position doesn't have too much damage, and they're just continuing to put their foot on the gas pedal. Now, soon we're going to see Dragon spawning in 1 minute and 40. Shortly after that, Void Grubs are going to be up and available. So at this point, that's really what it's all about for the SK lineup. Getting those objectives as soon as possible and just continuing to get the snowball rolling.
It's been an interesting sequence though, because often it feels like Trimby is the one who is looking for the fight after the fight, right? He's re-engaging. It's like, oh, we have Trigger Seed, we have the Root Caller, we have enough CC. But as you said, Mads, you don't really have the damage. And also, Jankos isn't that supportive yet. He only has a Ruby Crystal.
But I think that's been the standout that I've had over the last week watching Heretics, is just how much more involved Trimby has been. And we've been talking about it for a while with Heretics. Was the best version of them was when Trimby was out on the map making plays. And last two games that they had, that was kind of what fed into their strong early game. Yes, they ended up losing one of those games, but they still had these very crucial moments in the early stages where they got leads, and we're starting to see now Trimby acting to try and make that happen. It just hasn't quite found that success that it has.
It's also a difficult time for the Heretics lineup here in the early game. We see Irrelevant and Nisqy pressuring really, really hard in the solo lanes. Irrelevant obviously not creating a lead for himself yet, but he did get countered by the TF, so him just being in this situation is good enough to begin with. We have a 1,000 gold lead mid, 700 in bot lane, Nidalee into Ivan. It's really, really hard for Heretics to strike back, but now with these objectives spawning, they may have to consider if they can actually look for a play soon.
It's the struggle of giving up the 3 Grubs and the Drake early. Right now, they're about 1,000 gold in the hole, and that's a Kraken Slayer complete already for Nisqy. I feel like if you take a fight on these terms as Heretics, you're likely to lose it unless you can find some good damage before the fight really begins. And Nisqy's looking for exactly that as Jankos is chunked out. Look at that, that's half his health from just the Kraken. Trimby flashing forward with the Zenith Blade. Nisqy still has a flash, the Solar Flare coming down. Chain of Corruption for the follow-up, and Mama is called to the party. Spyro takes the kill, and it's great for Heretics. SK overextend.
That was beautiful from Heretics. I saw Trimby go in and was like, I don't know if you have the damage to follow up. Spyro just barely able to clip with the ultimate over the wall, keeps Nisqy locked up, and suddenly Heretics come alive.
And this is exactly what they need to be looking for in this situation. They finally found a moment where not only could they lock down Nisqy, but they created the number advantage where Flagget was there and Rahel was stuck in bot lane. These little windows is exactly the ones where you need to go in when you're playing from behind, and you know, finding it now is going to put them in a much, much better position to play the rest of the game.
And it's not the first time we've seen SK kind of make these fumbles in the early stages. It kind of, where they'll come back is in that mid game through great team fighting or individual performers, but it's mistakes like this where Nisqy thinks he's found a moment onto Jankos, and it's a nice sidestep, don't get me wrong, to try and get away from Jankos, but unfortunately it means that he's kind of stuck here, doesn't get the jump reset off quick enough, and then the follow-up CC, he's just locked for days.
No opportunity for him to move out of that. 6 grubs for SK, a Drake apiece, and it is Chemtech Soul on the Rift for us now. But the gold lead that SK was starting to extend has shrunk quite a lot. Trimby getting chased down here by Luon. He's stunned up with a Shadowing Strike, crashed down for a little bit more CC, and Trimby down to about 200 HP. Irrelevant dashing forward. Isma going in as well. The solo player hits onto Irrelevant, but he almost has that Mega Gnar back up. Rahel joins the fray, and SK will settle with a single kill.
And I like that SK are going this aggressive. At this stage, they have a ton of pressure in sidelines with Niski having the advantage over Spyro, but also just Irrelevant being able to get 2 of those third plates down the top side means that SK, if they can play through the sides like Brox was talking about, use these 6 Void Grubs, it becomes really difficult for Heretics to try and combat them.
Yeah, and right now we're also reaching a point where Niski already has a Kraken Slayer, but the first core items are coming in for Gnar, for Siri, for Nidalee, and as these items come in for the side of SK, they're going to continue to play more and more aggressive, and Herald coming up in a minute could be another great opportunity for them to fight. Most of them are coming out of base now, so we need to see how they group together and how they avoid getting caught off guard again. They need to just get the vision, force Heretics in a position where they need to face check, and then it's so easy for them to turn and find the dream engages.
And that's why I want to keep my eyes on Isma and Luon. These guys working together needs to be the function, or at least part of the function, to get that vision and try and get that control. But if you misstep, you can see how well Trimby's been moving around the map, working with Jankos, trying to combat SK, getting any control on the map. And if you can slow down that vision, it kind of slows down SK and lets Heretics get their footing.
Heretics playing around the darkness there as plates about to fall off in 20 seconds time. The 6 grubs, not as useful, obviously, after the plates go down. You can still take towers very quickly, but you don't get that extra gold from taking the plates. And looks like we're going to sit where we are in terms of those early game plates being taken.
It's funny though, because if you look at the stats, the top teams all highly prioritize the Void Grubs, and it is just because that turret taking. If you end up with a teleport advantage at some stage and you have to force difficult decisions onto the enemy team, having that extra little bit of damage on towards those turrets makes things very different. But now, with the Rift Herald in tow, Heretics entering in towards River, they spotted out where SK are.
Wonder has the Destiny as well, so you always have that little bit of extra vision control as the fight goes on. Wonder moving down from the top side. You can go the long way around the river here, and it looks like Heretics have given up the Ghost on the Rift Herald. They'll just get the push in the mid lane. Isma picks up the Eye. Wonder going to get jumped on by Niski. There's still a tower standing there, but Wonder, even with the Ghost, does still have the flash. Will use it now. Isma didn't jump the wall. I feel there could have been more of a chase, but with Heretics moving up the river, perhaps they call it off for now. SK have already been caught out overextending once. Wonder under the tower. Is he going to be able to recall? He stops his base, and now Wonder's done for. Destiny! My name is Isma. Redemption coming down. Trimby looking for the Solar Flare. Irrelevant with a good wallop. Stop Trimby in his tracks.
It was nicely played by SK because they knew that they'd gotten that jump on towards Wonder. They could again separate Heretics from getting on towards that top side. And that's why we saw Heretics playing so aggressive into the river to try and deny SK getting to the top side. But now you got the turret taken, but Heretics have collapsed.
I think SK thought more of Heretics would stay around the mid lane. Niski's going to try and rocket jump his way away. Flackhead here uses the blast cone. Trimby flashes, and Niski uses his as well. But now Niski's in between 2 turrets. He's able to walk out of their range right now. Can he escape from here? A blast cone a possibility, and he's left to his own devices.
No way.
Heretics can't chase him any further.
Unbelievable. It must be so frustrating being on Heretics' side right now. You can just see at all times how much they're trying to brute force all these fights, but it's so difficult for them to do anything versus SK. And you know, where they're so close to finding these key engages, even just looking for it to begin with just makes the game worse and worse for them. And being in this position, being in a comp that's, you know, so scaling oriented and that loses early on, you need to be okay with giving up stuff. And in this particular case, if they had just played cautiously, they could easily have defended all their turrets.
It was only about 5 minutes ago we were praising Heretics for how well they found that catch onto Niski. They'd evened out the gold, and now it's 2,500, almost 3,000 in SK's favor. They have almost 2 items on Niski. The static shift complete for Rahel. Trinity Force on Irrelevant. Lichbane on Isma. It feels like SK have damage for days. The question is, can Heretics survive through it? They do have the Redemption. Jankos about to finish his jungle pet as well, so we'll have that 1,200 damage smite if they do decide to fight around one of these neutral objectives.
Yeah, I do like the tactic Jankos has employed, which is don't look at the man behind the grass. We just set up all these bushes in mid lane. I was like, I swear I'm not in this bush. I'm not going to jump out if you try and make an engage. But SK, they're not going to take the bait. Instead, they're going to be happy to just get the dragon instead and continue to just put pressure on towards these sides. Like, no one can really deal with Irrelevant at this stage, nor can anyone deal with Nisqy. So as long as you just keep control over the mid lane and kind of have Luan and Isma playing towards those sides, there's very little that Heretics can do.
And right here, like the key part was Nisqy pushing in top lane versus the Wonder, who doesn't have Summoners, who doesn't have TF ult, while Nisqy has his teleport available, and they're just gonna continue pushing in side lanes, making it so hard for Heretics to ever create a number advantage. And even if a side lane gets engaged on, you have mid prior, you have a teleport coming from the other side, and you can easily defend the target being attacked.
And they still have Herald, which are meant to block down in the mid lane. So it's like, oh cool, we see Wonder on top side, we see Spyro's entered into bot. We're immediately just going to collapse onto mid lane and take this mid lane turret, keeping Heretics pushed back, denying them access to any sort of part of the map, and Isma just going to drive this away. I don't think he'd be able to get onto the bottom side, but...
I think he wants to go to his jungle camps.
Yeah.
A little bit quicker.
Well, I've seen it a couple of times, and I think the idea is to like desync it with the minion wave, so then you have to stick around that little bit longer to clear it out, and just like disrupting tempo that little bit.
Well, he managed to do that. Flack had stayed around, though. He'll clear out Shelly. But opening up that mid tower just gives SK so many more avenues to attack, right? When you have this side lane threat, you put 3 or 4 people in the mid lane, get that shoved out, and then they can move to the lane that's pushing in towards those tier 2s. Them still standing across the map for Heretics. They just need to delay the game as Heretics. You need to get to 2 items on the Ivern, as you said, Boxer. Get to 2 items on your AD carries, get Smolder to that 225 stacks. Although not as powerful as it used to be, still a very big breakpoint for the champion, giving you those executions. Question is, will they be able to do so?
And I do like that they're setting Flakked up in the mid lane, because there is always like, hey, it could be Spyro, it could be Flakked, but I think the only way Heretics can really defend is using Flakked's wave clear in this mid lane to try and keep some pressure in the mid. You can see him struggling a little bit as he's just solo, doesn't want to step up too far with SK there. But the second you lose party in mid, you can see what SK are doing. They just run to link up with Nisqy, take that top tier tower thanks to those 6 Void Grubs and the pushing power of Tristana, and now you're just slowly slipping behind as Heretics.
I think SK seemed aware that 3 people were hunting Irrelevant in the top side. They sent everybody down there looking for that one pick, but the problem for them is even if Irrelevant oversteps and dies, they're still going to lose that tier 2, might even lose a tier 3, and best case you get 1 kill in bot tier 1, but again, it's so tough playing these scenarios from behind that they're just desperately looking for this one pick that again can buy them a bit of time.
And we haven't even hit 20 minutes. You're starting to look at like all the outer turrets being under threat, Heretics being pushed back into their base, and Baron hasn't even come up. So now trying to get control over a Baron area, get control even a 3rd dragon that could be coming up for SK is so difficult. And as you're saying, to get these picks, Heretics kind of need that vision, but it's so hard.
I think the challenge is looking for these engages before SK already have full vision your jungle, before they're already set up in the 1v1, because that's the problem. Heretics generally has the right idea, but it needs to happen earlier. Like now, sure, you get to clear the vision that SK already established, but you have to be there before them and engage when they walk in, otherwise it's not going to work.
And you can see that they were attempting to do it. They'd already, if you look at the... Actually, hang on again. They'd already like shifted Wonder down from the top side to try and play off of this kind of mid lane area. So then there was a position where if you end up pushing too hard into the river, you could try and make a play with Wonder and find those moments to outplay it. But SK just never overextending. If they see any member of Heretics, they're just backing up and going, hey, no, we just need to play for waves, take it slow, just don't give Heretics that chance.
Simple arithmetic, isn't it? If you see less of them than there are of you on the map, perhaps you need to back away because they're probably hiding and waiting to catch you out, and that's exactly what SK are doing. Next Drake up in a minute and a half. They have 2 items on both their AD carries. Isma's almost at 2 items. Irrelevant has the Black Cleaver alongside the Trinity Force, and this Nidalee experiment, this AP jungle experiment we talked about in the draft seems to be paying off for SK so far. Obviously, it hasn't all been about Isma, but we saw early pressure through the mid lane really unleashing them on the map.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to Nisqy's ability to play these aggressive mid laners and making it easy for his entire team to, make plays on side lanes and in the jungle. And overall, that's what ultimately makes this SK such a strong team, that it's not only about one individual. Sure, somebody can step up and apply pressure, but once that happens, everybody else instantly, sets themselves up for success as well. And now, everybody has pressure, everybody's so strong.
And I think it's been cool to see that kind of evolution of Nisqy, where he was kind of the gatekeeper into the top, to be the top mids in Europe, to just becoming one of the top mids in Europe, especially this split. His mechanics have looked really strong. His understanding of how to roam and where to be in the map has been great. And as a result, SK have been thriving off these individual plays from the mid laner.
Looks like at the moment SK are trying to funnel as much gold into Rahel as possible. He was over on the top side of the map, taking the blue buff for his team. Now he's going to catch this wave in mid. They want to get him towards those 3 items as soon as possible. And the rest of his team getting control over the dragon. It's one of those things you can do when you are this far ahead, because if SK were a little bit further, a little bit closer to Heretics in terms of gold, you don't really want to invest 3 people into fighting 4 people around their blue buff while your AD carry is somewhere else. But because SK know they have that pocket of safety made by their wallet, they can be a little bit more aggressive with how they step into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, but you can also see, like, SK, like, there was moments there where, okay, Heretics could forego dragon contention and just go immediately move on to top side, try and catch out Irrelevant when he's out of position, or find those moments with Wonder where he can TP to somewhere and find a pick. But the second you again see these members off the map, Irrelevant is hiding in Tribrush. He's not actually stepping into a lane or showing where he is in the map. So trying to find these moments where Heretics can make counter punches is just not really happening for them.
Right now we're seeing Niski moving directly into the mid lane from base, which tells me that SK wants to start playing more aggressively, either by forcing a Baron play or pushing really deep vision into Heretics jungle. With Niski here, they can pretty much do whatever they want, and now we're going to have to see if Heretics manages to find a response.
SK can just start this up, right? Survivor in the bottom lane, they know he's there. He's on a minion wave, so really looking to just pull his TP in. Luon will put a ward in that push. I actually think just around the corner. Can be stepping forward, no TP invested yet. Ward cleared out by Heretics. Know that SK have backed away. Now Survivor was able to get the push in the bot lane and walk his way across, so no TP invested for Heretics. Just trying to slow this game down as much as they can.
Yeah, Mega Blast Cone kind of helping out a little bit there, as Viro was able to cover way more distance than traditionally set up. But yeah, you're going to see SK now just go, hey, we're going to go onto the bottom side. But now it's Heretics that are trying to play this teleport game as they sit outside Baron. They're going to start up, try and get Niski's TP.
And you have Daisy here to tank it as well, and the Trigger Seed's obviously giving you a lot of extra effective HP. Isma comes across. Niski has just cleared out the wave in the bot lane, now can path up. Trimby down to about half HP. From the poke from SK and from the Baron, so SK will back away. Niski didn't TP. Flash forward by Trimby, but he misses the Zenith Blade. It grazes Irrelevant's ankles, but does not connect. And now Niski has so much free time with the bot lane tier 2, and Rahel has free time with the mid lane as well. 2 towers for an enemy flash there by SK.
This looked like something coming straight out of a solo queue game, I'm gonna be honest. They're like, oh, look at these guys. They can hit the big purple worm. I want to do that too. Oh wait, we started at what now? You know, and then realizing they really can't do anything. Niski and Rahel are both pushing. Trimby desperately tries to flash forward, but honestly, even if, you know, his E connects, he's just gonna die and nothing good is gonna come out of it. And Heretics are struggling, dealing with SK's pressure and playing from behind.
And this is kind of to be expected, right? I think a lot of people are favoring SK coming into it. Like, when you look back traditionally at when these two teams have faced up against each other, it's been pretty even, 7 games to 7 across the course of the history between the two squads. But it has definitely felt very SK favored when you look at how well SK's been performing over the course of this year. And I think it kind of speaks wonders to just how good this team has become with Rahel and Luon coming in, kind of being able to work more as a team. Although Luon needs a bit of his team here as he's forced to jump away from Jankos.
For SK as well, pretty big if they're able to win this series. First time they have won a playoff series in 2024. You can see they had a bit of they were okay in winter regular season, then struggled a bit in playoffs, and managed to bounce back in the summer regular season as they start up the Baron right now. Heretics trying to get in here. Spyro still pushing out that bot lane. That Baron's already down to 5,000. Look at how far away Spyro is. The blast cone away. Luon engages, and they're doing the Baron and taking the fight at the same time. It's 2 already to SK. Wonder trying to get in. He has to flash away. Isma diving forward. It's an ace for 1. A Baron to boot as SK clean it up.
SK decimate Heretics off the back of the Baron, and with that, they'll just be able to walk it down the mid lane. The minion line is coming, and there's no one on Heretics to defend.
This is absolutely brutal scenes right now. With Heretics team comp, once they fall behind with the triple AD carry threat, there's just nothing they can do. Every person is a running free kill, and, you know, they don't have enough peel from the Ivan and Leona, they don't have enough front line, and it's just way, way, way too hard for them to do anything at this point.
Well, we had a week to wait, but it seems like SK are still in fine form as they go 1-0 up over Heretics.
Honestly, it felt like SK couldn't wait to get back into it.
Yeah.
That was really well played. Niski with some individual outplays in the mid lane, looking absolutely great. Like, I'm excited to see what the next game has.
So am I. We're going to go to a short break, but we will be right back after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoff for the first best of 3 series, that we have on our hands. Heretics versus SK Game. I'm getting ahead of myself.
That's okay. We almost had the best of 5.
Yeah, soon. But for now, SK has the lead in the series, and we set up a lot of things in Ready Check, starting with consistent draft structure on the side of Heretics and unexpected setup in the objectives on the side of SK Gaming. What did we see here? Because there's a lot of novelty on the side of SK's draft, especially.
Yeah, especially we see Nidalee over here. Is my jungler Canyon? It seems like it is. He's just popping it up. Thank you.
Nice.
I'm proud of that one. But Team Heretics kind of reverted to what we hated before from them. This Ivan thing is not really working out. We felt like they had a lot more success with the Sejuani and a lot more of a frontliner, and it really showed in game. There were times in the game where they were just completely lost, and it really felt like they're looking at the situation and they're okay, let's engage, let's pull the trigger, but how? You have Ivan, Leona, and it just looked really off.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think from the SK side, this is just a draft that everyone's tired at looking at, because this is the best picks you can have on the server right now. You see the Tristana in mid lane, you have an AP jungler, you have Rel as a support, big surprise, and then Seri. It is most stock standard draft you can have right now. So big up to SK, it's great. And on the Heretic side, as you said yourself, it lacks a front line, and I really think going into game 2, when they hopefully take blue side, they don't have to ban Sejuani themselves on red side. They can first pick that and have that available for Jankos.
It seemed like they did adapt though, because we saw Varus. I don't think we've seen Zyro play Varus.
Smolder.
Yeah, and Smolder as well, but Smolder is a Flacket special. But we saw the Varus mid. We saw a lot of action in the mid lane. Pretty much the whole early game, first 8 minutes was all about the mid lane 3v3.
Yeah.
So they did adapt, but it still felt like going into mid game, they didn't really have the tools that they need and the comfort level that they needed to pull it off.
And it's still something that we saw from Heretics in the last week of the regular season. Jankos babysitting his mid laner and setting him up for success. It was a really action-packed mid lane here, GB, but not quite the way you would have wanted it.
I mean, it almost worked for Team Heretics in the beginning. Yeah. Let's talk about the first kill coming through, right? It's minions finishing off Swyru afterwards as well. So what essentially is a really good read of Team Heretics in case of Trimby's first. So that's support diff. Jungler's already here. Okay, cool. Great move coming through from Jankos. And then it's just the minions. The last thing here making it a lost play, and Niski just keeps getting ahead. Suddenly SK starts responding to it. No longer any flash on Swyru, and they start running away with it. And this is just really where they continue with it, and where the draft of SK becomes so much superior, becomes with Team Heretics, they become dizzy with what they have. It's so difficult for them to play with this.
Exactly, because right now they have a lot of volatility in the game. With the TF top and the Ivan pairing, it feels like the map is on fire, and SK is a lot more accustomed to playing this sort of style where they're just dragging them around the map. For the whole game, the way SK did get their leads is just dragging Team Heretics around the map. We saw the play where Niski is just running between the towers, abusing Chemtech vision plant and everything, and they just had no response to it.
Yeah, and I have to say, I started the day by saying that SK is filled with star players, because they really are. They have different players that can step up, and sometimes the macro can be a little iffy, but the star players really carry that with their mechanics. This game wasn't one of them. This was one where they completely out-macro Team Heretics, where Team Heretics didn't stand a chance. Team Heretics at one point wanted to start Baron. 5 members on Baron. What does SK do instead? They only contested with 3 members themselves. They have Seri in the mid lane taking tier 2. They have Niski in the bot lane taking tier 2. And it just felt like Team Heretics could never do anything to challenge them. I only remember one fight where it was kind of even, but outside of that, they never had a foot in this game.
Yeah, and the reason they started Nashor is because they just, or the reason they didn't really care so much about Nashor is because they just knew that they can't finish it. You have Ivan and Leona. Daisy's tanking the Nashor. Daisy's gonna fall off at some point, and it was just a mess. I really want Team Heretics going into this next game to revert to what we saw from them, because even now at the end, it just screams desperation. How are they gonna approach this Nashor situation? A little bit of anti-synergy there with the Nara and the Rel, but their team comp is just so strong, and it relies on Team Heretics overperforming and finding creative ways to win this fight, that they are not the team that relies on this, that has this potential of over creativity.
Yeah, I will say though, like I like the idea of the smolder where Flacker is just sitting there farming by himself, and Trimby actually had the first move most of the time. Like Trimby was out on the map before Luan were, but the problem really just came down for the execution. So I think with the early game that they had, Team RX had good ideas. The execution faltered a little bit. I would have loved if they had the same draft, but not a TF in the top lane, so you could send it more often with more tools. So I actually think that Team RX, they shouldn't beat themselves down too hard. Draft was a bit hard to play. There's good ideas, execution faltered. Hey, it's a best of 3, not a best of 1. Let's bounce back.
I mean, that's the thing. I want to see them get back to the drawing board, Odo, because what we saw during the last week of regular season is this double front lane, empowering the carries is what helps Heretics usually win games, because they lack so much proactivity in the mid game that I don't feel like they can play these comps.
Especially with this TF. GB highlighted it. Right now, in this meta, it doesn't really feel like you can pick this sort of tanks or bruiser top. So this Ivan experiment, I don't really think it's gonna work so much. I think they need to... Sure, you can keep the TF top if you want, but you really need Jankos on another frontliner and keep playing around mid lane, because I really liked the fact they played around mid. I think they haven't done this at all, this split, and it was a huge positive for me seeing this from Team Heretics, but they need to step it up a notch because SK is a little bit tough to take down.
I mean, we knew that to begin with, so let's see if they have more tools to fight here with in game 2. Let's send it over to the casters. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Law. I think Heretics will struggle to have less tools to fight in game 2,
True.
Assuming they change their draft around a little bit. So hopefully we see a little bit more impetus from Heretics in game 2, because it did feel like after 10-15 minutes into that game, anything SK did, Heretics just couldn't respond. There was no hope for them at all.
Yeah, I think if you're drafting a comp with that many carries and you at the same time put Jankos, who was one of the greatest engagers and junglers at making something happen in the league, on Ivan, then you're kind of asking for a tough time.
Yeah, it's a bit sad.
But Heretics can bounce back. Heretics can bounce back. We've seen them do it before, obviously beating Fnatic in week 4. In what was a very tumultuous game. SK, though, continuing the form we saw from them in the summer regular season. Can they take it all the way? Because the battle is not only for summer finals. Obviously, if you win summer, you go through to our season finals, but also for higher placements in summer just because of championship points stacked up.
Yeah, and I think it's super important because especially when you look at both teams that are here, Heretics has 130 championship points at the moment, SK Gaming sitting at 125, so just 5 points separates these two teams. So being able to knock one of those down to the lower bracket and sending yourself onto round 2 immediately starts to set yourself up that little bit better, especially because they're still trying to chase like Mad Lions Koi, they're sitting at 200 points. There's a lot of, hey, we need to try and bolster ourselves up, because even Giant X still in the running to try and catch them at 110.
Keep our eyes on that. Even Carmine Core could rocket forward, manage to get towards the top.
They need to get top
as the well. They really do. They really need to get to season finals. We'll keep you abreast of that as the situation develops over the course of summer playoffs, of course. But now we have League of Legends to peruse. Heretics on the blue side have opted for 3 AD carry bans because we're seeing enough of them in every single game. Lucian, Tristana, and Ezreal are taken away. Sejuani removed by SK alongside the Rumble and the Corki. Where will Heretics go with their first pick?
Yeah, it could be easy going towards like the Maokai or the Zeri. Okay, so going to immediately take that one. I think just trying to get Spyro into something where it's not that AD matchup is going to work out best, because he really did struggle in the last game up against this.
Also, 2 champions that were banned in last draft and are not banned any longer are Sia and Gragas, so this is something that could be prioritized. Wonder, obviously, is a bit of a Gragas enjoyer. Both mid laners love playing the likes of Sia, but again, like you said, the Maokai or Vi or anything with engage from the jungle would be massive for both of these teams.
Well, there's the Vi locked in alongside the Gnar. Expect Heretics to go towards the Gragas, as you said, Boxer, for Wonder. It's a neutralizing matchup into the Gnar just because of how much you can sustain with that happy hour passive.
And I do like something like the Maokai here for Jankos. It works well in towards the Vi, because whenever she ults, you send out your own ult to the Maokai, try and dissuade any sort of follow-up on towards the Vi, and also just trying to keep this Gnar in check sets up well. But okay, Wonder going to bring out the Camille instead. So I've only seen it once from him so far. Did not win on us, but still interesting to see that he's trying to bring in more of these carry performers in the top lane as an answer and a counter to the Gnar.
And especially with the likes of Camille in top lane, you need a jungler that can fight back. You need a jungler that can be aggressive one way or the other. It doesn't necessarily have to be a strong team fighter in Maokai, but it could be a Viego, a Sinsao, anything that can battle early on. With that being said, again, there's already 2 mid lane fans in Tristana and Corki, so looking into one of the other high tier mid lane picks, Nasir or Talia, is pretty logical for Heretics.
I'm also curious then if we get like the Azir ban coming through or something if you don't take the mid laner here, but at least at the moment, looks like Orianna going to be the port of call here. Well, not going to be
instead.
But I do think you're going to end up with a lot of Heretics banning away, like Ori, maybe the Azir, and maybe as Niski get pushed onto something like a Hui, which we have seen in the past can combo well with the Vi, where you end up with the Empowered W or the QW on Hui to just follow up on the CC target to get the Empowered damage. So I think there is moments where SK can try and play for a lot more poke, especially with the Kai'Sa now picked up for Rahel in that bottom lane as well.
I like the Kai'Sa a lot here with the comp from SK. Triple dive into the likes of Siri, who normally is a very, very strong AD carry, but both Siri and Talia will have such a hard time surviving when they get dove. Kai'Sa has also been played 3 times by Rahel, hasn't lost a single game on it yet, and while Niski still hasn't played it in the summer split, obviously it's in his pool too.
And I mean, Rahel had that game where he just carried on it. The poke that he had from the W was absolutely disgusting. And I mean, it felt like he kind of did check his PC after with how accurate they were, but Rahel has looked fantastic, so definitely a big pickup for them. And now the question mark is, what do SK want to try and do to alleviate some of that pressure? So banning away the Poppy, just to try and make sure that you're able to follow up with the Gnar and to kind of have that dive potential does make a lot of sense. And we already kind of highlighted Heretics, banning away these mid laners, just trying to find a comfortable matchup for Zyra.
Rakan, the other ban coming out from SK, does leave Maokai on the board for Heretics if they want Jankos to be on that utility tank jungle. Heretics here likely looking towards another mid lane ban. Could get rid of something like the Azir. Obviously, as you say, Kai'Sa a possible mid laner boxer, but expectations are that this will fall into Rahel's hands. Also, the Hui a possibility for SK. Instead, LeBlanc removed. Very strong 2v2 mid jungle, Vi and LeBlanc. So SK just trying to avoid some more of that burst damage and obviously the slipperiness as well of LeBlanc.
Could go back towards something like the Ahri though if you really wanted to and kind of play off that strong 2v2, but I am curious as to how they want to try and aggress onto the map as SK, because traditionally Isma has played heavily around that bottom side and kind of working with Niski to roam down and help out, so maybe the Ahri is the direction that they want to go instead. But on Heretics here, just support yet to be picked up.
Yeah, I think whether it's going to be Renata, Braum or something similar doesn't really matter, but getting something with solid disengage would be huge for the likes of Heretics. For now, want a little bit more time to think about their support pick, and going for a strong fighting jungler in Sinsao seems pretty logical for them. I think they're worried about going the Maokai route, potentially lacking damage in the later stages again, so just getting more threats that can fight back versus SK in team fights seems like a pretty good choice.
Yeah, Crescent Guard also very good at reducing some of the damage getting on towards your backline. You get engaged on by the Vi, you put Crescent Guard down, the Kai'Sa who's a mile away no longer hits you with the Void Seekers, right? Not doing all that, well, still hits you, just doesn't do any damage, right? She has to jump in, it becomes a lot easier for you to play around that. It looks like it might be the RV here for Niski, so they have a little bit of dive, they have some long range as well from the Kai'Sa if she goes down that AP route. Ziggs as well would give you more poke, which means you have much more poke coming out from SK.
So Niski's actually been playing a ton of this in solo queue. I was looking at it today, so not fully surprised to see it picked up, but it's definitely something where I was looking at the Ahri going, okay, you've got a ton of movement and mobility on SK Gaming with very little engage on Heretics. So I thought, oh yeah, you stick to the Ahri, you can play this kind of like in-out sort of fight where you can play with the dive but keep your carry safe. But the Ziggs definitely going to be trying to follow up on that fight with just the point-and-click ult and just hope you blow someone up.
I think Ziggs also has almost anything you could want from a mid laner in this situation. He has wave clear, which SK could definitely use a little more of. He's very safe in the mid lane and you can play around him or leave him alone depending on what you want. But he's also one of the few mages who can sit really far back and still dish out tons of damage to wherever the rest of SK is diving.
Niski, having played since around Season 7 competitively, as far as I recall, has never played Ziggs on a competitive stage, or at least on one of the ones tracked by gamesoflegends.gg, which is the site I use to get all of my data. So interesting to see him bringing out something new in game one. We saw Isma on the Nidalee, something he'd only brought out a couple of times before. So SK obviously used that time over the week-long break to experiment a little bit more. Not saying the players aren't comfortable on these champs, haven't played them in scrims, but it's something new to the stage.
But I think that is the big point. Ziggs is a champion that if you are not comfortable, it becomes very quickly apparent that you are not comfortable on this champion, because the Qs go wide, the where you put the minefield is completely disarray. I mean, honestly, we even saw Deft having a bit of a miserable time on the champion, so you need to be very good at Ziggs to make this champion work. So I'll be keeping my eye on Nisqy in these fights just to see how many of those bouncing bombs actually connect.
I will say Nisqy did play on some of the ERLs before 2017, just not tracked by Games of Legends GG. So he was on like Punchline Esports, great name, Infamous Esports, eCore Gaming, Melty Esports. Lots of these different things that he was able to play with. And we are on to Summoner's Rift.
Not going to be a huge amount happening at the moment, though, as both teams are really set up. But we're actually going to get into a pause.
Yeah, well, while we have the pause, are you guys a master of the Rift? Do you never miss a game? Santander is here to reward you. Head on over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. Today's code is Baron25. So actually, during the pause, you have plenty of time to do that. santandergaming.com, Baron25.
Fantastic.
It's a great read. I will say, slightly delayed because I don't know the words off by heart, and the thing that tells me what the words are, very similar to Ron Burgundy and Anchorman, hadn't scrolled to that point. So I was going to read Host Toss Caster 1, 2, 3, but we managed to scroll.
At least you weren't Bruce Almighty, where you just read whatever is there.
That's Ron Burgundy.
Yeah. Was it? No,
it was Ron. It was Anchorman.
Was it not Bruce Almighty where he gets Steve Carell to read it out weird?
Maybe he does it in. Oh yeah, he does it in Bruce Almighty. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Anchorman, a classic TV show. It's great.
Do you want to attempt at the noise as well, bro? Do your best Murloc impression.
What am I doing with my life?
I got caught in the good part of TikTok during the break, and it's called Hope Core, I think.
Oh, I thought you meant the Gnome and Night War.
Oh, the Gnome and Night War is a banger, though. But there were newscasters who would read off anything on the auto cue, and then this woman read off. Today on News 8, I can't remember her name, but was proposed to by her longtime boyfriend, and you see the boyfriend just walking around there. It's very cute.
That's lovely.
Well, it was lovely, and I'm glad to have shared that story with the world at large now.
I thought we were going with the Gnome and Night thing because Nisqy was a gnome as well.
Oh,
and we basically just sent each other those memes for about a week straight.
Apparently they've made a peace accord now.
Yeah, they have, Everyone's gone home from war. Yeah.
Okay, well...
But that was crazy because you got to see I think it was the witches that sided with the gnomes, but the dragons that sided with the knights. And then for anyone who doesn't understand, this was a massive thing on TikTok for a long time. And me and Medic got very deep into the memes for this.
It's what happens when I'm just sitting in my hotel room in Malta after scuba diving. I was just like watching Hell's Kitchen, looking at gnome versus knight. Anyway, League of Legends is going to happen in a moment.
I wonder if this is how somebody feels like if I talk to somebody about League of Legends and there's a non-gamer next to them. Like, I have no clue what just happened in front of me, but it was interesting to be part of.
That's all of my casts.
I definitely feel like there's just parts of TikTok where I'm just like, I don't understand this whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, there's the 1 million beer trend at the moment. I don't know if you've seen that, where like someone goes, hey, can I get some water? And the other guy just goes, do you mean 1 million beers? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, sure, I appreciate beer, but I don't really understand the butt of the joke.
Maybe we're just old. Maybe that's what's happened here.
I crested past 30 and I just went, I have no idea what this is anymore.
Just enjoy it. Along for the ride. And SK and Heretics, well, Heretics more along for the ride in game one as SK would take complete control of it. The combination of like Luon, Nisqy, and Isma around the mid lane really seemed to be the key to their success. And I think after Isma joined the team, I think it was last year, right? There were some times when they were struggling a little bit. It felt like Isma hadn't really found his niche within this SK Gaming lineup, but he really seems to have solidified himself as a solid part of this team now, Boxer. Or Dagger. One of you.
I think this is something you need to consider when there's a rookie coming into the LEC as well, that usually, even if they have a lot of potential, we need to give them a little bit of time to step up and, to really get a chance to prove themselves. And some people tend to forget that
I think we can just sub in a Korean bot lane, can't we?
So some people tend to forget that even the likes of a Caps had a couple of bad games here and there in his first split, but then, eventually after more practice, he started becoming so clean in his gameplay.
I really knew that Isma had properly joined SK when he removed the Mad Lions Koi emote from his spamming, and it's now just a thumbs up. And I was like, oh my God, he's left the boys behind.
Oh no.
But I think it's like, it does take a little bit of time, because like Isma did join it just coming into this year, I think it was actually, instead of, but he kind of took the moment to be like, I am still going to play this hyper-aggressive style for the first couple of games. Didn't really work out. And now it's kind of been about learning to play around Nisqy, learn to play more around the team versus what was the style previously, which was a team very heavily playing for him in the early stages. So I think he has adjusted well, but you still see some of those moments where, even like last weekend, where he ended up like over-aggressing on Maokai, trying to invade onto the bot side, ends up giving 2 kills across the Carmine Corp. So it's like these little moments where he can mess up, but it's still, I think, a very good start for his rookie year.
We have a small environmental issue with the lights, apparently. We'll get that sorted as soon as possible. Obviously, we want the players to be able to see their screens. It does help playing League of Legends, I find, being able to look at what you're doing.
Let's be real. We've all played League of Legends at all hours of the night in the dark.
It's true, yeah. Just turn off all the lights. It's fine. We can survive.
I think it would be interesting if we just turned their money source off to just see what happens.
Or just full nocturnal.
Yeah, might as well. You know, spice it up a little. Give Heretics a chance.
Oh my goodness! Holy!
No, we don't. No, we don't. But
yeah, I was sorry.
I was going to say, I just feel like Wunder would be really good with the monitor off. And I don't know why. I feel like he'd have an innate advantage just because of the crap that he pulls sometimes. Where I'm like, you're just going to have some stage worked with this, and I don't know why.
You need weak auras from WoW, where you have the big sound effect when you're standing in a boss attack or something. It's like, wah, wah. It's like, oh, I just moved to the left. Excellent.
I don't think I've ever heard that compliment. He would be good with his monitor turned off.
Yeah, you read into that the way you read it, want to read into that. You know?
It has been a bit of a struggle for Wunder and Heretics this split. Obviously, ending in 6th place at 3-6. I don't think they've made it through round 1 unscathed yet this year either. No, they lost to BDS in winter, lost to BDS again in spring, and now obviously a 1-0 down against SK.
The funny thing is, though, that the Heretics, whenever they get kicked out of playoffs, it is always by either SK or Fnatic.
Okay.
And now they're playing against SK, and if they win this series, there's a potential now for them to face Fnatic again. So this is just where Heretics had this massive redemption arc where they just beat their demons and move on. But after we saw what happened in the first game, got to be a bit of an uphill battle, you know?
Well, the good thing is, in the losers bracket, they won't play up against either SK or Fnatic, right?
Yeah.
They play up against the loser of BDS, Mad Lions, Koi.
Yeah.
So maybe they can win that series. Obviously, still have a possible 2 games here to prove their worth. We're back on 2 Summoners Rift. Thank you so much for bearing with us through our Gnomes and Knights discussion. I was going to talk about scuba diving, but I thought that was even more niche than TikTok, you know? Yeah.
It's probably like 2 people at home. They're going, woo!
Yeah, people out there like talking about their NDLs and their BCDs and another pause. So, scuba diving time! Let's go.
Because I looked at your tweet. We were talking about this backstage. I looked at your tweet, which was your data from your dive.
Yeah, my dive computer.
And I was like, I'm happy for you, but I've no idea what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I have no idea what I'm looking at most of the time with those things as well.
I was like, do I want the graph to go up? Do I want the graph to go down? I don't really know.
It's very cool the amount of stuff you can get, but perhaps a topic saved better for the Medivedi podcast, which is not coming out this week and has never actually happened. So,
what a shame.
One day. Yeah. Would you be up at first guest, Maz? Sure. Oh, don't jump on it. Yeah, it's fine.
Sure, I'll consider it.
I feel that your enthusiasm was very muted.
I was just wondering if I would feel comfortable in between the 2 of you. That sounds like a scary position to be in. Wait, why do you look like that?
I'm going to leave that one there. I'm gonna leave that one there.
And we're back in the game! So we'll just move on. Where bot lane is trying to be engaged on. Not really going to be too much. I think the big thing that I want to keep my eyes on coming into this is Jankos. Because as Brox was already talking about, the aggression that we want from Jankos to try and control mid lane and also try and control top side is going to be pretty high this game. Bot lane is going to be fine. They kind of just play a defensive style having the Braum. So it's definitely going to be the top half of the map that I'm looking for Heretics to play around.
Yeah, most of all, I really want to see some aggression coming out of Heretics. They found 1 single window in the entire last game, but now they have a lot of tools to play around. And even from a draft point of view, they got a draft that they can definitely be very satisfied with. Wunder got to pick Camille into Na. We saw Braum being picked into Rill. And you know, just across the board, either prior picks or counters really for Heretics. Both junglers now pathing towards the bot side, and with the likes of Heretics starting to pressure mid and bot, contesting prior at the very least, there could potentially be a fight in River in a moment.
Actually saw Spyro using his push in the mid lane to get a ward over towards this blue buff, which means Isma's going to skip it and go back towards his top side. Now, his blue and his Grompo available. There's no one in his top side. Is he just going to try and gank top with Wonder having just recalled? It's an interesting path that Isma has taken.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, actually going to try and slip in towards mid here.
Well, because they saw Spyro leave the lane, so they know he's warded that blue side somewhere. They don't know exactly where. Spyro does have the flash, doesn't use it yet. Seismically shoves Isma back, but he just flash follows! And Isma gets the kill.
That was beautifully done. I thought that the dive was going to, or well, not the dive, but the gank was going to go a bit awry because Niski missed the satchel charge, but still able to make it work. Really well played by Isma. Gets the punch and then gets the follow-up thanks to the flash. So nicely done from the SK jungler.
That's one way of looking at it. The other is he literally sees Isma refusing to farm his jungle camps, decides to still walk up instead of sitting back in safety till Isma eventually shows, and all of a sudden, I'm actually surprised we didn't see Yanko spamming question mark pings in this mid laner like we would see in solo queue.
Well, it's not solo queue, so perhaps trying to keep the mental high here, Boxer. I don't know if that's what you used to do to Caps, you know?
I mean,
just like against IG, Caps makes one mistake, question mark.
I mean,
that's why he left us.
I'm curious now how Isma wants to try and continue with this pressure, because he is back on the top side, could go towards Krugs and potentially in towards Wunder at the top side, because Wunder did get the cheater recall off, but now taking a bit of a beating on this top half, could set up for a potential play, but you can see Yanko's trying to cover, moving up towards his own, and Krug on that top side, or not Krug, sorry, the Gromp on the top side. We're trying to also just be there in case anything happens on the top end.
And Yankos was able to steal away the blue while Isma was playing around in that mid lane, getting the kill, so he's slightly ahead in terms of farm. Blackhead's recall was stopped, the Shadowing Strike as well, getting the stun. Blackhead's going to stay around now and farm up this next wave.
We're taking an awful beating here. I thought he was going to be in a decent spot because he initially shoved that wave and I was like, okay, maybe Relevant can get a freeze off there, but now it actually doesn't get it, so now Wunder has to step up. But if Relevant is just able to continue with this pressure, like in theory, Wunder is trying to play off of, hey, I can get a hook shot on towards Irrelevant, try and get a ton of damage and take these kind of quicker trades, but Relevant just doing a good job of keeping the wave in positions where Wunder can't really trade effectively.
It's also worth noting that Irrelevant hasn't lost a single game on Nah so far. They split after 4 games, and that's really the reason they can continue picking it on 1-2. They want to get it so badly, and we'll see if Heretics regret not banning it away. Now, Heretics starting to apply some pressure, pushing mid, getting the push bot as well, and all of a sudden in a position to actually contest these early objectives. Already big progress compared to last game.
Relevant just trading with Wunder here, trying to make it difficult for him to stay around the wave. Wunder does still have that teleport to TP back to the lane after recalling.
You also has to be very careful about going for those sort of plays because you do have the ultimate from Wunder.
Yeah.
So if he ever predicts it and you don't get that CC, suddenly you're locked underneath the tower. So nicely done by Relevant to just hop on out before Wunder can really get any sort of response thanks to the CC lockdown. But now Wunder going to go for the reset, and actually we're looking at both. Well, I was going to say both for a second, but at least it's going to be Heretics moving up to try and contest these Void Grubs on first spawn.
Heretics investing all 4 players up here. Wunder not using the TP to top, instead going back down towards the bot lane. It looks like SK are going to match. They'll be a little bit delayed. Niski getting the push in mid. Irrelevant coming up from the top side. No Mega, or at least no Gnar for him. No ultimate can build up that Mega Bar, of course. Jankos takes the first grub, hits 6 off that as well, as Isma's still about half a level away from getting his ultimate online. Luon stepping forward. Looks like SK, having invested all 5 members up towards the grubs, will be able to take them, but it gives Wunder some time to take plates in the bottom lane.
And I think if you're on the side of Heretics, you're definitely making the right decision here. You already got 1 grub. Wunder moved out bot lane and also TP available, but they know that both Niski and Irrelevant don't have TP and cannot respond. So here, sure, you give the grubs up, but you can create a small but still a free advantage for the Camille, which could come in handy later in the game.
Yeah, especially, you can already see it, like, it's 300 gold now gone over to her. She's going to get the experience lead as well. It just makes it a little bit more difficult for Relevant to match that, and as you then get to the later portion, if you are accelerated towards that third item, it's so easy for Camille to take over the game. And when it comes to a side lane, it's all about Zwira and Camille kind of having these pressure points, so getting that Camille ahead is going to be huge for Heretics.
At the moment, Honor's even in terms of gold, about 200 gold lead for SK. They also have a Cull, already about halfway stacked for Rahel, so he'll have that gold infusion. He went the Total Biscuits of Rejuvenation, but hasn't used one yet, partly because hasn't really been laning against his lane opponents for a little while when they all fought around the grubs. Hasn't really needed it either. Flacket and Trimby, although they've managed to get the push often in the lane, they haven't been jumping in looking for those, you know, aggressive trades.
And while right now there's plenty of camps to farm and waves to clear, there's 2.5 minutes on both the Drake and the Void Grubs, and that's probably where the magic is going to be happening soon. And I'm curious to see if the teams are simply going to trade over one objective to the other, or if we could see a potentially massive team fight around that time. It's often in these objective fights that games are decided, and we have two very, very strong team fighting comps on both sides.
Also, it looks like Zwira, I'm curious to see when they reset, if you're able to get some of these first item completions coming through. And you have Zwira, who's relatively close to being able to finish off his Archangel staff, but I'm not sure if he's going to be quite there as we start to get towards the first of these next objectives coming up. At least if you can get that, the push you had for Zwira in mid is going to be super nice for trying to say, hey, we get control over mid. We already have seen Flacket and Trimby, because you can play a little bit more aggressive on the lane with having that Braum, are usually getting pushed first against Rahel. So if Heretics are able to get control over mid and its boss, it makes sense they should be able to get position on the Dragon like we're seeing at the moment.
We'll see if that fight materializes. Game 1, I believe, was the tied lowest combined kills of any game in the LEC this year. Tied with a game all the way back in winter at 13. We'll see if there's a bit more action in this one as Irrelevant tries to trade onto Wonder, who uses the Hexag ultimatum to dodge away from the rock being thrown in his face, but isn't really going to get much more out of that. Was trying to time it with the Gnar, you know, trying to time it with some of that CC. In the end, it doesn't matter too much, but does make it a bit harder for Heretics to fight around a Dragon in a minute's time, because that ultimate, of course, will be down.
I'm wondering if SK just actually played for Void Grubs instead. It's, oh, hang on, Nisqy.
Nice little engage with the Nisqy. He has to burn the flash. That was all set up by Jankos and Spyro, just waiting around the corner, forcing Nisqy's summoner out.
You can see Isma up on that top side, was trying to make a play towards Wonder, knowing that that ultimate was down. Now Heretics going to start to pull up here to try and help out, but I think there is an argument for SK to just try and force the Void Grubs over Dragon, because I think you're in a position where if you end up giving the Camille the extra damage because you'll get to 4 stacks of those Void Grubs and also Zwira, I think you're in a bit of a more difficult position to try and contest side lanes.
So right now we're seeing both supports coming out of base with vision available, obviously. Luon ended up cancelling his recall and sticked around a little bit longer, so Trimby moves out, sets up deep vision in the enemy top side and has good coverage over the Void Grubs. And now with Flacket coming out of base first as well, Spyro 2, Heretics have full control of the map and can decide pretty much whatever objective they want to contest right now.
Looks like both teams have gone to the Kendrick school of thought. Grubs over Drake, it seems, as they will both play up towards the top side right now. There's that Dragon up if either one does decide what side a little bit more impactful for them. Isma jumps into the pit, not yet seen. Nisqy caught out though, knocked back with a seismic shove, trying to get to the satchel charge, but it only rockets him into the rest of Heretics. A Grub stolen away by SK means there will be no Void Mites for Heretics. They will still manage to pick up that kill.
Yeah, the fact you get a Grub is kind of the silver lining there, because at least you stop Heretics getting to that 4 Grub stack, but that was a big whoopsie from Nisqy, playing way too close to the wall, and also then the satchel charge just way too far away from to really make much use of. So Heretics will end up getting the kill, they get the Grubs, and honestly are in a bit of a position now to even get resets and still contest for this Dragon if they really want to.
And that's what I like from Heretics here, the fact that they not only take the Void Grubs, but also make sure to cover the bot side of the map and make sure that SK cannot contest the Dragon or the Vision in the river freely. And with that, it's difficult for SK to walk in, they get the free mid throw, and now, all of a sudden, great position to start drag.
And Spyro looking significantly more comfortable than he did in game number 1. Now looking to see if he can get the flick on Luan again. Just wide though. But Heretics still controls River.
Irrelevant just went into Mini Gnar at the top side, so won't have the Mega Gnar up. This would be Wonder trying to trade with Niski underneath the tower. Uses the adaptive defenses to mitigate a little bit of the damage. Drake secured for Heretics, their second of the game, and very much more in control of this game than they were at the start of the series.
I like the fact that they're going on towards Wonder and they're kind of taking these trades effectively across the map, but I think we're now going to start to get in towards Heretics. They've shown us stronger early games over the last week and now in this game, but the mid game has been where their biggest struggle is, trying to see if they can set up side lanes correctly, if they can get, you know, mid pushing with those side lanes. So I want to see now where you're going to be trying to use Vyro and sides and also looking towards Wonder, how well this mid game is going to look when you're trying to play this 1-3-1 split push.
Well, we now see with only 1 minute left on the Rift Herald, that's going to be another opportunity for Heretics to set up some vision and potentially force SK into a fight. In a lot of ways, this is the exact opposite of last game when our Heretics are in full control and SK are going to have to respond. But what we do need to keep in mind is that, unlike last game, the gold is actually even or even slightly in SK's favor right now, and they still have plenty of opportunities to fight back. It's really up to them to decide when they want to pull the trigger and start striking back.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem for Heretics is it wasn't just like out-handsing in game 1, it was also out-macro, right? And they are the team with the advantage in terms of momentum in the game, in terms of how the early game has gone, but if they can't actually out-macro SK, then they're really going to struggle to accelerate this lead into any sort of position. You see Irrelevant trading with Wonder in the bottom lane, but SK have been able to chip away at those towers and now looking for more. Wonder jumps in onto Irrelevant. Rahel here to join the fray. Luan as well, just covering.
This was supposed to be a trade for Rift Herald, but you can see Heretics have actually responded well. Trimby reading the potential play, moving down to support Wonder, and as well as Vyro got pushed in top, and because SK invested so much on bot side, he's now out to help Jankos. You've got Flacket who's covering mid, and that potential answer from SK to the Rift Herald take isn't there, although Isma looking for the steal.
I mean, the problem is Rahel and Luan have moved up first here. The Rift Herald's going to reset, so no smite comes down, and Jankos is isolated. Heretics looked to stop the play in the bot lane, but didn't quickly enough move up to the top side to actually defend the Rift Herald take.
That was actually a really smart play from SK, pulling so many people towards the bot side and then immediately recognizing that Heretics wouldn't be able to defend the Herald. And even if they wanted to try, well, Wonder was still stuck in bot lane without TP available, while Irrelevant had recalled and was moving towards the fight. So again, you spoke about it before, the macro coming out of SK being one of the big differences in game 1, and it just showed here big time.
And now they can potentially keep pushing on towards his top side. Don't forget, well, I was about to say Satchel Charge can do work on the tower, but he uses the Boops Vyro instead, who's able to clear out the wave. But I think this is where it does get a little bit dangerous, as if SK start to get this tempo advantage and you can overforce with multiple members on towards the side lane, you can take towers very quickly. But Trimby sitting up there with Vyro at the moment, trying to see if they can fish out where Niski is.
That's that empowered recall from the Rift Herald. Vyro going to be satcheled against the wall. Seraphs comes up. Niski puts down the explosive minefield and flashes for it. Knocked back with the seismic shove now. Luan joining the party. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't connect. The Magnet Storm does, and Spyro will fall to the magnetic power of Luan.
Niski just about able to get the help of Luan there to finish off the kill. I thought the Locket from Trimby was going to be enough to keep him alive, including the heal, but just not quite. And now Irrelevant forcing multiple members of Heretics to respond to him, but it means now Jankos, he's alone under third with just Isma. I don't think SK realized that Wonder has reset. They're just going to back away, but Niski, here's the Satchel Charge play.
Oh! That was shit, Niski.
Good.
Pass a reset, yeah?
No! Don't you dare try and excuse that! The only way it could get worse is if he TPs back to top lane now to try and take the tower.
That was a relatable moment if I've ever seen one. We all know the feeling of that happening to ourselves in solo queue, but even the pros can make mistakes.
I thought watching England play football would be the most disappointed I was this week, but Niski's topped it somehow. As Irrelevant caught out, does have the Mega Gnar on its way. Flacker jumping in, Nard into the wall. Irrelevant, no flash, no way out. And Heretics will get a kill. Meanwhile, in the top lane, oh, it was all to bait Wonder! It was all to bait Wonder to defend the tower, I'm sure, as SK get another. A 1-for-1 trade across the map. The tower goes over to SK in the end.
This was actually a really smart play from Irrelevant and the rest of SK. Quickly taking the They quickly took focus away from what Niski did, erasing it from our memory, and now moving on to what's next.
What is this game?
Well, I think it's League of Legends, but I'm not quite sure at times. 1,000 gold lead for SK. Third Dragon, though, for Heretics, as the resets came out from SK after taking that top lane tier 1 and not able to get back out onto the map in time. The Satchel Charge with the Rift Herald Charge will take down the mid tier 1. But SK get their third Drake on the board, an Ocean Soul on the horizon for them. As Jankos will get the smite. SK now retreating from Heretics, who have 5 members around the mid lane.
So have to be careful though, because you can see where Relevant is positioned on the map. He's moving down towards that bottom side, whereas there were 5 members of Heretics in towards his mid lane. Not able to find the engage though, and I think that's kind of the downside of Heretics' composition, is that without kind of Wonder there, you don't have a guaranteed engage tool with this composition. And you can see they're struggling to find moments where sometimes they can get those picks or find those moments to attack, just unless someone's overextended. And Jankos can get that third talent strike.
Oh no.
Give me his face. I need to see, please tell me we have his face, yes.
Oh.
Never change this game.
I mean, please change if you make it to Worlds.
Wow. Wow. You're kicking him when he's already down.
I'm trying to defend European teams at Worlds, but if that happens, it's very hard to look Captain Flowers in the eye, you know?
That would be smart. Maybe this is how we beat Faker and the rest of the Eastern teams. Just make plays like that. Tilt them.
Confuse the hell out of them, yeah. But for now, Heretics still very much in this game. 2,000 gold the lead for SK, and Wonder, the target once again, tries to get away, dashes, the Magna Storm not in range, and Trimby's here in time. TP now in by SK as they look to try and collapse on the fight. First ball is Isma. Relevant joins, but no Meganar for him. They just couldn't quite catch out Wonder, couldn't stop him from hookshot and wall diving away. Luon goes back in, but now it's a 5v3 in favor of Team Heretics. SK have to retreat.
Heretics are low though, so SK you can see considering going back in onto play, but nicely done by Wonder. Oh, there it is.
It finds him. But Wonder can trade with the Kaiser right now. The seismic shot flashed away. Wonder hookshot wall dives again. Niski looking to satchel himself forward, and there's no tower to take him down. Heretics now collapsing as Trimby dives onto Irrelevant. Jankos coming in from the side as well, and once again, Niski falls in almost the same spot. Rahel the next target, and SK thought they'd found someone on their lonesome, but Heretics immediately react.
And this was fantastic from Heretics. Of course, SK being slightly over-aggressive and taking fights when they shouldn't, being outnumbered, but Heretics instantly jump right on them and secure the quick advantage for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this was where they thought, okay, a few members have made, or Wonder going to be overextending this top side. And Wonder plays this so well. Look at the timing. The hook shot means that you're able to get away, gets past the CC from Isma, then he's able to escape. And Trimby already in position to follow up with Jankos. They get the first kill, and at this stage, SK are like, okay, maybe not, but Niski's getting some decent poke down. Luon trying to set up there to get a little bit more damage in, and this is where there is a potential that you could try and look for the re-engage, but they're a little bit suspect on it. And then Rahel sees his moment to go in, but just doesn't quite have enough damage to take down Wonder just yet, especially with the magic damage shield coming through. And then it just means that Heretics run back up river to catch out SK after they get that one pick on Wonder.
Niski has the flash. Isma here. Wonder's going to jump on him first. Hexagold have made him a possibility just to lock up that Vi. He goes in. Vault Breaker back. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to do too much as Heretics get their 7th. The second for Blackhead on this Zeri. 2.5 items already complete.
And right now, this is the reason you pick Camille into the likes of Nah. Irrelevant normally stumping everybody coming in this way with this Yordle, but Wonder first to finish 2 core items and now can start really making a difference, not only on side lane, but also in team fights.
And you're looking at a minute now until the next dragon. So SK, they need to try and fight that. An Ocean Dragon coming across, when a huge amount of your comp is kind of based on poke, and this long range damage that can come through is not going to be nice to try and play against. So Heretics with that pick now, back out onto the map faster. Sees Viro and Wunder trying to see if they can make a play up towards Irrelevant, but with Wunder having no ultimate there, yeah, I think Spyro just needs to try and back away. They should be focused on trying to get all the lanes pushed in as far as possible and see if they can get this mid lane push as well so they can set up for Dragon.
Irrelevant's TP still about a quarter of the way off before it comes back off cooldown. Wunder has his, Viro is about to come back up as well, so it's going to be a TP advantage for Heretics. At the moment, they are just putting everyone down towards this bottom side of the map. You can see Wunder hovering the top side of mid. Irrelevant going to back away, but with 30 seconds on the Drake, he's going to have to make a beeline back towards this river if they're going to be able to fight it in a full 5v5. Trim beyond the front line, Niski trying to put the poke down, but can't quite land it yet.
The problem here for SK is not only Irrelevant being late, he's playing Nan, he needs time to stagger up Fury to go mega and actually be useful in the team fights. So if Heretics are smart here, they instantly pull the trigger on this Dragon and force SK into a bad fight.
Also, you're mitigating a lot of the poke damage that can come down by just immediately calling for it. You're not taking these Void Seekers, you're not taking these bouncing bombs out of Niski, and immediately they'll start it up. Wunder looking for that flank position, Isma trying to mark him. Heretics forced back a little bit. Wunder jumps back into the pit. Irrelevant almost up to Mega Gnar. Needs a couple more autos. There's the Magnet Storm in. The Weaver's Wall coming out already. Niski's already killed off Wunder, but it's an absolute Barney in the pit as Flacket falls low. SK! It's beautiful! It's a work of art! Picasso has painted it for them. A 5-0 in a fight that was fraught with danger.
So often, SK need Luon to step up. And time and again, Luon has had these incredible engages that have set up for the SK team fight. Irrelevant was a bait. When all eyes were on the Gnar, the Rel flies in and sets up beautifully for Niski with that ultimate.
This is so massive for the likes of SK. Not only do they get the ace and deny the soul point from Heretics, but they get what? Tier 1, they get Baron. There's a TP coming in looking for Niski, however, so he might have to base really quickly. I do think he gets out from Wunder for what that's worth, but look here. Heretics starting the Dragon a little bit late. Luon with the massive engage, and all of a sudden, the likes of Heretics are just getting flanked from all sides. They're split, and it's so difficult for them to fight back after Luon engages.
And we've seen Luon have these moments. It's the Alistair against BDS when they're on the back ropes, and he sets up beautifully for that engage of Baron. And now again, when they're on the ropes and it looks like Heretics might have a hope, Luon just shuts it down immediately. And now SK setting themselves up with Baron to start to push out these waves, put the stranglehold onto Heretics.
And this is the sort of moment that Rahel begins to take over the game. 3 items complete on the Kai'Sa. Those Void Seekers going to do absolute work. Niski on his way towards his Rabadons as well. And he has a needlessly large rod, and I had to join it. Seems like the right choice. Tier 2 in the top lane already fallen. 2,000 gold off the Baron power play so far. Wunder split pushing, but it's going to take him a lot longer to take down these towers than SK.
Oh, Flack.
Well, SK. Oh, stopwatch. Isma went in. Zvyro flashes away. There's another turret falling. Wunder will be able to take one. Flacket, very low on HP, but able to survive for now. Forced back to the base. The one going in. Look at the damage, the short fuse, the satchel. SK will take the turret quickly. Wunder's going to do the same in that bottom lane, but SK have 2 lanes to push through. Irrelevant's got back, will defend the inhib. Goes into the Mega. SK will back away before they take any of these inhibitors. 2.5 minutes still on the Drake, maybe trying to collapse onto Wunder here, who does still have the flash, but in the end, it looks like Isma should just dash over this Dragon Wall.
I'm surprised that they did back away, because they had a ton of poke that was actually pushing members back. Flacker was taken super low with Niski's poke and the ultimate as well. So I thought they might have just been able to play off of Baron buff to get that top inhibitor, but didn't want to. Even with Irrelevant chasing Wunder, I think there wasn't really a world where Heretics could have gotten back to contest them.
And they still have a minute on the Baron, so they have enough time to get at least one more wave towards these towers. You have another needlessly large rod on Niski and the Seeker's Arm Guard on Rahel. So maybe they're thinking, we reset, we get these small spikes, and then we go for a big push out of it. Right now, it's Rahel pushing through the mid lane. They're going to try and get in through bot side as well. So then they'll be able to break all of the inhibitor towers off this push if they sync up those waves effectively. We'll see if they can do it, because as you say, breaking an inhibitor does feel like, in the moment, a more powerful play.
Yeah, there's also only one tier 2 left on the map in the bot lane that would be great for them to take. With Baron, those side tier 2s are worth a ton of gold, and at the same time with Dragon spawning at 1 minute and 30 seconds, shifting their attention to the bot side will make it very, very easy for them to hold control over the bot side jungle and make it near impossible for Heretics to play for the soul when Dragon spawns.
Well, that's exactly what they've done. They weren't able to break any of the inhibs. They haven't quite taken the tier 2 in the bot lane, but it's down to half HP, and we've already seen, like Niski with a single auto, that passive into a satchel should be enough to take this tower. The Weaver's Wall goes down, but Luon and Irrelevant able to get on the right side of it, not locked away from the rest of their team. Rahel continues to hit the Void Seekers over the wall. You see the cooldown goes down if you hit an enemy champion with those. Basically every 2 seconds, every 3 seconds, you can fire them out.
You can see the worry that I had with trying to rotate onto this bot side, though, is that like, you were just going to run out of Baron buff, and there's so much wave clear on Heretics thanks to this Vyro. So I think now SK kind of missing out on that window where they could have gotten something a little bit extra. At least now they will still reset. They should, with just the positions they have in general, be able to keep Heretics back. You can see Niski basically playing this short bouncer to try and keep Heretics out of their own jungle, but it does mean they'll get control over the waves and make it difficult with the Dragon in 30 seconds for Heretics to get past choke points, because that's where SK want to fight, right? Where you've got poke from Rahel, and Niski can have just people zoned up and rumbled up in front of him that he can try and throw these bombs at.
It's full on Stuart Broad with how many bounces he's throwing out. 4 cricket fans in the audience who got that one. That went
way over my head.
As a bouncer would.
Yeah.
SK, though, have control over this red side jungle, the Drake up for them. Obviously, very important they deny the soul from Heretics. We've already extolled the virtues of an Ocean Soul against a team that is playing around the poke. Irrelevant going to match Wonder in the top lane, though, so Heretics unable to take anything on the cross map. And it looks like Luon was able to keep the rest of Heretics away from the mid lane turret.
Quick reaction here from SK, realizing that Heretics were quickly taking an opportunity to play topside and establish Baron vision, but SK realizing that the tier 2 is still up for them to take, and now, because their opposition moved into the topside jungle, this objective, or this turret rather, is completely free.
More gold in the back pockets for SK. For a while in this game, it really felt like Heretics were going to be able to even out the series, but now a 6,500 gold lead for SK, and their mid-game has not been a point of concern for them too much, or at least ending the game from this sort of position across the course of the split. Have to remember, top of the table in the regular season and continuing that form here today.
Well, we heard Brox in the last game. He was like, look, what you really need to do in this place is try and find these picks, find, you know, opportunities before objective spawns to find members of SK overextended or find those moments. But for Heretics, you just don't really have the tools to try and do that. Yes, Vyro's ultimate can try and help, but the only real guaranteed lockdown you have is Wonder's ultimate. And Wonder wants to be in a side lane and trying to create a threat against Irrelevant. So they're trying to send Vyro instead to shadow Wonder to try and find that to be their threat instead.
There was actually, I'm going to try and draw on the thing. There was actually a ward just about here that's just timed out. So it's spotted Vyro walking up through this lane, which is why Irrelevant is then taking a little bit more of a step back and not trading with Wonder as aggressively as he was. Vyro's going to stay down towards that bottom side. They're going for the inhibitor over the Baron. They can TP back in here, but of course Irrelevant can try and stop them if he can get that Mega Gnar back. Baron down to 4,000. Niski crashing away towards the top side, uses the Blast Cone. Glacial Fissure into the pit, but SK already got the Baron. Now Irrelevant trying to deal with 2 members of SK and able to with Heretics. Luon going in. No, that's so much damage as Niski hits the Mega Inferno bomb. 2 already. Trimby will be 3rd. Irrelevant able to survive versus Vyro and Wonder, and you have to think it's all but over.
SK just called the bluff. They're like, look, if we get Baron, it doesn't matter if we lose bot inhibitor, you lose the game. We have way more threat, we have way more poke, we can take the towers, and not only that, but SK take the fight as well.
It's such a difficult position for Heretics to be in at this point, because they know they're not going to be able to win a team fight around Baron, and while the play that they went for was almost destined to fail, I think getting creative was really the only way they could get out of this one alive, and it didn't work, but at least they tried something, and ultimately SK is just way, way, way too dominant in all these team fights, and the Wonder Dragon just ended the game instantly.
SK continue their winning ways. They beat Heretics 2-0, and they go through to the upper bracket on Sunday.
On the opposite side, though, it will be Heretics finding themselves against the loser of BDS and MDK down in that lower bracket. But I think for SK, they look incredibly dominant, and You can vote for your player of the series on at LEC on X. Isma, Niski, and Luon are going to be your options.
Yeah, I think they all had good series. Like Luon, the engage in this game really got SK back, but Niski, if you want to vote for the meme potential, that's where your vote can go. He had a great series outside of that moment, obviously, and Isma obviously played really well. All of SK continue to impress. I think this is one of the days where you see those small moments of brilliance, but as a team, they really were very solid.
And I think that's what it really comes down to. If you are to have a great team, you cannot have any weak point. And that's just the case for this SK team. They're all so strong individually, but also they're really, really good at uniting as a team and always being on the same page. And we saw it time and time again here in this series up against Heretics, where it didn't really matter what Heretics tried. SK were just always one step ahead.
And I've been massively impressed with Luon. Again, these engages have been crucial to their success at certain points. So I'm very excited to see how this team continues to grow, because it feels like they're only getting better each step.
I agree with you. Do you guys think this camera angle's changed?
Yeah, it's much
wider.
wider.
A lot smaller.
Yeah.
I mean, I've lost weight. It's great. They've taken like 50 pounds off me. It's amazing. I don't just mean for my wallet. I don't know why I use pounds
euros
either.
here, man.
Yeah, if I said 50 kilos, I'd be like less. Like I'd be very small. Though,
Yeah,
so.
but it's supposed to be the camera adds 10 pounds.
Yeah.
So
this one is taken 50 off.
50, yeah.
That's great.
Nice.
We are just waiting for an interview. Trouble's going to chat with Niski after that game. I really hope she asks about the key moment where he landed that Mega Inferno bomb and no other moments.
Yeah. Nothing else. Nothing else happened to Niski in that game.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, SK continues to impress. Obviously, they play up against the winner of Fnatic and Giant X on Sunday.
Terrifying.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle. And for Heretics, they have a week to try and regroup and play the loser of PDS and
Sorry,
FPK.
Dracos is just dancing off screen.
No, Dracos, the camera's him.
Come back if you want to
come
show.
back and dance for us. It's right. Just standing there dancing. Everyone's quite loosey-goosey, I think.
It was some impressive moves, to be fair.
Yeah, it was.
Very impressive dancer. Anyway.
No, I do agree. I think for Fnatic and Giant X, I'm kind of terrified. Because Fnatic, we still have to yet to see how this team is going to look. They struggled last weekend after their loss from G2 in week 3. Week 4 did not go the way that they were really hoping. So I think they're going to be trying to prove themselves against Giant X. But then coming into an SK that feels like they're all guns blazing, that is going to be a big test for either of the teams that end up being.
Very much agree with you there. We're going to hand it over to Trouble, who's standing by with Niski in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Thank you so much, guys. I've got here Gnome Niski. Congratulations for the win, Niski. I want you to tell me something very important, because you lost a 1v1 versus a tower, and you had the audacity to laugh while being on gray screen. What do you have to say about that? Can I have someone who speaks human? You. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think it's better.
Thank you for joining me, Isma. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Nom is gone successfully. Isma, that was the third time that you faced Team Heretics in playoffs. So far, it's been 1-1. You won in winter, you lost in spring. How hard would you say that series was today? Because you guys took it pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I think we're way better than them, to be honest. Kinda easy, I feel like.
That's simple? Just easy?
That's it.
All right, let's speak about a more difficult topic when it comes to junglers, especially for EU. Nidalee is a topic of discussion in general over in Europe, because everyone's like, unless you're Canyon, unless you're Shun, unless you're Kanavi, don't pick the damn champion. And it seems like Swiffer had a lot of promise on you playing and performing on the Nidalee. What's your thought process about those kind of champions in Europe?
I mean, Nidalee is my best champ since I started League. So that's why, and I think it's hard to play indeed, but like my team helps me a lot. Like I feel like I have 3 winning lanes, so it's really easy to play right. So that's why.
What would you say defines a really good team playing around Nidalee? Because I feel like the biggest criticism we've always had around European teams is that they don't necessarily know how to play with a carry champion in the jungle. How would your team respond to you wanting to play Nidalee?
Yeah, I mean, like they cover my jungle good, they move, they just like they don't play for themselves at all. Like if I need someone to move to me, to help me to contest something or whatever, they just come, especially Niski. He helps me a lot towards this, so that's that's it.
So basically, you're off Sejuani, off Mauka, and you're the main character now when you play in Italy? Just
not
yes,
now, but
it is the main character now. Okay, thank you very much, Isma. Congratulations again on that victory. We're going to throw it onto a very swift break, and when we're back, we have another game coming up next.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs. As we see a gnome, a dancing man on stage. You have too many caps, Niski, right now.
Multi-role talent.
Congratulations, multi-role talent. I mean, you actually tweeted at the beginning of the day that you were more stressed about the dance than the series itself. So what was the dance about and why did you think it was going to be an easy
Okay, the dance basically is because I did like a subathon and then the goal was reached and I said I would do a dance on stage and then my chat decided it should be like the martial dance. It's like an anime.
Yeah.
Then I practiced it for a while and I guess I just did it,
Are you just prepping the backup career as a TikToker influencer here? Is that what we're witnessing?
Yeah, I mean, money is running pretty low now, so like I need to be good when I'm retired.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and honestly, amazing series from you guys. One-sided one. As you said, you were not stressed for this one.
Yeah.
What made you guys think that you were actually better than Heretics and in which aspects?
I mean, we scrimmed lots of like top teams.
Yeah.
And we went like even in like most games. And then when we scrimmed like some of the bottom teams, we like stomped. So I assumed if we just played our game that we would win against Heretics. Like I don't think they do anything special. And then when I saw their first draft, I was like, am I in the wrong scrim bubble or like what's going on? And yeah, they also did some weird bans. I'm not sure where it comes from, but yeah, I mean, it was kind of easy in my opinion.
I mean, preparation was, they missed the mark a bit on this one, which is not your case because when we talked about SK at the beginning of the day, GB, you were the one setting up the fact that they may not have, sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot here, they may not have the cleanest macro, but they have amazing individuals that take turns into carrying their own games and bailing other players out. Today was the case of Luon.
Yeah, I mean, I think today was not even a case of where the star player factor had to come in because they were just straight up better on every front on Team Heretics. Like, I don't think they were challenged on the macro aspect. I don't think they were individually challenged either. Like, it just felt like an easy game for SK. So, I'm still not convinced fully if SK goes up against a G2 in terms of what mid to late game macro is going to look like. But still, their individuals continue to impress, and I think they are setting themselves up for success in playoffs.
And Luon was the player of the series here today. Do you think that's deserved and he was the man of the hour in carrying you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think he had some insane engages in like both games. I think he plays really well, like the map and like the vision and whatnot. And then also like about like the mid-game macro thing, it's like in our team we believe that even if you don't make the right decisions in mid-game, as long as everyone follows, it will work. So like even if you trade like one tower for one and then someone sees a play, we all go for it, even if like on paper you have to base and whatnot. Like for example, this game when they're 2 bot and we do Nash. George Irrelevant was like, I think I can defend, and I'm like, okay, and then we just go and get Nash. Meanwhile, the best place probably just to base and then reopen the map, but we just believe in everything we do and everything we say, and it works for now, so we will probably not stop.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys in the next round, hopefully continuing with the improvement. The second series we have on our hands here, a lot of different strength. You have BDS, who's been one of the most consistent teams we have, and Mad Lions, who had to fight and crawl back and finally get their qualification in the playoffs. And I do believe that once again, it is the power of friendship that prevails.
But I'm hearing it so often, and to me, really, I mean, it has become the power of leadership for Elioians that I want to say, because when MDK was so good in winter, it was a completely different meta, right? We're talking about have they peaked. I think it was just a different playstyle they had. Remember what Elioia was playing, Sejuani, Rail. If you go and watch that early game again, it's just going bot at wave 3 every single time to make sure they're ahead. These new rookies were spoiled by the fact that they had a veteran that just said, I'm going to be selfless, I'm going to get you ahead. Now fast forward to where we are in summer, we are suddenly in a meta where sometimes junglers have to get leads. Sometimes junglers have to be played for with the meta right now, with the AD mids, with the AP junglers, and they weren't very good at doing that. But heading into last week, they finally cracked the code. They finally started playing through Elioia. They finally started giving him resources back. And that's why they made it to playoffs, because they could pull out a Viego, because they could pull out AP junglers, which they struggled so much at doing before.
Quick take on MDK and their chances in playoffs in the first round, especially here.
I mean, I think BDS will stomp Mad.
Okay.
Sadly for them, because I just don't see in which aspect BDS loses against Mad. I feel like they're kind of covering everything. I think except possibly like the weird picks of Mirwin, like Firestop, maybe like Nico or like an Ari or something he found that's new now. I think except that, I think BDS is just the better team and they will just win.
All right. BDS need to do some things though to get that win. We saw some improvements. There's a checklist that BDS has to respect here in playoffs and that we want to see from them. Maybe the casters can tell me more about this.
That's a lot of pressure, Lore. And you know what we do when the pressure is on?
we make the new guy do it. Adam?
Yeah, all right,
what
here
do
it
BDS
is.
need to do better?
Look, here's a list of stuff. I realize that's quite small, so I'm going to go forward a little bit.
Yeah.
But
it's like we're streamers.
You know, it's a long list of things that either BDS have done.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. I don't have
So,
to hold this anymore.
Here's all the things that they've done this season. So when you talk about BDS improvement, guys, they are getting better and better. They have done almost everything that they need to do. The problem is there's 3 things still missing. One of them is get invited to Euphoria, which I hold the power to do. The other 2, a little bit harder, but let's see what it looks like in this best of 3 versus MDK.
I mean, ultimately, I think that we got some great insight before we went on the break from BDS, especially from Adam and the coaching staff, where they talked about how they feel like they're not being talked about enough as a top team. And I think that it's important to recognize that they have been sitting at the top of the table pretty consistently all year long. But what do these improvements actually look like? Yes, they are more flexible. They seem to have more draft options. But what are those tangible things? And today we're going to explore them, talk about them, and see what BDS, the evolution of BDS, will show us if they have continued to evolve as they go up against Mad Lions today.
Yeah, I think there's so many different things, right? I think you've got Ice's champion pool. I believe he plays a bunch of utility and hyper carries now, whether it's Zeri or Jinx this split or Varus in the past. You've got Adam's champion pool expansion, which came around in the spring. In the summer, they played Shea way more on carries, and I think overall they've become way more well-rounded.
And I think the biggest thing, if you're on the side of MDK, to be concerned about is how consistent BDS have been. Because when you look at the top 4 teams, this is one of the worst draws you could have. Because while teams like Fnatic and G2 have certainly shown higher ceilings than BDS, consistency is the name of the game for BDS. And you're not going to reliably be able to blow them out of the water early game and then close, because BDS have always been this team, this season at least, that can come back from those early game deficits, that can outmaneuver. And that's something that's going to be tricky for MDK, a team who, while they've had in their best games, really good early games, have consistently struggled mid to late game.
What I think is super interesting is what is going to be the draft priority. We are on a new patch. We saw some interesting priorities earlier from SK and Team Heretics. Traditionally, we see Vi banned against Mad Lions a lot. They do not want to give that level of agency towards Elyoya. Skarner is obviously a very common ban that's kind of moved to the wayside, but things like Tristana, Talia, you have to imagine that those are still high on the priority, and it looks like BDS sticking to the trends. The Vi going to be taken away, Rumble, of course, the mainstay red side ban, Varus being added to the list.
I think something that was really interesting coming into the new patch now is that Talia jungle has been nerfed, and both of these teams really liked having Talia early rotation and then flexing it to either jungle and making a comp around it, or the same with mid lane. Now that's kind of gone in the jungle with the jungle damage nerfs, so that pick kind of falls down in priority a little bit. I think Nuke did play well on it, so maybe they pick it mid lane anyway.
Very interesting that we're seeing an Ezreal ban over in the LCK specifically. They've been highly prioritizing this Ezreal as kind of one of the new priority AD carry picks after a bunch of the changes in the buffs he had not that long ago. The TF taken away from Mirwin makes a lot of sense. We heard from Dagdo, of course, on Euphoria, where he talked about he liked seeing Mirwin on a lot of these carry champions towards the top side of the map, and something they did have success with in the tiebreakers.
And it's interesting because I think Mirwin has built a very similar reputation to what Adam had when he first started, where he's like, he's this guy who will play unique picks, but if he doesn't get those unique picks that he's comfortable on, he struggles to make the same impact. For Adam, when he started, it was obviously Olaf and Darius, and he's still fantastic at those picks, but for Mirwin, it's things like the Boros top, things like the TF top that are so consistently taken away. That said, might not be as strong as a flex, but still a high priority option that Talia does get locked in.
Yeah, now it's a bit different because it's much less likely to go towards the jungle. They've been playing a lot of Viego with the Talia, playing for these kind of reset single target compositions. I wonder if they pivot towards that with an early Viego lock-in. But I'm really curious, you know, maybe they go jungle anyway. This is the first time we've really seen it. We don't really see it in the LPL, the LCK.
Tristana Zeri, a combo that's already been very prevalent today. The Malphite hover from Adam. We've seen Malphite from Adam before. He's teasing us. Whether or not we'll actually get the lock-in is yet to be determined. Of course, locking it now would be incredibly risky. Blind pick into Mirwin.
I can't think of the last time I saw a blind pick Malphite.
Yeah, I mean...
Is that allowed?
I mean, it's allowed. Whether I would recommend it is an entirely different conversation.
I feel like there's probably a line in the rulebook that says that's the list of champions you're just not allowed to blind pick. But the Nautilus and the Corki, much safer blinds. Well, not really blinds.
I'm a little surprised to not see the Leona from Labrov when I think about his style being the primary engage. Of course, Nautilus is an effective engage champion still, but Leona seems to have just risen in priority around the world as like the go-to support.
Yeah, Leona's incredibly broken. With the new Tenacity changes, I feel like she's just the best support to me. Nautilus is going to be locked in because the lockdown into this area is really valuable, and Braum is an answer into it. I think he's only ever played this split, Alistair and Rel, so I figured one of those two, but then they targeted banded away. Good prep from Mad Lions.
Lions really trying to pinch that pool. But the beauty of BDS's comp right now is they do have a lot of flexibility. This Taliyah could be jungle, the Corki could be mid. They could put the Taliyah mid with Corki bot. Like, there's a lot of flexibility. Of course, Corki and Tristana not touched on this patch, so they are still natural mainstays here on the competitive level. As Kai said, right now they're speculating that Taliyah is jungle, the Corki is mid, so they're trying to pinch that AD carry pool.
Yeah, I think Viego Renekton could be a rotation here if they want to slot in Taliyah into mid lane for the side of BDS. That gives you fantastic topside one-shot potential, which is something that BDS have been playing. I imagine Renekton could be target banned here unless Mervin has an answer into it. Something like the Gnar could go into it, which we're seeing a lot around the world as well.
Taking their time on this final ban. Sejuani now the Jinx also taken away, so limiting the hyper-scaling option for Ice. And Mad Lions Koi already kind of have the keys to the kingdom when it comes to scaling late into the game. The Tristana, the Zeri paired with a Braum, a combo that can be very hard to deal with if we approach, the 25, 30-minute mark. So don't want BDS to be able to match that.
Maokai, probably the ban from BDS. No, actually, Yasuo. What does that say?
Gnar priority?
If you don't pick Gnar, we pick Gnar.
Yeah. That's a really good point. Of course, right now, the blindable top laners is the big debate after Skarner gets knocked down. Cassante's received a bunch of nerfs. Cassante's probably still fine as a blind pick top, right? But Gnar seems to have risen in priority alongside Renekton.
Yeah, Zyra locked in, and it's Gnar, Cassante, and Renekton that are the three go-to now that, like you said, Skarner's out, and they're your AD blind picks top lane. That works really well with the mixed damage with the Taliyah. Zyra locked in. I think Zyra Brand being higher than Zyra, my favorite AP junglers right now, and it looks like Elio is going to tend towards that. Is the most played jungler this split. And now, I really wonder what they're going to do with Taliyah. I think it's going to be Viego Renekton topside. That's what it's looking like to me.
My only concern with Mad Lions comp right now is it's got a lot of scaling. Doesn't really have any easy ways to start fights.
Oh, no.
Okay! That's
wow.
a twitch. So I'm going to assume very safe, hopefully, that this is going into the AD position. Because if it's going anywhere else,
I assume it's an answer into the Zeri.
I will be very upset. But this is a champion, a lot of range, obviously the ability for the shots to penetrate. But as you said, Betty, no real reliable engage option on the side of Mad Lions Koi yet. On the side of BDS, though, they've still found a way to match the scaling that MDK are bringing to the table.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, this is a very well-rounded comp. Great scaling on the side of BDS. My memory fails me, but I swear it was Crown Shot that originally used Twitch as an answer into Zeri when Zeri was very prevalent in the meta. But usually it's because Zeri's not the biggest lane bully, and one of the big things that Twitch struggles with is the ability to get through the laning phase. So picking it here makes a lot of sense. We'll see if he can actually get through the laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. You pick Twitch because you get the free scale into the Zeri. It's a fantastic answer. Camille going to be locked into the Gnar. I think you had options like Kennen as well, but they won the mixed damage. Camille very good with setup onto the mini Gnar.
Yeah, I think I'm super interested in this BDS composition. We've been talking a lot about their evolution as a team. This is quite a different draft from them, right? We've been seeing more carries from Shea. We've been seeing a greater diversity in champions from Adam. We've been seeing Nuke have a very strong split overall. And Ice, one of my criticisms of him is he has been very limited in his champion pool, and now he's bringing out the Twitch. I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned by the Camille. I think in isolation, Gnar can beat Camille quite handily, but with help, like with the Sejuani, for example, Camille can play into the mini Gnar with a bunch of setup. Zyra doesn't really facilitate these kinds of ganks as much, so I'm a little bit more concerned for this Camille counterpick. I would like something else, but still, counterpick for a moment. Let's see what we can do with it.
Both sides, similar tools brought to the table, a little bit more reliable engage for BDS, no doubt, but Mad Lions Koi a lot of power as we approach the later stages. Remember, coming to this, BDS the clear favorites. Mad Lions Koi barely scraping in. A beautiful final day is what brought them here, but they are going toe-to-toe with the man himself, none other than LeBron James, hiding in the brushes, throwing out the hooks. In this case, Nautilus hook, not as exciting, I'm not going to lie, but still a lot of credit to this team. See if they can cement themselves even further at the top of the table, or if MDK have grown a lot in the last 2 weeks, have something new to show us on the Rift. We get to the game one of our second best of 3 of the LEC Summer Playoffs. Now approaching onto the Rift, waiting. Any crazy level ones? Anyone going for anything too cheeky? Alvaro potentially looking to leverage Braum level 1. Notoriously broken in level 1 all-ins.
Something we sometimes see at level 1 is to disrupt Zyra clear. You sometimes just go over and step on all the plants and all the seeds to slow it down, right? Because that's one of her complete strengths. She has such a fast clear. Other than that, I think the level 1 of Braum might be a little bit too scary, so I'm going to go for it.
When we think about early game, one of the caster tropes, of course, is to think about like, okay, well, let's think about what the junglers are thinking about doing, right? Because you always try to play towards the strong side of the lane, you know, like we're always. And so I'm curious from your perspective, if you are the Zyra in this position, and I mean, you're an avid top laner, right?
Yep.
Are you asking for a lot of help on your Camille if you're top in this position, or you're like, just leave me be, I'll be fine in the early levels, come gank me later?
Generally, Na's quite a bit weaker early game than he is later on, because he scales really hard with levels because he gets more range as he levels up, and then she just kites you. Later on, when you have Camille 6, that's a really big window to go on to the mini Na. But it actually,
hang on a minute.
Ice, a classic Twitch cheese. We've all seen it before. The Q start for Scowie. Hating his life, Lebrov trying to hold down the fort in the bottom lane, but solo Q rearing its ugly head here in the LEC.
You summarized it perfectly. I never expected a solo Q strat to come out in pro play. The level 1 cheese.
Look, everyone at home is like, you guys think that's bad? He's not level 2 with red buff. You can shut up.
Right?
It's not that bad.
All I'll say is I've had that happen top lane as well, and it's really miserable. Twitch with TP, then TPing down bot side after to catch the wave it's really annoying.
I've experienced it with Twitch supports.
Yes.
You know, when they just sit in other lanes for the first few levels to just be as obnoxious as possible. But look at what it's done to the laning phase now. Nuke has so much control. We've seen this matchup multiple times throughout the year, and we know how volatile it can be, but getting that early lead is Adam with a nice sidestep to dodge out the early level 2 from Mirwin.
You start level 1, very common on Na in almost any matchup, dodge out on the E. And because of that, despite the level 2 advantage, going to avoid all the damage. Now, what I was going to say about mid lane is that this matchup is incredibly volatile. Very often we see mid laners just straight up kill each other level 1 or 2 because they auto-attack each other to death because it's so close. What this favors is a really volatile jungler, someone who can make plays. And flash down on Frescowie means this could be a regank from Sheo.
Certainly could be. We'll be keeping our eyes on him as he paths towards the top side of the map. Given that Mirwin does have the early push, maybe there'll be an opportunity for him to look for a gank up there. We've seen multiple times this split where Sheo would just do a single gank towards Adam and then leave it for the rest of the game, right? Give him that very tiny advantage and trust in him to be able to snowball with that type of advantage. But one of the big things that Adam has said this split is that he wants to be a greater team player. He's already in the past showcased his willingness to roam. And as I say that, Alvaro looking for a bit of a roam mate.
In this case, his willingness to blind pick, of course, kind of a necessity when you're playing on blue side, but thus far has been weathering the matchup quite well. Camille, of course, not too terrifying yet. You mentioned the Gnar will get stronger in the 1v1, but we've seen what Camille can do. 1-2 item threshold when she starts to be able to dive on to a lot of these squishier champions. For now, though, relatively quiet as Mirwin, unfortunately for him, is going to get spotted by a bit of vision.
Adam's holding this wave here for quite an extended period of time. Because of that Mervyn, he's sitting on a ward recalling, trying to soak XP. He doesn't realize he's on a ward, so he's going to get ganked here.
Oh. A little bit, they're just waiting. They're taking their time, ready to try to
no.
Get away. The hook shot is there, but well, time to the minefield, the knockback. Mega coming through just to make sure there's no counter kill. A clean first blood on the top side for BDS.
Yeah, like I said, sitting on the ward, not realizing he's on it, trying to soak XP, a classic move. Sheo sees this, clears up top side, but this is all off of the back of Adam holding the wave there, trimming it consistently, denying the crash. And Mervyn, he just couldn't get away.
Really nice setup. And of course, you have to see the value. A dash on Tristana. Oh, hang on a second. Mirwin's taking enough damage. Okay, Sheo. I thought he was considering a dive, but it seems that Adam wants to go back to base. Totally fine. But Super with the dash, Tristana with the dash, Braum with the dash, Camille with the dash. Like, Talia has a field day with the potential options here. So we'll see how things pan out as the game continues. BDS already with an early game lead. As we mentioned before, we've seen this from BDS. Early game from Sheo towards the top side, and then he starts turning his attention to elsewhere. Normally, he'll actually try and invest in the mid lane after he's been able to find that early gang top. But to me, this has been one of the biggest changes from BDS, where Sheo on these carry junglers is having so much more impact in the early game. And the last time these two teams met, he was able to do a very similar thing on Talia as well.
Yeah. An impressive performance in the previous game. Of course, it was a bit scrappier, but I think, honestly, when we look at a calm or slightly BDS-favored early game, that's going to pay off huge, because the main way that MDK we've seen win games is scrappier early games, where they really rely on those individual fights or forcing these kind of skirmishes. And when you get a quick kill early on, you get a Twitch gank early on, you really set BDS up for success.
One of the big things that stood out to me when they fought in Week 4 was that MDK were actually pretty good in the team fights against BDS. They were willing to go toe-to-toe with them in the 5v5s. The way that BDS got the better of them was just catching them on sides.
It's going to be a little bit of walk down now. Side step. No! It's terrible! But he's about to turn Mega. He has to flash forward. Oh, he hops too far! Run, Mirwin! Run on your little blade legs! Oh, the ball misses too! Oh, nobody can hit anything! Everybody look away! It didn't happen!
Oh, no,
Go mid instead! Oh, the 1v1!
The interrupt! He doesn't have level 6 yet.
It's the best worst 1v1 I've ever seen.
The solo laners are so volatile. I think Adam makes a mistake there. He walks into melee range, giving the physical shield. I think if he just played with range and didn't hop in there, holding the Narbar maybe a little bit longer, he could have just ran down Mervin.
Yeah, I'm surprised. If he waits too long, he turns Mega anyway, and then he's out of range
but
to
Adam
hit.
flashed in mini. And then he E'd over him.
Which gave him the double bounce instead of the single
also
bounce.
gives him
if
the
he
Mega.
flashed, Q'd, and E'd, he would
I don't think he needed to flash.
All I'm saying is I played a lot of Mario, and when you have the fireball power, you don't need to jump on the Goomba's head.
Listen,
right?
man, all I'm going to say is I thought I was really smart when I commented on Yanko Sejuani, and I was made a fool. So you know what? Nice play from both top laners. They tried to...
Let's take a look at the play from mid laners here. Pretty simple all-in, but it's never a 1v1, poor Frescowie. There's always someone in this mid lane, and that rocket was very big.
Hang on.
Now coming in for another kill, and this is total disaster for MDK in the early game.
Sheo turns his attention to top side.
Narbar is there, and the ult comes in, the setup's there as well.
Pack ultimatum available from Miro, and where's he going to use it? Taking his time to make sure he walks out of the minefield, goes back in, trying to isolate Sheo. Alvaro coming in now as well. Unbreakable, the body block today, but the flick back is good. Adam, 2, 3, 4 on the concussive blow stack. Zelyoya here, 2. That is 1 dead Gnar. MDK finally finding an angle, and finally a 1v1 in the mid lane. A true 1v1, but it might be too late. The knockback coming in. Jump out from Frescowie. Behind in gold, but still holds on to his life.
There's no cross map available down bot side either because they're on reset. Alvaro with a nice play shadowing top side. The second Adam turns mini. He gets absolutely one-popped by the Camille and the Zyra CC. Nice play, nice shift up towards top side on the grub spawn.
I mean, it's nice to see MDK answer some of the aggression that we've been seeing from BDS because picks across the map mean that this game for MDK is going to very quickly snowball out of control. But some nice play from Alvaro and Elyoya brings the game back to a steady spot. Sheo, though, kind of in his natural habitat, finds himself on the grubs. BDS have had a very high focus on this objective throughout the regular season, and they're going to be able to get 2 of the 3.
Yeah, through these leads, usually it's the Tristana team. At the very least, when I watch LPL, it's usually a Tristana team securing priority in the mid lane and transitioning that into grubs. But because top is winning in isolation with help as well from Sheo, and mid lane's winning in isolation, they're securing the grubs, and it's going to be very valuable for the side lane 1-3-1.
In the LPL, does the Tristana win when a Twitch and a Talia repeatedly come
Okay, in fairness. Yeah, fair play to Frescowie.
I don't want to do Frescowie dirty here. This man has been getting bullied. His nuke. Nice sidestep on the initial piece of CC. Sadly, a little bit too much for him to dodge there. Flashed over the wall, but he might still drop. Q flash from Alvaro. Looking good to finish that one off.
I mean, Nuke thought that he was safe in his backspace, but MDK, they catch him out, and he has no way to break free. Now the chase comes in from Alvaro. Won't connect the 4 stacks of the Brawn passive.
Ice. Now in trouble. Supa tries to go all in here, but just ulti traded for alt. Moving speed coming in. Sponge not going to do too much. I think MDK thought they had the angle because they had so many members on the bottom side, but Supa doesn't do too much damage yet.
Alvaro, playmaking Braum is not something that usually goes hand in hand as 2 words.
I mean, you say that, but we've been casting Mickey and Hylissang for 2 years, so...
Your flash is for Q flashing,
yeah.
or R flashing. It is a playmaking champ. Is it a good playmaking champ? No. But will you do it anyway if you're a European support? Hell yes.
Yeah, so it's kind of the bare minimum that we've come to expect. Nice play overall as MVK slowly start to close the kill difference. The thing that I'm concerned about is that while the goal difference isn't that dramatic, this Twitch is relatively unscathed in the laning phase. Camille, which I think can be a very good matchup against the Gnar, has kind of been shut down thanks to the impact of Sheo, and a mid lane matchup that, as Aragon was saying earlier, can be very volatile, has been stymied thanks to some creative plays from BDS. I feel like BDS did a good job in the early game of recognizing all of the scary points of MDK's draft, and they've effectively been able to mitigate them, at least within the first 10 minutes. The only thing they really need to be concerned about is the rate at which Elyoya is accelerating, and this Zyra is getting very strong.
Yeah, really big mid lane gap in terms of items right now, so all the raw trades are going over to the side of Nuke. But they're trying to, MDK are trying to roam towards mid lane to punish Nuke's flash. Smart recall here though by Moen. Identifies he is chunked, Sheo could be topside, and the dive there is incredibly free, especially with Mega Gnar timing on that wave crash.
You can see him delaying the TP. Elyoya moving up first. I imagine TP comes in now. Yeah, once the wave is done and once Elyoya is in a position to respond. Good call out there, Aragon. And now Mirwan, safe to farm up this wave. If he had TP'd in sooner, or if he had backed later, very well could have been dead, but playing with the appropriate level of caution. Sadly, it does cost him a plate, though, and Adam only getting further ahead. 1.1k individual gold lead. Huge for an R at this point in the game.
I like asking top lane experts because most casters never go to that lane.
Okay. Most League players never go to that lane. 4 out of 5 League players have never been there.
How scared are you when you see a Gnar with 1k gold lead ahead?
It's miserable. I mean, he can't really kill you unless he's mega and he combos you in the face with some help. But you could still kill him if you have the bunch of setup, right? Especially when he's mini-Gnar. It's not too bad. Maybe once he completes Triforce, you know, you're a little bit more worried about a rundown.
Well, what do you think about this dive?
Yeah,
I quite like the idea.
I think it's possible.
MDK.
He's trying to stack a rage as quickly as he can. Alvaro now coming in, isn't going to land the concussive blows. Bets big, buys him an extra second, flashing away to try to get mega timing, but the damage is just too high. MDK again punishing topside.
I think Adam does a smart thing in trying to lure the wave away so that it can aggro onto Alvaro. And then he tries to E, but I think his E actually got interrupted by Mirwin, which meant that he was forced to flash earlier than he planned. And then that set up for Elyoya to land the stun, which ultimately got the kill before he got the Mega Gnar. So I think he did his best in the situation. Ultimately, he got outplayed and MDK equalized the kills. So not a bad spot for MDK to be in. I do think in the grand scheme of their composition, I don't love the fact that they don't have easy ways to start fights. They do have pretty strong side laners, and I think that there's definitely scaling on their side, but how do you really engage against this BDS composition? And like, how do you propel the game forward if you do find those advantages?
I mean, usually you have Camille plus some kind of dive buddy, right? That's very, very common onto the backline, but you have Camille solo diving into the backline, over to Leah Rocks and Nautilus Hook, and I think that's incredibly hard to pilot, so it's on Mervin to find these angles, maybe on some flanks, and he's approaching from topside now.
Set up here, fight for the 4-grub buff. BDS just need to grab 2 and they can get out, and they're very close to doing it. Lower the health bars, healing now coming in. Sheo, quick smite, now they can leave. They don't really need to stick around, they don't need to get anything done. Alvaro gonna connect the ulti onto Nuke, but hesitance from the side of MDK. They needed to go a little bit sooner if they wanted to get this done. Alvaro tanking damage for absolutely nobody, and now it's Ice on the side. Knockup gonna come in big. Twitch ulti already there. Adam trying to find the angle, but the wall actually hurting the play a little bit as Mirwin's now ready to turn it. That one is not feeling good. Luckily, the minefield gonna stop any follow-up. Elyoya stopped there, but MDK is still getting a decent amount out of that fight.
Ice opens up onto the backline after all the spells are used, and I figured something more would happen there, but the damage is so underwhelming, even through the cleanse pop, and it's because he's on components of Bork, which are notoriously weak. So no play managed to be found there.
I feel as though the initiation from BDS was just handled very well from MDK. Like, you saw them use a lot of their tools onto Alvaro. I love the flash engage from Labrov to connect onto Super, but then Super's able to get over the wall. The Talia wall doesn't really separate anyone, and then the flashes come through from the other members of MDK to create that space. And I thought more flashes were used, but it was actually only Elyoya and Super. And immediately on the re-engage, MDK was just in a much better position. So perhaps moving forward, that's a great way for them to kind of start these fights off, have BDS be the initiators, leverage your Braum, leverage your Zyra to make it difficult once you've committed to then disengage and then chase them down with the fact you have a Camille.
I will say it's incredibly difficult for Mervin to play. He had to wait so long before he could actually pull the trigger and actually dive onto the backline. Once he did, he found a target on the Nautilus, but yeah, it's going to be really hard for him to pilot team fights.
But we'll say, while there is the 4-grub buff for BDS, they will start to spawn those mites. 14 minutes in, gold slightly favoring MDK. So what started very disastrous, you remember 3 kills in favor of BDS early on. Now MDK have really brought it back in a position where they're pretty comfortable. The Camille not doing too bad. 1-0-3 for Elyoya, already finishing the Leandries. Single items across the board for this MDK lineup outside the Braum.
Yeah, I will say Elyoya is kind of the key that brings this whole Mad Lions roster together. He's really good at having the confidence to force a lot of these initiations, and he finds great angles, especially on this Zyra, to make great plays happen. I mean, we've seen these plays before. I think it was even when they played against BDS, where he flashed over that wall on your screens to land a multi-man Zyra ultimate, catching BDS completely off guard. So I think that as a player, he's a key, and the fact that he's 1-0-3 right now is very important to their success.
Yeah, and very important for MDK. We've seen as times have gotten tough, right? They weren't as reliant on him as to be an individual playmaker in Winter when they were just a bit ahead of the curve in terms of team synergy, but now really relying on that veterancy and that leadership. We heard GB talk about it, right? This is a guy who can take over a game, who can play the carries, and MDK are finally looking to leverage that. But for now, they need to be worried about this mid lane tower. Did manage to grab Herald on the side of BDS. MDK doing what they can to hold on.
I will say it's not just Elyoya though. This game especially, Alvaro and Elyoya, historically, these two past splits have been linking up really well together, and it's been Alvaro going towards topside, shadowing plays, creating dive opportunities, and finding leads, bringing back the game for MDK.
It's a great point. Now the Dragon did just go over our first one of the game, relatively late, 15 minutes in. But with Harold also taken in exchange for BDS, we imagine that these outer towers are going to start falling. Top has already fallen, bot as well. That top one for BDS is relatively low as Sheo ticks over to level 11. Adam is a bit hesitant to push, knowing that he's on the weak side of the map. He needs a little bit more information as to where the rest of MDK are before he can really look to make a big play towards that bot.
How are we hovering near mid? Now it looks like they've caught out Ice. Labrov not in a good position to follow up or respond. Excellent combo from Alvaro. Frescowi there to get the damage down. Clean pick and tower take from MDK.
Yeah, nothing really else to add. Clean pick is a great summary as MDK found a window. They recognize BDS looking to try and generate pressure on the top side of the map, and it's an isolated Twitch. He's not going to be able to get away. Nice flash follow-up from Alvaro, and MDK find themselves another pick.
I just think it's so incredibly hard for BDS to play the side lane right now because of that setup from the Camille. If you have a mini knight, you mentioned it, right? Adam can't walk up to hit the wave because of a 2k Fog of War unit travel from Camille into an ultimate and just being set up on with the ganks. He also loses side lane to the Tristana, so it's really difficult for them to ever get pressure, and they can just play side into mid lane.
MDK making the pick, making the proactive play. Excellent progress. Again, this was a team that scraped into playoffs, really. Were clutch in the tiebreakers, no doubt. Had to play 2 of those games back-to-back to end up here on stage. But in this game 1, fighting fire with fire against BDS. We need to see what the mid-game looks like, but for now, things are going very well.
Certainly are. One of the reasons I praised BDS so highly coming into playoffs was just because their macro has been so clean throughout the regular season. Honestly, like, the only really big mistake they made during the regular season was that game against SK where they fumbled that Baron, and there's a world where they could have gone 9-0. But right now, MDK are doing a good job of finding these picks. They're punishing these small windows. MDK definitely not the same 1-8 team that we saw at the end of the regular season.
No. Power taken down. BDS getting a bit more gold to even things out. Frescowi now going to full commit here. 3 members on the top side. Frescowi gets the reset on the rocket jump and is already on the way out. Valk forward from Nuke. Frescowi certainly dead here. The flash, the blast cone. Oh, the map coming in clutch. He's got another one to run to, and the rest of MDK are there to cover. The collapse does not pay off for the side of BDS.
That's the second Tristana escape we've seen today, which, you know, is not that crazy, but the fact that it's happened twice in one day.
Look, all I'll say is there's a reason, and this isn't really the main reason, but it might be one of the reasons this champ is essentially 100% priority in every single league.
And I will say, just building on that, I don't think the Corki Trist handshake's a handshake at all. I think Tristana's just the best champ in the game, maybe bar Rumble as Nuke. Should be fine, dodges the grasping roots.
Important. Bit of extra damage coming down, but manages to avoid the plant aggro. MDK now retreating. Labrov and Sheo stepping up. Sheo, of course, no ultimate means it's going to be hard to collapse from range, but Mirwin relatively low. Hook shot, though, makes it easy for him to get off safety, and yet another vision trap setup from MDK. It's like we're in winter. They're making it work. Mirwin, quick pick coming through. TP on the way in, and Frescowi. Ooh, looking to remind people why this champ is so damn good. Sheo going golden just in time to watch himself go down. MDK come alive in game 1.
A really excellent play from the corner of the wall, picking off Labrov as he face checks. And there's nothing to cross map because the tier 2 was already taken, so no consolation prize there. It's just a losing play for BDS.
It's pick after pick after pick. MDK have just been punishing BDS pretty much, what, for the last 10, 15 minutes now? We saw a great start to the game from BDS, but outside of that, they've not really been able to convert it into much else. We look back at this play, the Fog of War is what ends up catching Labrov out. A really nice trap setup from MDK. A beautiful Braum ultimate connects onto 2, forces Sheo to flash out incredibly quickly, but then the TP from Frescowi allowing for the chase.
Frescowi trying to sidestep here, Adam on the way in. Rocket jump takes him out. There's no follow-up. I gotta say, MDK, this is part of the reason why everyone was so caught off guard coming out of winter, moving into spring, moving into summer, when MDK struggled so much, because a lot of these individual players, Alvaro especially in this game, were so good in winter, and now we're starting to see some of those same levels of performance here in this game 1. That said, BDS continue to fire back, still able to take down these towers. They're not out of this game whatsoever, but MDK, I think, probably catching them off guard with this level of performance.
They have a Zyra and double AD carry. That Nash dies in 10 seconds. And I was really concerned by the fact that Adam was down bot side pushing. As
nope, it's always a vision trap, baby. Labrov, they keep teaching him this lesson.
And I mean, this top lane goal difference really doesn't matter. Camille is still having great impact on the side lane. MDK are now gonna start off the Baron. And I was concerned about their ability to engage, but they haven't needed it this game. They've just found pick after pick.
BDS, how do they contest this? 6K getting lower. Sheo in the area, wall. coming over. MDK uncertain. Cannot afford to falter here. Baron resets.
I mean, it's a scary thing to do against the Twitch. The ultimate can do a huge amount of damage in that confined space.
MDK's still walking up. Adam has a lot of rage. This is a very dangerous angle.
It's a flash hook committed from the Brov. Doesn't quite connect onto Elyoya, who flashes in response.
Yeah, the turn from the Baron was incredibly difficult because of the lack of engage, like you highlighted. They didn't have Mervyn, so they're just kind of running at them, hoping to land something like the Grasping Roots. That's the best thing they have. So it's very easy to turn them off of Nash and they get away as BDS.
Yeah, it's a great point because BDS, they just had to play the patient game, and that's exactly what they did. So Nash ends up staying alive for now. Only a small 1k gold lead for MDK. Look at the bottom of your screens though, you can see Super starting to gain a nice item advantage over his counterpart, a 1k gold lead for him. Now that the Ravenous Hydra is complete, this 1k gold lead for Adam almost kind of feels fate. Yeah. The Camille reaching this point in the game, especially with 4 kills, level 13, like, I feel like that Muin is not really that stressed. I feel like he's very capable of having a huge impact. He's more than capable of killing both the Twitch and the Corki. It just becomes a question of, can he actually do it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this game, Dragons have been taking so damn late that the only thing that matters is full topside vision control. Because if one person gets picked on either side, that's an instant Nash start. And both teams have double AD carry plus AP jungler, which means Nash dies instantly. So you can see all this topside control. No one cares about Dragon because it's not going to be relevant this entire game.
Poor Dragon.
Yeah.
Outdated. No one cares anymore. It's just Grubs forever now.
You're the old toy. Buzz is my new favorite.
Of all the things that we were going to get out, I did not expect a toy store.
Well, they're starting it.
That's what I imagined. I don't know, just Andy dropping the Dragon.
Yeah. Well,
here we go,
MDK,
Baron.
Very focused on Buzz Lightyear. 6k getting lower, Baron falling. TP trying to bring them into the pit, but there's no jungler in the area. This should just be MDK's Baron. Can they get out of the pit? Elyoya caught up against the wall, does not have the flash. He might just try to fight it anyway. Lebrov, good knock of Elyoya, taking his time, a little bit extra damage. Frescowi, excellent buffer on the Nora ultimate, but still, BDS, excuse me. Losing a couple in the process.
Wait. Did I need to check that. Did Super go in, or did he get
I think he was stuck in the pit. I think he was stuck in the pit, no, from the start. And opted to try and one shot.
Elyoya was stuck in the pit. Elyoya was stuck in the pit. He had no flash. Let's take a look back.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're going to get a replay right now. So the Baron is being started off. There should be an easy secure. Elyoya doesn't have flash, so the call should be to just disengage, get out. Alvaro's trying to keep his jungler alive, but at that point, he's kind of already dead. Really nice, but
yep, he went in.
He went in! Why?
I mean, he saw the angle. Maybe he thought with the AoE,
I guess
he could pull it off.
I guess maybe... I don't think
Runnen's completed static.
I don't agree.
I see it, you know?
Sure, I can see the but I don't think that was the play. I mean, maybe I have the luxury of hindsight, but I feel like that the Baron should have been the call there, and they just want and now they've lost 3 Barons.
But they've kept 2, crucially on side laners. Mirwin and Frescowi, both with Baron.
That's true.
They can still play on 2 lanes, and we need to see what they actually get, because so far it's a negative Baron power play. It gives them 1,500 gold, they're now negative 800. They've lost a lot of money since the purple norm went down. Maybe they can get something else here. Of course, both teams pretty good scaling, right? Camille obviously feels like a much scarier champion late game outside of the perfect circumstances for Gnar, but MDK aren't going to be sad to have a bit of extra time to get that 3rd item completed on their Tristana and their Zeri.
I will say 3 deaths for Baron is very close to not being worth. I'd say 4 is like completely suboptimal, but because there's 3 dead, you have to wait for everyone to respawn and then get everyone on the map again ready to push out the side waves, and then you could play the Baron. It takes a very long time. And it's going to hinder MDK's ability to push this lead.
They got a minute and 15 seconds, 2 waves really to play on. This one and then maybe, 2 more. And of course, Supa doesn't have the Baron. Frescowi does, but Ice already here to respond. MDK don't have a lot of members committed, so it feels like we're going to set up for yet another vision trap. Potential aggressive play here. No big objectives to take. Alvaro.
Well, I mean, this is the awkward thing, right? Typically, you'd use the Baron to start, in this situation, sieging onto the tier 2s if you're MDK, but because they lost that, or they lost many members, it's hard for them to really set up multiple points of pressure. In fact, BDS are just kind of answering all across the map. So we're now in this awkward middle ground for MDK where there's nothing really for them to put pressure on outside. Like, they're doing the correct thing, moving into the enemy jungle, setting up vision nicely. Let's see if they can get any significant damage done here.
I mean, one way for them to play on. Frescowi not really able to approach here means essentially this Baron could result in bot lane tier 2 going down, but BDS haven't given it up yet.
Yeah. BDS have a couple of avenues. They have essentially double global with a threat of Twitch invisibility as well as Talia, so they can play side extremely well. If they find Mervyn ever on side lane, they can pick him off. That's something they haven't done yet. Ice on this Twitch is just go to side lane with a side laner and pick off the side lane. But looks like they're going to push off the Baron siege anyway.
I mean, BDS is very comfortable in this position. They're quite happy to sit back, keep farming, keep scaling up.
I gotta say though, MDK, this is the one play they have, and this time BDS read it. 4 times in a row, the vision trap is laid, but this time it's BDS who are ready for it. Adam ready to go mega. Alvaro, nice flashback, super untouched for now. Frescowi off to the side. Double 80 carries are still alive, and that means disaster for BDS. It started so good. As long as Ice is standing, there's a little bit of hope. Adam running for his life, but the unbreakable, mitigating so much damage. Ice will make it out, but it's still MDK taking the fight. Adam inevitably gonna fall here. Maybe not.
The move speed from turning into Mini-Gnar, I mean, it's just going to buy a little bit of time.
Wall up timed well. No, yeah, it's a matter of time.
But that engage, Adam was so close to Mega-Gnar. They pulled the trigger with Sheo on the ultimate, and he can't follow up with the ult into the wall, I believe. It's so close. It's a couple more auto attacks.
It was a
close
exchange where I think Mirwin had massive impact, mainly because he just completely isolated Nuke off on the side, and that's the best case scenario for him, right? Where he's just getting an isolated 1v1 where he's confident he can win out against anyone on the side of BDS. And the snap engage definitely caught them off guard. You look at Adam, doesn't quite have that Mega-Gnar that you're talking about. The Zyra ultimate, I think, bought a lot of time, but Ice isn't there and Nuke isn't there. Meanwhile, on the minimap, you can see he's being cut off. He's being taken out by Mirwin, and then Frescowi joins the fight from a great angle, meaning that MDK, they were successfully able to weather that engage and then find a good re-engage.
Mirwin now tried to escape, though. Shot wall dive. 2 more seconds left on the cooldown, but he doesn't have a good extended wall to get away from. Nuke should just be able to finish off the kill. Nice sidestep on the rocket, the big one. Good damage. Ooh! He gets it! Good
Look at the pressure in mids. They're able to get that wave in. They push onto the tower. They should be able to secure this one as well.
I mean, Mervin on this Camille, they're sieging through mid, buying time to be able to do that. I'm so shocked by Mervin on this Camille because I had him pegged as a top laner who couldn't really play the meta stuff, right? He wasn't so good.
He needed the counter picks,
no,
right? We talk about the Varus,
he gets the resources.
We don't see him on the normal stuff, and here he is, Camille. Right, a champion that can take over a game, and he is taking over this game. 6-1 and 2, he's absorbing so much pressure. The only person with a gold lead on the side of BDS right now is Sheo, and I don't think it really matters. MDK grabbing another Drake. The good news for the side of BDS, as you highlighted earlier, no Drakes have been taken this game. There's no real threat of Soul. Baron, 44 seconds. BDS can be the team to have first setup. They will get first push out here on the wave, but what will they do with it?
My biggest concern for MDK was that they didn't have any engage tools, and so far that has not been a problem for them at all. They've successfully controlled vision to find picks onto BDS. They've leveraged numbers advantages to control space, whether it be around Baron or around Dragon. And then they forced BDS into engaging onto them, which they've then re-engaged and found good fights, with Mirwin consistently finding good angles to flank on and punish BDS. This is a game that I'm very surprised with how BDS are playing, because I feel like that they're playing right into the hands of MDK, and MDK is finding great advantages off the back of it.
And one of the insurance policies that BDS has leveraged more than a few times is Ice on these, late game scaling hyper carries. But he doesn't even have an Infinity completed again.
It's the same thing.
And again, vision traps. If at first you succeed, keep doing the same thing. And MDK never punished.
They do the exact same thing. They have numbers advantage. You force the objective. You force BDS to come into you. And now they're going to be forced to respond. It actually looks like they're going to concede it. They're not even going to bother. They're going to try and get other objectives on the map. But this time, MDK will get away with all 5 members with the Baron. It'll cost them 2 towers, but I think they'll call worth.
Labrov is having to face check to try and check if Baron is up. I wonder why they're not layering their blue trinkets to maybe check, because that Baron goes down so fast. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable and he feels like he has to go check. It's so annoying for BDS because they've committed their early game to getting grubs, but they can never use grubs because of the potential setup from the Camille, which means they just cannot generate a lead through the side lane. In the end, it's another Baron for MDK.
And we're at the point where, obviously, there's 2 AD carries on both sides. The Camille is scarier, and I think very importantly, the Braum is so much scarier. It is incredibly difficult for a player like Ice, even now when he has the IE, to find the right angle to approach these fights, because if he's a little bit wrong one way, Mirwin kills him. If he's a little bit wrong the other way, the Braum blocks all of his damage. And when we talk about how hard it would be for Mirwin to play against all this disruption, it's even harder now for Ice to have that late game carry impact against an MDK that is so damn far ahead.
MDK now sieging in the top side. No flash on Mervin, so if they manage to find some CC, maybe they'll lock them down with the Nautilus plus Talia combo. It is a lot of one-shot potential, but he has picked up some MR to maybe have an insurance policy.
Alvaro stepping up, taking a decent chunk of damage. All shock blades are not going to connect onto Sheo, and the siege just continues. Much more of the Baron they wanted the first time around. Good knockback onto Frescowi. Excellent hook to follow, but can BDS take the fight? They took so much damage up front from the Zyra. Labrov once again running as quickly as he can. Mirwin off to the side. Again, MDK under no pressure. They give up 1, they lose Frescowi, but they still grab the tower and they can walk away clean.
BDS are able to find the pick. You see how much damage the Zyro is able to do, but miraculously they get away with their lives. No inhibitor ended up dropping. The Baron, while it does secure a tier 2 tower for MDK, they haven't quite broken the base of BDS just yet. BDS holding on for now. The gold is starting to get a little out of control as this Tristana only continues to get stronger. Mirwin continues to get stronger. And really, I'm kind of waiting for that Ice Twitch pop-off moment. Yeah. We've all experienced it before, where the Twitch comes out of nowhere, you start absolutely decimating the fights that we haven't really seen from him yet, that we saw a lot of during the regular season when he was playing the Jinx in this era.
But what if MDK just put 4 people in this bush again? Like, it's a really good trick, I can't lie. It's just so funny that BDS are so far behind, right? They don't really have pressure in very many places on the map, so they have to keep face checking. This time around, it's Alvaro face check, but he's the Braum. Here's Supa, instantly gonna knock one down. BDS is trying to retreat. Ice invisible. They can open up. Knockback into the wall is good. As long as Unbreakable is there from the wall, Braum, they can't really do much. Yo-Yo throwing damage down over the wall. Hook shot, wall dive. Mirwin keen to follow it up, but has he overstayed his welcome? Now leaping onto the switch, he just one-shots him, but Ice stays standing. Ice, the Ultra Shock laser finishes it. Frescowi wants to end the game right here. Triple kill coming in from Ice, but it might not be enough. Adam getting taken down. Flash forward from Frescowi, but he knocks him back into the fountain. MDK in a tricky position. Now the tower, the TP coming in, but they can delete it before the TP finishes, and now it's Nuke all on his lonesome in a 2v1. He tries to get one back, but Triumph just comes in too damn clutch.
What just happened? That was one of the craziest team fights we've seen in a while. It ends up being a 4 for 3. Yeah. Ice did get his pop-off moment. He was able to turn the fight around as MDK heavily overcommitted for the dive, but then it devolved into this strange 2v2. The TP came in. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off with him trying to one-shot through Celestial opposition, which is impossible. It's a Warmox Braum with Lock at Celestial opposition. He lives. Then he turns onto BDS, and then you think MDK are overreaching because they all dive forward, right? They all send themselves forward, and the CC comes down onto Mervin, who can't then dive back line effectively.
Look at Ice. Look at Ice. Yeah. He's getting very low, but he just tears MDK apart, does a huge amount of damage. Nice response there from Supa, turning it into a 2v2. Then Frescowi with a bit of a misplay, thinking he has the damage, but he doesn't quite get it. I think it was the fleet footwork that actually gets Adam to safety, and then the TP just gets cancelled, which he now finds himself in a 2v1 that he almost gets a kill back in.
A quick thumbs up as well.
Yep, that summarizes our thoughts too, Elioy. Thank you very much. We get back into the action. MDK with still control over the map. They've gotten their 3rd dragon of the game. Soul will be next.
And Ice, crucially, not flashing that laser from Zeri. Now, whether it's a misplay or an intentional, that means he's going to be way stronger in this upcoming teamfight, potentially, at next dragon in a minute and a half.
As well highlighted because Elioya, Mirwin, Frescowi, Supa all do not have flash. Alvaro as well, all flashes down. Of course, likely that Elioya will have his backup and available, but so far this game, the lack of engage really doesn't feel like it has hurt MDK much. But as we get later into the game, as Ice is able to sit in the backline with his sums available, it is going to get a bit trickier. Overall, Corky Poke remains Corky Poke, though.
Yeah.
So he just gets a free pass to the top of the damage leaderboard. Is it real damage? Hard to say.
No, I mean, he's still doing a lot of damage, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can call it real when there's no sustain on the enemy team, right? It's sticking, unless it's to the Braum with Warmogs.
But speaking of sustain, MDK dangerously close to Ocean Soul. We've now hit the point in the game, 34 minutes in, where despite the fact that nobody took a dragon for the first eternity, there's still a soul right around the corner. BDS going to be put in a position where there are going to be 2 active objectives on the map. Luckily for them, the timer between Dragon and Baron heavily desynced.
Could be a 40-minuter.
You're realizing the awkwardness, though, of MDK's comp, where even though this should be like a clearly one game, it is difficult for them to end because they can't just really start the fight whenever they want.
Another trap in a bush.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is kind of what they have to do, though. They control the space, they wait for BDS to face check, they find a pick, and then they start the objective. I think they've done a great job of recognizing how their comp works and executing on it.
Nice hook to start, knock up onto Lebrov. Celestial opposition mitigates some of the upfront damage. Frescowi, relatively untouched, but this is a poke battle.
All gone now. They still have to face check, which is kind of a problem for BDS. Meganar disappearing means that BDS have, well...
Ooh, Blue Trinket. They know the objective hasn't been started.
Yeah, they don't want to face check that. They're paranoid. Lebrov, don't face check this again.
He has flash.
To get out. Hook back in onto the Braum. Not ideal. Mirwin coming around with the corner, but Ice uncontested on the 80 carry. He's going to try to delete Frescowi. The knock up there. Ice now following, looking for the expunge. One more auto to do it. Ice still standing. He has to be the one to make a difference. The Supa's already taken over. It's already a triple. They'll do him a quadra, maybe even the Penta. Ice wants to fire back. But here we go. Supa! Penta in game 1 of playoffs.
It's
what a start.
Denied by Elioya.
It was a quadra, and MDK should be able to win off the back of this as an ace comes through, and MDK set their sights on game 1 of this best of 3.
That was rude from Elioya. He embarrassed both me and his AD carry. And also BDS in game 1. MDK come out swinging, constant vision traps, aggressive play, confidence on stage. This team has been reborn in the LEC playoffs.
It took 3 Nashes spawning for them to be able to take down the base, and constant vision plays like you said. And honestly, I want to highlight, despite Super getting a quadra kill there, almost a penta, Mervin played really damn well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a super exciting game. Madline's definitely looking revitalized. We'll see if they can continue that form as we go to a quick break. See you in a bit.
Red Bull gives you wings. There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
and welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs as we see, I believe, Team BDS sitting outside and playing outside. Oh my god, yeah, okay, Farmers. I mean, I hope they can join the studio for second game, honestly, because from what Niski told us at the beginning of the series, he was expecting a one-sided one on the side of BDS. None of that happened. None of it.
MDK came out swinging. It reminded me of the MDK of Winter, where they're just completely popping off and being creative all over the map. Goon squad of Alvaro and Eluya seem to be back for this game. They've been having a great game, to be honest. They've been the catalyst of everything that MDK needed them to be.
Yeah, I think they also just kind of understood how these two compositions had to play out, especially because of the general lack of hard engage on the side of Mad Lions. They realized, okay, we can't just throw our bodies at the play. It's actually better for us to just let them walk in into Zyra, into Braum, look for picks instead, and then work off numbers advantages. That's how you win the fights with this kind of composition.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't need hard engage if you're just sneaking in the bush like this and just waiting for the opponents to come at you. But let's review the early game from Mad Lions here, maybe to see where they made the break in the game. Because for me, it came from the top side. Yoya and Mirvin working great together.
Exactly, because Merwin was having a little bit of a rough game, to be honest. He's been the focus of early ganks. He's been struggling 1v1 in the lane. But right now, as I said, the Goon squad is here. Eluya and Alvaro pulling up and just helping Merwin, because Merwin is a very, very important member of this team squad and everything that MDK needs him to be, and he's falling behind in the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you think back to Winter as well. You brought up Mad Lions in Winter. A lot of the success they found was through Mer, and then a draft like this, if you don't manage to get picks, well then hopefully you can rely on a strong side lane like Camille. It didn't always quite get to that point, but of course, getting up there to ensure that they've got this strong Camille to try and enable some of those team fights or a strong side lane was definitely a core condition for them to play to.
Regardless, exactly what he said. When Merwin was being put behind earlier in the split when MDK was in their slump, he was one of the main reasons as to why MDK was underperforming. And right now, MDK seems to have gotten this second win because they always say, why are you playing good? Is because we have the confidence and we're going with the flow and everything. But now they realize that going with the flow means enabling Merwin, because this 1v1 matchup, as I said, it is quite rough. But right now, they enabled him, you know. League of Legends is not 1v1 game. You can have friends. Not a lot of us do, you know. But, yeah, when you have friends like Eluya and Alvaro on your side, you don't need more to have a great game.
And that's the thing, it's often going to come from Eluya enabling the rest of his teammates, maybe creating space for them and allowing them to actually get out of lane in a good state here. And I know that when I've talked to him in interviews, he was telling me how much he's helping them finding their strength and finding the team cohesion that's going to make them win games. Do you feel like that's what we saw today and for now, Jamara?
Yeah, I mean, in some of these fights especially, right, I think this initial engage here from BDS looks super promising. They've got the Nautilus on top of the Zeri, but everything is effectively stifled by all of the Zyra's kit, all of Elyoya's kit. And you see it time and time again throughout a lot of these plays. BDS are diving, Elyoya's finding really high value ultimates or roots, and it's just preventing a lot of the advance from BDS.
What I like to pinpoint as well is that in the previous team fight, Twitch had a hard time hitting, but right now Braum is on cooldown, and now he's just ratatata all over them, and this team fight seemed to be really lost. The game was really bad for BDS, but all of a sudden they get this random 3-4-3 in the enemy base. The game stalls a bit, but sadly it is not enough.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, we didn't see Twitch in ages. I was expecting the rat to XDD a bit more on the on the Rift, and it didn't happen actually. So not enough time to scale, not enough tools to do so.
I think it's a hard game to play as Twitch, right? The Twitches are old school. Well, I say old school. Zeri's not super old as a champion, but that was kind of one of the first innovative picks that came out to try and counter the Zeri. When you've got to deal with the Braum shield, when in general you can't engage, so you don't really get to open up frequently without getting blown up in response, it's very difficult to play that out as ice.
I just think the team fight, not the team fight, excuse me, the team comp was a little bit janky from BDS because you have Nartalia and the Twitch. I feel like there's not enough, you know, lockdown for the Twitch to just pulverize the team fight, because usually you have the champions like, or maybe a Sejuani as well, where you keep everything static. And also the Braum pick just did a lot of disservice to the Twitch because he just couldn't find any good windows to, you know, pull the trigger.
You want to take a look at what we saw from BDS? Then we had a checklist here, and I think it's gonna become, I don't know, maybe a list of things they need to do again. Yeah, a to-do list, I would say, here in this playoffs.
In all fairness, they hit a fair few of the boxes.
All right.
Right.
We can delete a couple of them, to be honest, from this game.
Yeah, that's
we definitely can.
The objective control,
Ice champion, yeah, Ice champion pool diversity. definitely hit the mark.
We
like
saw that,
Twitch,
yeah,
right?
but with the objective control, team fighting, it just wasn't it, you know. They brought a lot into the series. I was quite happy with what they've been cooking, but I feel like they've been caught off guard by, you know, MDK's decisiveness, and to be honest, it's a little bit unconventional how they've been playing with the Goon squad, because you don't really expect the Zyra and the Braum to just be everywhere on the map.
And they stay on blue side this time, so I feel like they have something going. But for me, it makes sense that we know that BDS, if they go back to basics, they go front to back compositions, and they don't get carried away or, I don't know, maybe surprised the way they did right now. We know that they have the tools to win game like this. So staying on blue side here, Jamara, after having lost game 1, what does that say about BDS to you and what you're looking forward to in game 2?
I mean, I think for me it says they're not over displeased with the draft. There's just certain small aspects of it, i.e. the Braum existing when Twitch is on the map, right? Maybe a different AD carry. Not that Twitch was the problem, but it's that Twitch doesn't get to play the game. Maybe a Jinx does, or maybe an Aphelios does, right? It's any one of those kind of picks for Ice where you can hyper carry later on.
To be honest, laning phase did go very well for all 3 lanes. They got a kill on the Twitch early in the bot lane, on the Zeri, excuse me, in the bot lane. Mid, I think, got a solo kill. Top lane 1v1 was always 500 to 1000 gold ahead. Everything went well. The skeleton for the draft was good, but I think they need to change it up a little bit with how much they want to draft to Twitch and leaving it open.
For now, the power of friendship prevails here in game 1. Let's see if BDS can come back in game 2. Casters, over to you.
I can't keep up. Which buzz phrase are we going power of leadership or power of friend? Because everybody's doing good, or is it power of friendship or back to friendship?
Alvaro.
And Mirwin, though, to be fair. Yeah, big props to Mirwin. That was a team game.
Here's how I see it, right? Life is like a ladder, okay?
Where are you going with this?
The carries are the ones that ultimately climb the ladder and sit atop it. But someone needs to build the foundation of the ladder. They need to hold that ladder together, and that is what Eljoya and Alvaro do. They provide the ladder for the carries to walk and climb. You see? It's a beautiful analogy, if I do say so myself.
I'm glad you self-praised there. Just in case either of us were going to roast you. You wanted to make sure that somebody you knew yourself.
Praising myself.
Well, good news is we can all excel at praising MDK for that game 1, because again, I think it's important to state how big of a turnaround that level of performance was. And while it's easy to raise criticism of BDS, certainly they did not play a perfect game. Not a perfect game would have beaten regular season MDK many times.
Yes, it's true. Yeah. It's such a massive turnaround, and I mean, I said on Euphoria that, like, sure, they played well, but they played well in their tiebreaker games against the bottom teams in the LEC, right? To be able to translate that into performance against BDS, who've been consistently a top performer, not just this split, but throughout the year, is a different challenge entirely. But so far, they've demonstrated that they can do it. And as we get into draft, let's see what the changes are.
And demonstrating thus far in an identical pick ban phase, with the Twisted Fate going to not get taken away. Instead, this time around, it will be the Sejuani, setting up maybe for something different in the jungle, not as concerned about Mirwin on the Twisted Fate.
Mirwin's TF going to be left open, sets up stuff like Gnar potentially. But my eyes are on B1. Are they going to let Tristana go through and give red side Tristana, which I feel like is completely illegal, or are they going to pick away nerfed Taliyah jungle?
I think
that is the question.
They've banned Alistar with the expectation of prioritizing
Rel,
you know.
I think it's Rel for LeBron, right?
It might, maybe.
This is most played. It's 7. Next champion in line is Nautilus, which just hit 2 after the previous game.
Is it Trist or is it Taliyah that they still want to prioritize? Oh, they are actually just going to insta-lock a Rel.
Commitment.
Wow. So we're giving over Trist again. That's a plan, and we're going to take Corki into it once more, run it back. I have my concerns. I
don't really care. I mean, don't get me wrong. I agree with you that Trist is super strong.
Yeah.
But I don't think that the Trist was the reason why they won the game, right? I think that, you know, Drakus, you made a great point, the analyst made a great point about how Braum did a good job of mitigating what a Twitch could do in the game, on top of the fact that Mad Lions were just very good at finding picks. They were extremely good at it. Like, the actual number of team fights we had in that game was, what, 1, 2 total in a 35-minute game? Like, I love the discipline that we saw from Mad Lions and their ability to play the map. So I want to see that from them again. The Tristana is being foregone in favor of Taliyah once again. The question is, where is this Taliyah going? The clear speed in the jungle was, of course, nerfed, but still, as a champion, still very strong. But we'll find out very soon where this goes for Mad Lions. Hang on a minute. Have we just swapped? Is that what the junglers have agreed on? Eljoya said, you know what? Let me show you how it's done, Charon's like, how about I just pick your champ that was really strong last game? Zyra Corki going to be the answer. BDS already drafting a lot of teamfight power.
Yep. I think now, do you pick Yone? That's typically the answer. We see into the Corki. Or do you like a Tristana? Of course it's Tristana. Of course.
Jackie's
it's
might
Tristana.
bring out Yone.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But going into second phase, I think for 80 carries, the best answer into Zeri, in my opinion, is Kai'Sa currently, and there it goes. After that, you have a bunch of different options. I think you could do Varus for some poke.
I mean, they'll probably just ban Jinx again. Because
yeah, that is
when
the
you
Ice
look
Classic.
at Ice's pool, that's all he's pretty much played this split. So no reason not to continue target banning him. Meanwhile, BDS, how do they shift? Are they going to now ban the Camille along with the Yasuo? Do they think there are other bigger threats? The Twisted Fate can be taken. Maybe they will either ban the Camille or maybe they don't even worry about the Yasuo anymore. The question is, what do they even consider a safe blind right now? Will it be Renekton? Will it be Gnar? What are they thinking?
So TF sets up a few champs. It can be Cassante. It can be Renekton, like you said. And Renekton would work really well for Mad Lions Koi as well on top of that Talia. It's a great duo. But I think when you draft double AD carry, you like a bit of frontline. So it could be a Cassante angle for them as well.
Is it time for full front to back? No more of these top lane split pushers.
Is that a Mirwin Classic?
All right, all I'm going to say.
Oh, it might be actually.
All I'm going to say is I've used a very advanced method of scouting that I learned from G2 called going to lolalytics.com and looking at champions with a high win rate. Nico Top's doing pretty good.
But we've also seen it from Mirwin before. I think it was in winter that he brought it out in playoffs.
Yeah.
And so you're definitely right that we're leaning towards Renekton by the looks of things.
Yeah. I think Braum would be what I take into the Rel. I don't really like the Rakan because you lose lane. So they lock that in. Great anti-engage into the Rel there. And now, what AD carry option do you have into Zeri? My options would always be Kai'Sa, and I would have locked that in earlier on.
It's so tough. I mean, Aphelios is the next hyperscaling carry. Again, Ice, one of the better Aphelios in our league, but this is a really difficult composition to play against as Aphelios. You have the wall coming in, you're an immobile carry. Tristana and the Zeri both very strong in their own right, and the Braum to block any of the potential burst damage that normally can be such a threat.
Yeah, so now, as Mirwin, do you have a classic pick that you want to pull out, want to reach down into your pool? Do you pick Cassante to lose lane gracefully but be a frontline for your team? Or do you go something like a Kennen? Kennen's really fantastic into Renekton and it's still open. Really on him, what he wants to bring to the table. Poppy as well.
Poppy an option.
Well, I mean...
I don't like it.
I don't love it, but when
it
you
works
look
as
at...
engage, it works as disengage.
It's more so that when... I think the primary engage on BDS is Labrov, and his only way to start off... I say only, that's probably a bit reductionist, but Poppy is good into Rel is the TLDR.
Yeah.
To pick it for that reason, I think I understand why, like, okay, sure, that's fine. But it's in the matchup itself, it's probably not going to be great. But maybe that Mad Lions want to have a little bit more agency of being able to play through the bot side of the map. Poppy is a pretty good weak side top laner. Overall, though, Mad Lions have a very similar comp to what they drafted last game. If anything, it's almost identical. The biggest difference is that they don't have the same side lane threats.
The biggest difference is that I think they have even less engage.
Yes.
They've said, what we need is more disengage. We decided Camille was too much engage.
And so they exactly, like Camille before could catch targets out, could find 1v1s. Now that's less of an option. Instead, you're going to be trying to create numbers advantage in fights by knocking someone away, potentially interrupting the engage, leveraging your range with double AD carry plus Talia to chip away at them from afar. Whereas I think BDS's is very straightforward. It's teamfight. There's a lot of teamfight power here.
I will say there are some champs in this game that have a really hard time functioning. And the biggest one to me is the Renekton. I think Rel can have a lot of issues as well, but playing into double AD carry, plus the disengage of Talia rocks, trying to dash over those is really, really difficult, especially since you're dashing into the Braum passive as well, and of course Poppy W. So is Adam, you might seem like a bit of an NPC this game, I think.
That's sad, because that guy has a side that says Chatham picked Garen. But he picked Renekton, and it's into a Poppy. So we'll see how Chad he can truly be as we get into game 2 here. Teams hitting the rift. BDS off to a surprising loss in game 1. MDK looking to keep that momentum up.
I mean, I was one of the people that said I expect our top 4 to 2-0 our bottom 4. I was not expecting MDK to play at the level that they're currently playing at. I have been pleasantly surprised. We'll see if they can maintain this momentum or if BDS can bounce back. They had a strong early game in game 1. But quite frankly, in the mid-game, I felt like MDK recognized their win conditions better and executed much better than BDS did. So props to them. We'll see if they can continue that and get a 2-0 today.
So once again, we have double AD carry mid lane, which, like we said before, was incredibly volatile. And the jungler that can gank and maybe capitalize on the HP trades. For example, the Taliyah, who can do a lot more early game proactivity than the Zyra, potentially capitalize on that early game. In terms of top lane, I think this is much more Renekton favored these days, right? Because of the introduction of a rune called Absorb Life, you really mana bleed these champions as an engagement
Crash down coming in. Aphelios, of course, has sustain and range on the level 1, but not a whole hell of a lot of damage. And MDK trying to capitalize on that, getting aggressive.
I think it's really interesting, the rune choices as well. El'Dioya seems to be a big fan of Electrocute. Sheo actually not going for Electrocute on the Zyra, instead going for the Comet. Has a little bit more poke damage, especially when we think later on into the game. But the advantage of Electrocute, especially on this patch, is nice trade goes in favor of MDK on the bot side. It's just that the base level at early levels has increased, whereas the scaling has decreased later on. So it is an effective just burst tool, or it's stronger than it was before on the current patch.
Yeah, the damage has almost doubled from 30 to 50, I think. It's really, really powerful. So any kind of gank into the mid lane or the top lane, or where I have my eyes on, it's going to be that much more impressive.
It's going to be tricky to navigate. Thus far, Fresskowy happy to have the matchup again, this time without a Twitch or a Taliyah showing their face super early on, but will be a bit quieter, I think, as a result. Top lane, unsurprisingly, relatively Renekton favored, at least for the first few levels.
So, again, the strength of the Zyra is just how fast you clear on it. What happens after the first full clear is that you have like 30 seconds to run between mid and top here as this Zyra to gank. I've seen dives into redives, and even then still making your camps respawning down bot side. So if the trades go well enough top, you know, you can maybe gank Mirwin. The trades are good enough in mid lane, gank mid lane as well. You have plenty of time to decide.
Lots of options. And Sheo, again, one of the big successes of BDS this season is him on AP junglers. Need to see if he can have that high impact early game performance. For now, though, pretty quiet, pretty calm game 1. I think the pace of the previous game has thrown me off because 3 minutes feels like 5 minutes is now. Fresskowy's getting aggressive. Sheo coming in behind.
Dead. Look,
I guess he should have the reset of the rocket jump. But Labrov is there. There's really no one jump that's going to save him. Root coming through as well.
Yep. I don't think Fresskowy got the last auto to proc the bomb, and then didn't get the rocket jump reset. So Nuke spacing there, denying that last auto attack was really fantastic. And like we said, that fast clear, managed to gank from behind and find the kill into Fresskowy.
Fresskowy is being bullied this series, that's for sure. His early game, he's just seeing a lot of visitors. Props to BDS being able to find these advantages in the early game, and that's going to alleviate some of the trading pressure that Fresskowy's been putting down onto Duke in this laning phase as early TPs are expended. But crucially, Sheo picked up the kill. And we saw last game what El'Dioya could do on the Zyra, and now it's Sheo's turn to see if he can have the same level of impact.
And in a situation where the enemy team, a lot of them going to need to come into range, the Poppy, see how Mirwin navigates the fights. Isn't really set up to be that big individual point of impact. Extended trade coming out here. Adam flashing back, anticipating a heroic charge, assuming that, but he had, okay.
No, that has to be logic there. I think you're right. I think that he was worried that he eased in. Maybe he gets interrupted by the steadfast presence, then he gets knocked against the wall and then potentially killed. But he definitely feels like that he was paranoid about Neo in doing something.
This is second game in a row. Someone's just backing on a ward. We saw this exact same thing from the opposite team. All right, taking their time. They've used both of their dash stop tools at the same time. Oh no, you got to coordinate the CC and the raid, guys.
I mean, he's hiding behind the wave to avoid the Taliyah Qs, but it's just a matter of time.
Goes through, heals, good damage, nice dash back. Oh, finally one tiny rock on the minefield will catch him and finish the job. A bit of a sloppy gank, but a successful one nonetheless.
Yeah, that wave state's going to be quite nasty as well. He's going to have to TP back and try and break it. Zyra is there if he wants to, and that could be a regank from El'Dioya, but he chooses to recall as well. Regardless, though, TP down, Mirwin's is as well, and it's just going to be relatively neutral.
Unfortunate sequence of events for Adam, ultimately.
Yeah.
He will be able to push this wave back out. He obviously has to be cautious of a regank, but that's exactly why Sheo is here, to potentially cover for that regank, provide information for his top laner, and maybe even consider a dive. The only problem is it's Fresskowy that has the control in mid. Look at El'Dioya as well. He's making a beeline towards top lane. The comms are clearly, I might get dived here.
The window of opportunity very quickly closing. El'Dioya just around the corner. If they want to go, they need to go now. Adam already taking a tower shot. He has level 6. He has dominance ahead of schedule. The Poppy getting cut down, but no! Oh, Sheo providing a dash out for him!
I was really skeptical that this dive would work because Poppy gets so damn tanky when she gets to low HP that you have to burst her instantly.
And now Sheo's in trouble. Frescowi here, happy to pick up a second helping.
Early game is falling apart. MDK can convert this into the grubs as well. I mean, what a blunder. I think Sheo was trying to stay close enough to the wall to soak up XP to get level 6 as well. Yep. But he doesn't actually get the level 6. They don't quite have the damage to make the dive happen. Alyoya even flashes over the wall. I don't know if they actually succeeded it or not, but he flashed, threw down the rocks, and then Poppy used the charge, trying to set up that stun combo. Whether it connected, I didn't get to see. But the idea there, really cool. MDK off to a great start here in game 2.
I mean, ultimately, it's a great read from Alyoya, right? Seeing from base that he could be Redo with no flash and that wave stack coming in as we see the dive now. But the thing is with Poppy, she has a passive, right? She has bone plating up as well, which adds to the tankiness. Where the lower she gets,
connect, yeah.
Ah, there you go. She gets so tanky with all the percentage resistances. And that means the one shot has to come out instantly. Otherwise, the tower's just going to mess you up.
And then Frescowi is able to find this collapse too. Nicely done from MDK. Yeah, I mean, great comms from Alyoya and Mewin. Like, we were talking about it prior to the gank, but the conversation was very much about, hey, I think I'm going to get dived here. And they do a good job.
And again, attention being paid. You can see here the jungle proximity last game, very high for a top laner. This game, no different, as Myrwn gets more and more support from Alyoya, which has been crucial because BDS have been thwarted now on the dive, which has turned the game back in the favor of MDK.
I mean, the question is, like, is Myrwn back? Because for the entire split, and maybe last split as well, you could argue he just wasn't performing up to the standards he was in Winter. I feel like he only performed best when he had a lot of help from Alyoya, and he acted as facilitator for Alyoya and these ganks topside, and individually, he wasn't performing well. But now,
look, 100% kill participation as jungler is 2-0-1. He has facilitated.
Okay, sure.
He has set up the deal. He has brought. The question is, can they bring it home? Because when we take a step back from this series, right? MDK, remember, because of how good they did in Winter, they have 200 championship points, which is a lot. SK, who finished first, have much, much less than that. And if they manage to get 5th and 6th, it's pretty much guaranteed that they will make season finals. And at the rate they're improving, since we saw them 2 weeks ago, they're going to be a very real threat. Now, I don't want to count my eggs before they hatch, but this is an excellent start for MDK.
It is. MDK, I think they're also a team that ride momentum very well. Once they have an advantage, they're not a slow team by any means. They showed that in their tiebreaker games where they like to accelerate where they can. And cameras on Alyoya right now. Again, I have to talk about how he is a lot of the driving force. There definitely seems to have been a shift in him as a player behind what he was doing for the team and where he's currently at.
Scowie taking a decent chunk of damage. Q flash from Lebrov, bit telegraphed. Scowie able to flash out in response.
But BDS have control over the mid wave now. It means the Dragon is potentially open for the taking. We look at bot.
Nice backstepping. He's got good guns for a 1v1, but Supa's still moving up because he knows he has his jungler on the way. Alyoya now moving in. Extra health coming in. Good use of the Severmole. Nice sidestep coming in from Ice. Going to keep himself alive, but not going to be able to get much else.
Nice fancy feet. On the other side, Alvaro gets massively chunked. This could just be a Dragon now for BDS.
The big advantages were that BDS have lost a lot of summoners. Oh,
nice flick. Lebrov now in trouble. Supa might not have ult, but he might not need it. Alyoya grabbing yet another kill. Sheo needs to backstep. Frescowi here waiting over the wall. As the unbreakable fades, they might be able to get aggressive, but Supa already coming in as well. Ulti there from the Zyra does absolutely nothing. Double kill for Alyoya.
I mean, more picks being gained for MDK. They're just punishing BDS across the map. They get the summoner spells out from Ice in the bot lane. They get the flash out from Lebrov as well. We look back at this engage, and it's just a nice collapse. The HP bars are low, but it doesn't matter. The CC is good. Really nice setup from Alyoya. Really nice damage from Supa. And then with Frescowi joining the fray as well. This Braum is just getting so much value for MDK.
Yeah. Double AD carry, all the on hit with the CC from Talia as well, finding a pick onto Lebrov there from the bush. And I have really big concerns about BDS now and how they pilot their composition, because even whilst even from ahead, it's so hard for some of the champions to get into the fight. This composition that MDK have drafted, love people coming into them, and that's all that some of the champions on BDS like to do.
That's tough. Lebrov and Adam both want that engaged, and unless they're flanking, it's usually pretty telegraphed. So many tools to disrupt, to interrupt, or to stop the follow-up in the form of the Braum Unbreakable. It was clutch in game 1. It seems like it might be on the road to do the same in game 2. Adam and Myrwn. Adam still winning out in terms of gold. He was able to grab a few plates despite the early deficit. We see a fight on the top side. Ice swaps over on the guns. Lebrov getting lower. Decent engage, but again, Alvaro Unbreakable is such a good ability. It has to be the most broken basic skill in the entire game.
It's, yeah, pretty solid. And MDK are making it work for Scowie. Is he in danger, or is he going to Tristana out of this?
He is indeed going to Tristana out, but Nuke says, no, he's not! Hey, baby! Snipes him out of midair.
Nice play there from Nuke. Someone needs to step up for BDS, and he puts the mantle on his shoulders. Gets a solo kill. And alleviates some of that pressure. Now the Grubs going to be the point of contention, but they don't have their mid laner. So MDK, they're saying we got to back away from this one. We'll concede this for now. No dragon secured. It's looking like another late one, gentlemen.
Yep. Nuke playing so well, especially recently. I remember the last Fnatic game as well, solo killing Humanoid. Just on a tear, recent performance. So very well played from him, finding that Q auto, flash auto.
And important that they build an advantage somewhere, right? We saw in the previous game how hard side lanes were for them to play. When you have the Renekton into the Poppy, when you have a Corki with a lead, things are, you know, a bit easier as we start to approach mid-game. Herald, 2 minutes out, both sides with 3 grubs. It's not going to be the most effective. We don't have the 4 grub buff that we saw in the previous game, but Alvaro very confident to walk up here, but is he overstepping? Nuke waiting around the corner. Knock up chain CC, but that's all that's in the tank for Labrov, and they're forced to just back away.
Braum does not care. He needs to care now, though, because Zyra is here. All right, I mean, we saw this before from MDK in the previous game. Just control the space, and by space this time, it's all about the red buff. They get the smite, the secure is down. They're happy with that one.
Elyoya is playing with so much confidence. 4-0, already has first item, so he feels confident to go towards this red buff and contest it, but this 1v1, Q damages a lot. He walks forward. On components, usually you don't see Corki do that much until he gets Triforce, but he gets the flash auto attack, and
yeah, the Q doing some serious work there for Corki. Well played by Nuke. Meanwhile, Adam, even though the early dive, the early flash didn't go his way, he's turned it around nicely. Alvaro now.
Has to be careful about stepping too far
Is he in?
forward.
No, he's not in danger. He's Braum.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be saying that. I get it now. I didn't understand why they added him to the fighting game. I get it now. I understand why he's there. This guy does not mess around. I don't know if he'll do anything in the fighting game other than block.
He does a really cool move.
Okay, because even if he just blocks, it's got to be pretty effective.
There's this like move where he goes from one side of the map to the other, like sliding on them with the shield.
Oh.
It's really, really cool.
That does sound cool.
That does sound sick. We've seen Alvaro try to replicate something similar. But now, BDS hoping to set up for a play on the bottom side, but Elyoya waiting in the darkness. Ice push back on the wall. Labrov immediately trying to get the counter engaged. Excellent ulti coming in for Sheo. And it might be the turn back. The Unbreakable about to fall away from Alvaro, and now he's a dead man walking. Double kill for the Zyra. BDS, nice punish.
Yeah, Elyoya making a play on side lane. 4-0, so many items, but the counter range comes in from Labrov. Managed to pull it off one shot onto that target. Great read coming in from Sheo.
Yeah, Sheo is in the perfect position to respond. His ultimate able to connect onto all 3 members, I believe. And the engage from Labrov, you'll notice that the rocks weren't able to come out in time. He flashes in, connects the engage before he has that opportunity. Airborne into root, into then the ulti, into the Zyra ulti. It's just a perfect wombo combo. Ice, I think, connects his ulti as well. And it's just, everything comes together. And this is a great demonstration of the team fighting power of BDS. A lot of crowd control with their composition, a lot of AoE damage. So if they can find those fights, it's going to be hard for MDK to execute. But the question is whether or not they can find the fights that they're looking for.
And part of the reason I think BDS prioritized the Zyra in a game like this, because while in theory, you know, you can get a lot out of the Talia, the wall, the mobility. If people walk into the Zyra, you are guaranteed to do so much work. 3-2-1 now the scoreline. The entire top side for BDS suddenly finding themselves with a lead. 2K advantage, getting bigger. Ice not going to be threatened much here. Labrov shadowing, but should just be able to walk up with 1 or 2 autos, courtesy of the Chakram. Poppy base damage is good, but not that good. Nuke, though, now in trouble as once again MDK are fishing for picks. Alvaro there to body block the damage and a shutdown into Supa's back pocket.
Alvaro making picks again on this Braum, finding them onto Nuke in the mid lane. I feel like I've seen this over and over again this entire series. Going to convert that into now in the Rift Herald.
But can they convert into the Rift Herald is my question. You look at the minimap, Adam is making his way up, has the TP available. Supa's only on 50% HP. Poppy's in a good position to collapse, zoning Ice away from the fight.
Yeah.
It's a tense situation.
Anyone can create numbers advantage with that ultimate if he chooses to.
BDS moving down 3K. Hex Flash going over the wall. MDK pulling back. They cannot finish before resets. Labrov now engaging Adam right there. He should just be able to double dash in. Flash in immediately. Calling the Meek. Looking to devastate the MDK backline, but the double AD carries are still up. Supa and Frescowie not too strong yet. Just going to be forced off of the objective.
Adam makes his presence known in the fight and finds a really good angle. Ice was getting soloed off by Mirwin, which made me think, oh, maybe it's going to be difficult. BDS won't have the damage, but the Renekton found his way onto the backline. Another nice engage from Labrov, and you can see why this rel was taken away from Labrov in the first game. His most played champion of the split, and he's making it work.
Yeah. Mirwin on this Poppy was zoned off. He couldn't follow up to be there to interrupt Labrov's dash, but now, potential extension on the play.
Mirwin just wants to be topside, I suppose. Frescowi should be able to knock down this tower, but might have to give his life to do so. One extra auto is going to dash back and use the ultimate to walk away, but has flash as well, so he'll be just fine.
So we kind of reset, wait for the next objective. Dragon is available on the map. Super needs to go back to base as Nuke is already here. Ice pushing out the mid wave means that BDS do have advantage in terms of control over the map right now. Rise is set in this bottom tower as Labrov tries to provide cover. Ice should be able to get the push on mid, which means they can then move into river first. The vision already being cleared out, and Frescowi also has to go back to base. Of course, he does have the TP, but the point is that BDS is first to this objective. I don't know if they feel confident enough to start it, though. See, Renekton has a TP advantage over Poppy, and I feel like BDS should feel confident to just start the objective and leverage the fact that Adam can get there ahead of Mirwin.
Yeah, Adam's trying to run him down now with the Conqueror and the red buff. He does have back cleaver too, so it's possible.
Autos. It's going to take a lot of time, but the dominance indicates he's trying to make it happen. Gets a bit extra rage. TP now coming in. Adam going to dash through and just dash out again. Gets that summoner spell essentially for free as long as he can escape, but Elio is here to make sure it's not that simple. With the minefield and Mirwin, there should just be no way. Flick back connects. Nice side lane punish, but it's going to cost so much from the side of MDK because in the meantime, BDS are making the play happen in the mid lane. The Herald already charging. Supa's going to ulti. It's going to take Alvaro out of the equation. The charge now coming in, and BDS continuing the pressure. Supa trying to clear the wave desperately. The mid lane tower still standing for an extra moment. BDS desperate to knock it down. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Frescowi keeps up the pressure.
It's a good response from BDS because they secured the mid tower, they secured the bot tower, and they unlocked the dragon as well. Exchanging that for just your top lane, and when you even got a kill onto Alvaro, BDS is more than happy with how things played out. That's going to be the first dragon of the game. 18 minutes in, we're looking at a very late Dragon Soul once more. But MDK, they just kind of had to respond to the pressure that Adam was putting down on the top side of the map, and it ended up costing them a lot.
Yeah, Supa though, not afraid to step forward. Ice forced to use the ghost here, just a backstep. Scared of the potential flip coming in from Elioya. Poor Dragon. No focus, no attention.
It is interesting. Like, these teams know what they like, right? They really don't care about dragons. And I think what we're going to get is these 20-minute Baron contests again, where full topside vision is managed, and it's going to be about starting this, trying to find a pick using these vision pockets, and turning onto the Nash. Both of these comps have double AD carries once again, and Nash is just going to fall really quickly.
The biggest difference you're seeing between Game 1 and Game 2 is exactly what we talked about in the draft, though, and that's the absence of the Camille. Earlier, it was Mirwin who, even though he was put behind early, could still generate that threat on a side lane, and it was never really addressed. Aragon made a great point where I think BDS could have leveraged Twitch, shadowing Adam in a side lane, potentially looking for picks or even nuke, but they didn't really do that, so he was left unchained to do whatever he wanted on a side lane. He found a lot of great flanks and angles in the fights. However, this time around, it's the Renekton that's putting this pressure down. It's the Renekton that they're struggling to manage, as Nuke just kind of trades farm back and forth with Frescowi, so BDS have a lot more control and options on the map this time around.
I will say they've traded Camille's ability to find flanks and angles for even better frontline, and when I look at both of these team comps, I just look at the frontline difference. It's night and day. Brom Poppy is way, way tankier than anything that Renekton can build, the same with Labrov. So if this ever goes to late game, you know, if we get another 35-minuter, I don't think that BDS are going to be able to hold a candle to the front line of MDK.
It will be tough. We'll have to find good angles for the Renekton, potentially clutch engages from Labrov. He's made it happen before, but MDK thus far unfazed. Gold 2K in the favor of BDS. That lead split pretty evenly across the team, but important to note that a lot of the main carries are on 2 items. It looks like potential recall coming from Aurelia could allow him to get his second. So the gold lead functionally not that different in terms of itemization for this next fight, but Ice conveniently, or incredibly well timed, excellent guns to start an objective, something MDK are going to have to respect.
2 items across the board. I think this is the strongest that BDS are going to get in this game. I don't think they outscale, and now is when I would like to see them pull the trigger. I think they agree. You can see Adam already shifting up towards top side, opening through top. try and find a pick here. They do have a lot of single target bursts if they find a stun, but this is where he's at his strongest. He has a Sterix Black Cleaver completed. He's not getting any better than this.
I'm hoping to find the angle. Scuttle Crab instantly deleted. MDK has to be careful as they walk through the
Labrov.
choke. Labrov ready to find the flank. Ice losing the chakram is going to hurt his damage output. Labrov, it doesn't seem like they want to pull the trigger here. Happy to just have mid for IO.
Follow that. Show was a little too far away. Could have been a good angle, but that might have all would have been just looked cool.
I mean, root on the Labrov, you have what, 8-9 second window before Unbreakable is back up?
A lot of the poke coming out from Sheo for the time being. Leveraging those plants to chip away.
It's so frustrating because even if Alvaro burns his E, Poppy's just standing there, ready to body block again. There's a Warmogs on that Braum. He's full health.
Look at Elyoya. He's on the side. He's hovering. Nuke just W'd.
Nuke W forward means he's not going to have it to get out. The TP coming in just to make sure that he is safe. And Elyoya now the one who needs to retreat. Labrov taking his time, knowing he cannot afford to burn his engaged tools too early. Frescowi shadowing, waiting in the darkness. Shows face for just a moment. Super ready to come over the wall. BDS think they found him in the choke. Alvaro forced to ult. BDS incredibly patient.
But look at the disengage from MDK, even stronger than what they had in game one. Talia is a very difficult champion to follow. You've got the Poppy, you've got the, well, just all of Braum's kit. And BDS can't quite find the engage that they're looking for.
I think BDS were trying to intentionally bait forward the Talia and then have Adam TP in to capitalize on that. That was a very obvious telegraphed kind of W forward on the Corki. You don't really do that in side lane unless you see where the jungler is. So they're trying to play with these mind games in order to find a pick and turn it around and then start Nash afterwards. They really have urgency to make a play on these item thresholds.
But all they got was a TP out of Adam.
Yep.
No summoners were used, the dragon spawns in 40 seconds. It's obviously not a major objective to contest for right now, but I very much agree with you. Like, Aphelios can be scary. One of my big concerns with Aphelios is like his range is very inconsistent depending on what guns he has and how comfortable he actually is to be able to hit onto his opposition. When you contrast that to Tristana, Zeri, and a Talia, they just have so much range, Mirwin.
Mirwin, bit extra CC, a lot of damage. Ulti now going to follow. Mirwin forced to flash.
Does have Warmogs, so those are some tools used for a flash onto Mirwin. No ultimate now for Sheo on this team fight.
The gold advantage at the bottom of your screen you can see is in favor of BDS across the board, but it doesn't feel that way in the game. Like, it's not really amounting into that much more control. We did talk about how this Renekton on a side lane is creating more pressure, but now that the TP's gone from Adam, he's not able to generate that pressure. So it's just a constant back and forth, as Aragon was saying, a lot of the vision investment towards the top side of the map. Dragon being soloed out, that's going to be picked up by Nuke.
DK can now step up to threaten the Baron, but they don't really
But this is what they did last game. You control the space, look for picks.
Yeah. Tier 2, though, going to be the cost, but Frescowi doesn't have the wave to finish it off, and Adam ready to cover if he needs to, waiting to see multiple members of MDK before he steps up.
I think BDS, their only option is to force a fight as 5 and plays as 5 because they can't play side versus the global threat of Talia. Poppy will just hold Renekton in the side lane, and then Renekton also loses to Tristana. So they really are out of options. They just have to try.
The fight. I really like that team fighting comp, but MDK just won't give it to them. They literally was like, no, we won't give you the 5v5.
And the problem is their damage just sticks so much better, right? Adam getting poked out, yes, he can start to sustain.
Wait, what if Labrov gets caught?
Oh no, good. Excellent knockup, instantly combo denying anything else. Mirwin could try to stop the escape tools. 2-3, looking for 4 on the stacks. Frescowi going in to try to finish the kill. Should just be able to get it from over the wall. Now getting out to safety. That's the pick MDK we're looking for. Alvaro forced to flash. BDS still with 4 members up, but they lose their support.
They finally find it, the pick. They are battered and bruised, but Warmogs, double
Warmogs meta
to the front line, and Alvaro and Mirwin can just heal that back up. Of course, that's going to be a little interrupted there, but MDK now have control around the Baron. They're making BDS uncomfortable. They're going to prioritize stealing away camps and looking for more picks.
I'm really surprised they don't just try to heal it with Warmogs and instantly start Nash. They do it so quickly.
That's what I was expecting, yeah.
So I'm, really surprised about that. They have a Talia plus double AD carry. They one-shot that, but it was only one
continue
dead.
to play cautious, it seems. They don't want to run the risk of starting the Baron. I guess they're worried about the fact that it's still a low death timer for Labrov, so he is able to get back out on the map relatively quickly. But also, some key items are picked up once we get back. You'll see Labrov trying to clear out vision, gets caught out. Really nice flick back from Elyoya. And he gets chased down. Frescowi, he's thinking, I can prop the Braum passive, but then he gets stunned up, then he gets very scared. A nice flash, along with the Poppy ultimate to knock the Renekton away, means that he's able to find that kill. Still on the replay, now we're back. But look at that itemization for Frescowi. Infinity Edge picked up for the Trist. And maybe that's what MDK were waiting for. They wanted to get that item pick up before now feeling confident to look for more.
3 items incredibly powerful for Frescowie. 3 items, of course, for Nuke on the opposite side, but Corki more that mid-game threat. Aphelios would be happy to have a third here. It's all going to be about upfront damage, so he's not doing too much. Wall there. Elyoyo immediately going to jump off. It's Ice who is isolated, but there's not going to be the follow-up. Wall angle doesn't really allow for it, and BDS actually the ones with priority over the Baron pit for now.
They really are trying to force fights with these item advantages. They are pushing top as well now, so they can run it into the river as someone has to catch that wave. MDK can just take control of this.
Mirwin, as long as he's in that jungle, he's such a massive threat. There's just so many walls. It's so free to get the stun. Follow-up is there as well. Elyoyo and Alvaro in the area. The amount of chain CC from the Braum combined with the Poppy. Tough for any team to deal with as MDK get mid-prio, knock down the tier 1. Once again, just return to threatening the Baron. Unfortunately for them, the Scuttle Crab is there. But Alvaro still hovering in the darkness. Blue Trinket spots him out this time around. Ice, excellent guns for the fight. The knock-up is there from Alvaro. Now trying to retreat, but Frescowie off on the side. Mirwin buying as much space as he possibly can. Mormog's going to need a lot of time. 8 seconds, timer ticking down before Mirwin starts healing up again.
Base and TP if you want. It's like, just look at the HP of the carries on MDK. It's all full. They're not worried. Adam being chipped away, Lebrov being chipped away. They don't have the same sustain.
Plus 111,
yeah,
plus 111.
MDK can play they can play time, right? BDS doing the smart thing here, trying to put pressure on mid, knowing that it's difficult for MDK to gain access there. I feel like BDS have to do something like force the Baron, to force MDK into within range of them, of their engage. But we talk about limited engage, you're very reliant on Lebrov. And in the draft we were saying, is this Poppy pick really going to be enough? It might just be mitigating everything that BDS can do to actually start the fights that they want.
Yeah, I will say that there was a small window there where Lebrov could have pulled the trigger. W was used defensively to try and run away with the move speed, but they had Ice split pushing in the mid lane. So they're playing this kind of two-pronged attack, attacking mid lane towers, whilst kind of half committing to the Baron fight.
It's part of the reason why I think we see champions like the Jinx banned away, obviously the ranged reliability, as well as the Kai'Sa, because they don't have that AD carry for Ice who can immediately reliably follow up. The good news for the side of BDS is now that they have Lord Dominix, Mirwin isn't quite so scary. We saw in the mid lane like 4 auto attacks with multiple shurikens. He took maybe a 10th of his health. Now it's going to be a little bit of a different story, at least. A little bit more threat onto that front line, but BDS still struggling.
Sheo?
Gold lead has disappeared. Sheo taking a large chunk of damage. Ice going to find the root there.
Hey, at least you traded back half HP with Alvaro, right? Oh, wait a minute.
No Warmogs on a Zyra.
Why do I feel like we're just this is just an infomercial for Warmogs?
I mean, it's really strong. I mean, look, Alvaro back to full HP and the Baron's been started.
Does have 12k, not a lot of damage. Adam already trying to stack Fury. Again, nobody can dash forward until Mirwin pushes W. No, Yo-Yo pushes E. BDS, though, still trying to take space.
Lebrov is looking for the angle, but Mirwin is just kind of tracking him. He's ready to interrupt the engage.
They're just posturing, though. Look at the mid pings. They want the half play the mid wave once again.
Do a lot of damage if MDK group. Nice root.
It's a tense moment. BDS are looking for the fight. They know that this could be it. Elyoyo on the flank, though. The wall?
The wall is going to be big. Mirwin trying to find the knockback. The rest of the fight going to fizzle. Ulti from Sheo to try and disengage, but MDK, again, I think still coming out on top. They don't lose too much. Flash from Sheo used on the side of BDS as well as his ultimate.
But now BDS are the ones benefiting because they're the ones that get the push in mid. They'll secure the tower. The longer the BDS can keep MDK here, the better.
Pressure's on now. MDK forced to start the objective because Ice can threaten
Look
on
at
the
Lebrov.
next wave. Adam, what can they do? Lebrov on the flank. He will be spotted by MDK. What is the call? They need so much discipline for MDK. BDS descending. Pressure on them to get into the pit, but instantly Frescowie off to the side to try and deny the engage. They only managed to find one. Mirwin still standing tall. Alvaro blocking as much as he can, but Ice is untouched. His ulti goes completely wide, and now the follow-up is just not there. Super ready once again to take over. 2 kills already coming through. Maybe this time around he'll be able to grab the Penta, but BDS retreating well, staying grouped. Not going to give that opportunity for any more kills to go across.
They turn on to Lavrov, who was on the flank. You could see Nuke's plan there, just to purely turn on him. But now you're seeing the weaknesses of this composition. Renekton tries to dash forward, but he has to dash back out over to Leorox. He just ends up CC'd and dies. It's incredibly difficult, despite all that attrition damage on that mid lane turret. It doesn't matter, the Baron's going to go to MDK.
A nice idea from BDS is snuffed out by the execution of MDK. I was not expecting... Well, I was expecting a 2-0. I was not expecting it to come from the side of MDK. They have been performing this composition to perfection, and they couldn't stop the Lebrov flank.
He's able to get on top of Super. He's able to chain CC a bunch of them together. And you think on this engage, oh, that looks good. But then the initial target dies. But then as they disengage, as you highlighted, he stuns himself. Look at the damage that they've taken on the backline. Meanwhile, this front line of MDK is still very healthy. For Scowie, not a drop of damage. Just very well played. They tank the initiation incredibly well. And while this has been a very Baron-centric series, to be honest, it's very easy to fumble around that objective because you have to play the fight well. And credit to MDK, they've been able to do it in both games of this series so far.
Definitely have. Sheo, Root not going to hit onto Mirwin, but won't be able to find the angle for the wall bang. And now pressure being set up mid lane as well as bottom lane. Mirwin doing the thing that Poppies love to do, which is you just charge the ulti. If you don't use it, it's like 15-second cooldowns. So you just keep charging it. Just keep threatening the potential for the disengage, getting extra space for Frescow to knock down the tier 2, but now Elio laying down the wall. And once again, more and more standing gold going into the pockets of MDK. 2K lead, just about looking to extend it more. And crucial that they do, because while they have been getting objectives like the Baron and matching and Grubs, it's 3 Drakes for BDS, and that will be a threat after this Baron fades away.
I mean, that is the question, right? Can BDS secure the 4th Dragon, despite, in my opinion, the compositional advantage that MDK have, as well as the gold lead? In terms of frontline, I think it's really, really rough. I don't think they're ever going to be allowed to secure it.
MDK setting up for the final tier 2. Should just be theirs. Again, 1.5 minutes left on the Baron. Plenty of time, plus 3.1k Red Bull Baron. Power play, much different than the first Baron they took in our previous game. BDS, I don't think there's much of a play here. Maybe a TP angle you can see. Corki hovered for a bit extra time. Nuke just going to finish off that item. So tier 2 drops. MDK, I don't think are in a great position to go for anything else, so instead just going to recall, get the items, reset on the map.
I think there's a thin win con that BDS have, which is a small range advantage when it comes to Corki rockets, as well as Zyra plants just shooting random pellets at the enemy team, because they definitely do outrange Zyra and Tristana. But whether that will amount to anything, I just don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, the other problem is Warmog's armor, right?
Yeah.
Why is it called armor when it only builds out of health? And why does it just let you ignore all poke forever? Well, it shouldn't, realistically, but again, there's no engage on either side, really.
It is a classic video game trope down Dracos to have armor be in quotation marks, okay?
Yeah, all right, fair. That's fair. Plenty of good examples.
Right now, they're just moving it, like they're doing exactly what they did last game, and that's the thing that surprised me the most. The level of consistency we're seeing from MDK is something that didn't exist in the regular season.
They got the red buff.
Reminder, this team went 1-8. Like they struggled. I say 1-8, sorry, they went 2-7. 2-7.
2-7.
And then tiebreakers.
And then that's 2 tiebreakers.
Yes. They beat Rogue at the end.
They beat Rogue, and then they beat Rogue again, and then they beat Vitality.
Yeah,
Which,
my apologies.
again, incredible in the moment, great, and then you take stock of where those teams finish, and you're like, oh, maybe
exactly.
It's not
and so that's why my expectations are like, okay, cool. They had good games against the 2 bottom teams. They've firmly cemented themselves in 8th place. Congratulations. And so I expected this to be a very one-sided playoffs where we would have our top 4 teams moving forward and our bottom 4 teams having to fight out in the lower bracket. And MDK said, screw you, Betty. We ain't doing that.
Yeah, it was really about you.
Yeah,
it was actually that moment where you doubted them.
Yeah. I mean,
forward.
when you eventually invite that, because now BDS can't come back on your 4A, right? I mean, that checklist ain't being ticked.
Look, all I'll say is last time we invited Supa on, he's just getting flamed forever now. So I don't know if they're going to be as eager as last time.
That's fair. But I mean, the main point is they're playing incredibly well. I like how they're executing their drafts. Let's see if they can close this out. The TP.
And TPing. Okay, creative angle here.
Oh, it is a good angle.
Unspotted, but there's no walls for him to knock anyone into.
Watch the wall.
Ice for now untouched. He's got good things for the AoE all, but the sustained damage is not going to be real.
Excellent
knock-up, but Sheo trying to turn back. Sheo going golden. Supa on the back line, completely untouched, and once again, the Zeri ready to take over. Adam tries to save the day, but the knockback from the Trist is there now, bro.
Red buff.
Is it the solo bolo? 1, 2. Unbreakable. It's 2x KO, baby. He's kicking the shit out of him. Let's go. Alvaro.
That's 4 dead on the side of BDS. Mirwin with a phenomenal flank. He's able to lock up Ice. The follow-up damage is flawless, and MDK making the upset happen. A 2-0 over BDS.
The dragons were lava, but we managed to find the team fight for the side of MDK from behind as well. They've shown they can carry out leads from ahead, and now from behind here. They can pick up this next Drake because it's actually not going to end.
I spoke with too much big.
Yeah, me too.
I thought that they were going to win the game there.
I was hyped. This is done. But it's not done. There's an angle, and of course, the later we get, the more power there is. But
this whole flank is all about Muin.
Yeah, I mean, look at Muin on this flank. I was watching for the wall from Elyoya here. I wanted to see if they did the combo, pushing into it. I think they tried. Fortunately, it doesn't quite connect, but still, Muin's flank here, double knock-up, it's huge.
It's such a great play. Labrov tries to get the engage, but immediately BDS are forced to play defensively because they see the flank happening. And then Alvaro finds himself, in quotation marks, a solo kill.
It counts.
It counts.
He's much better at footsies, you know, just outplays Elyoya 1v1. You know? It's like Daigo versus some guy, you know?
Some guy, yeah.
I'm kidding. It's so disrespectful to Adam. Especially because it's not, you're right, it's not at all a solo kill. Entirely a meme. BDS, of course, only 3K behind at a very late stage point in the game. 4 seconds till Baron. They are not out of this whatsoever, but MDK have been consistently executing better. Ice, the guns, blue gun, the ulti could be big. You can see Mirwin not as tanky as he once was if they group too closely. Now that the E is down, keep your eyes on Ice. Cannot stress enough how much damage this Avelio Assault will do against a group team.
Good damage onto Elyoya, though. He's not going to be able to heal that back up now. BDS forced the Baron.
Ice is the only carry with flash available in this entire game.
Back onto 2 carries. It's Sheo in the pit, ulting to try to give himself a bit more space. A wall to stop the BDS carries from getting involved, but still Adam's strong for a little bit more time. Ice off to the side, excellent damage to finish 1 carry. Now trying to follow up. Severum Q coming through the onslaught. Mirwin is not tanking anymore. The 80 carries. Nuke and Ice back to back, bringing the game back for BDS.
Ice, that entire fight, had blue gun ready, and they were all huddled. He got ulted away by Muin on this Poppy, but then he ults over the wall. He finds it onto Super and absolutely blows them up.
A single play might have just swung this game in favor of BDS. Keep your eyes on Ice. As he gets knocked back with this Poppy ult, at this point I thought, oh, this is a 1-team fight once again for MBK. A nice wall from Elyoya to separate them from the fight as well. The target focus, I think, gets a bit mixed here as Labrov still gets the ultimate down, but then look at that ulti from Ice doing so much damage. We go back to live, and then look at the game.
It's over. BDS looking to bring it back. Alvaro can block all of the autos if they don't split up. Blocks 1, but Nuke steps off to the side. He's happy to bring us to a game 3, BDS!
And just like that, a single fight was all it took. MDK were in control of the whole game, but a single fight was all BDS needed. We're going to game 3.
It wasn't around Soul. It was on the 17th Baron fight, but they managed to find it, and I'm so surprised and shocked MDK managed to pull that away.
Look, I have no idea what happened in those final moments. I know, though, that it was sick as hell, and if you want to see more of it, stick around. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, game 3 right around the corner.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
And we're back here at the desk after our second game of the second series. BDS come back here, and I have a lot of things to say about this game. I was very confused with what we saw. GB, what is the philosophical meaning of what we saw here?
Chaos. Chaos is what comes first to my mind, but I mean, I don't even know what went on in that last fight. I thought BDS was going to lose that and MDK was going to take it. Hell, I was on my way home. Like, I was on my way to go get chased. I thought the game was over, okay?
Don't say this out loud.
But I'm sorry, but it's true. I thought the game was over. Here I am.
What happened here?
Well,
tell me.
Great engage initially to just split up the fight completely to finally have a man advantage. And it's been a bit of back and forth. It's been a bit around the mid lane. It's been a bit around the Baron, mostly around this area, but it's just the fact that it's an ice cleanup, right? It's the Aphelios that finally goes untouched, that gets to have the space that he wants in a team fight, and with no engage or peel against him, he's just like, he's taking over.
Yeah, and it just feels like we've been waiting over an hour of in-game time for Ice to actually have a pop-off moment. The first game, not really his fault. This game, a fair bit of it, he was kind of shut out and shut down, you know, on an individual level, but he gets repositioned by the Poppy ultimate, he gets one good ult over the wall, and he gets to take over the game. It's a complete, you know, juxtaposition compared to game one where you don't get to play the game as Twitch. At least here, sometimes you get to play the game as Aphelios.
Yeah, and I mean, some wacky picks from MDK that did not quite work out, but I'm going to take the list once again, because I feel like we saw more elements that we were looking for in BDS here.
I think the top one you can still show. Like, Ice Champion Universe, we've seen a Twitch, we've seen Aphelios today, 80 carries we haven't seen too much of as of late, so that is perfectly fine.
One question for you guys. Is Lebrov an OTP rel? Or not?
Well.
Well, rel, yes.
I mean, the stats...
Rel, yes. I mean, the stats don't lie.
Yeah, the stats don't lie, but yeah.
It's not that he's per se a one-trick. He's a bit of a merchant right now. That's what I would call him. He's a bit of a rel merchant. I think it's obviously a pick that for BDS is crucial for them to function. They seem very, very, you know, not reliant, but they seem a lot more comfortable and confident around playing off of, you know, the Magnet Storm and then having a wombo combo tool with it. This game it was the Zyra. Other times it's been things like the Azir shuffles on Nuke. So I think it's just a pick that works very well. Not necessarily always inside the lane, but once the map opens up, creating pockets of Fog of War and then jumping out of a bush to have more drop-in damage on top of that.
And it's just always been a good pick for BDS, even in earlier season as well, when they were just known as that standard Nuke is on Azir, we're just playing pure team fighting, Adam has a wacky pick, but even back then, Lebrov was also on rail, and he was the one initiating these engages. They are just more comfortable when they're playing a champion like that. But even then, he had moments where this engage looked completely horrible, but he also had moments where, all right, you now made a perfect fight for BDS. And I think in general, was this game clean League of Legends from both sides? No, it was back and forth. It was very messy. And it's hard to break down because of that as well.
Okay, let's break down the draft then, because we've talked about Rel, we've talked about Ice in a late game AD carry that he can be empowered on. I do feel like we just saw what we wanted to see on the side of BDS, stuff that have been working with them before. What can we make of the draft from the side of Mad Lions, though? Because I see what they wanted to do, but I'm thinking that some champions were not used to their full potential here, or maybe other choices. The Populous pick, for instance, I'm wondering what
I think if you're just looking at it initially, the first thing that comes to mind is that engage can be hard. Just finding that first pick initially will be very difficult, and you saw that when they were skirmishing or just tap dancing around that Baron, because they're just standing there and they were just hoping that someone would walk into some of the CC that they would have available, and it didn't happen. So they clearly need something where there's just a bit more explosive power in terms of fighting these fights, because they want to take them, they just really couldn't.
Yeah, it just had to be a little bit more snappy. Honestly, it's very similar, or there's a lot of similarities between this game's draft and last game's draft, where for Mad Lions they want to make picks so they can actually have a numbers advantage, but they don't have snappy CC, right? And I think that's kind of the big problem. When you have something like Zyra, I mean, it's at least dodgeable, yes, but out of Fog of War, sometimes you just can't react to the root, and that was what we saw a lot of the time. It would be Lebrov face checking, they'll get the pick on him, awesome. With this kind of setup with Mad Lions, just the slight alteration towards Poppy, towards Thalia, it's not as consistent, and that was really the big thing. So maybe just shifting away, not necessarily from the Braum, because I think the Braum is working somewhere else on the map, whether it's out of the jungle role or whether it's out of top lane. They need something that's just going to pull the trigger like that, lock down a member, and then play a very similar style of game that they did to game 1 in game 3.
I'm actually wondering if the fact that some BDS members played honestly much better than they did in game 1, with better tools as well, is not also going to have an impact in how we can define game 3. I'm thinking of Nuke here, mostly. In the mid lane, we know that when he has the potential to carry, and when he does it phenomenal. And here, well, he made a lot of things happen here, I feel, for BDS.
This feels like ages ago, right? I wanted to request that to be like, yo, Nuke, he's still showing up, even in this game where it's not really looking good for BDS, but I really have to say, in this series in general, Nuke, yeah, he's still stepping up. But I gotta say, the rest of BDS, honestly, I expected better from what we have seen in regular season. Coming into a game like this, where MDK were the one who had to go through the tiebreaker just to get here, I thought they were gonna be struggling a lot more. But it seems like the break has really just given them more time to improve and continue to refine what they need to get better at. Whereas BDS, it kind of seems like they've fallen a bit behind in what they were so good at, which were the early objective, which was the mid-game macro and the team fighting in general. I just haven't seen it to the same extent that I saw in regular season right now.
Yeah, I think just dotting I's, crossing T's for BDS, slowing the game down to a reasonable pace where they don't actually allow Mad Lions to get these really weird invades. It was what they were very good at in spring and in throughout winter, where they would just kind of force numbers in. Mad Lions have been allowed to do that a fair few times in this series into objectives, and I think for BDS they've just not necessarily reacted in a in a strong way to some of these what can occasionally be audacious charges in from Mad Lions. So I think slowing the game down, having more consistent and solid setup, where it's like, okay, we have all the information in our hands, let's make our play. As long as they don't wait, forever like Rogue used to do. They're not here anymore. I'll dig at Rogue whenever I can.
Get over it, man.
Then BDS, I think, will have a much solider shot here in this game 3.
To sum this up, this series has been nothing I was expecting, but I'm all here for it. Casters, take us to game 3.
But every part of this series lore has been pretty sick, except for the part where they stood in front of Baron and procced Warmogs like 300 times for 5 minutes. Other than that, this has been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't... Mad Lions was the team that I'm not surprised that they've leveled up. I will say that I wasn't expecting this series to go the way that it has been going.
Yeah, you thought a little bit of levels, not like to the same. They didn't level up to the same level as BDS.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that there was quite a hill for them to climb, but hell, I mean, they've been doing some fitness over the last 2 weeks, and let's see, will Braum be banned? I think they need to really consider getting rid of it.
At least second rotation. Like, when you take Rel early on, or Leona, or Nautilus, I mean, your staple bans are going to be Alistar and Braum, pretty typically second rotation. We'll see. I think it really should be.
My suggestion for BDS would be first pick the Zeri.
Go on.
Then you give up, give up Tristana, Talia, it's fine. And then if you want, you can go for your then Corki and then Zara, which you've proven is totally fine. But I think that they need an AD carry that has more for Ice, personally. I think that Aphelios was effectively invisible and really hard to execute up until the very final fight where he got a really nice ultimate off. But I do think they need to put a high priority on this AD carry that has a little bit of safety and also just limit some of the range options that MDK have.
I do agree with you. I think AD carry pool might have gone a little bit too pinched last game and last champ select.
Well, they're not doing that. First picking Zara and said, you know what, we think this is the stronger AP jungler of the two.
And look, like based on what we saw in the previous game, while it did get off to an incredible start in the team fights, Zyra's reliable output was just much higher overall. So short of more really high early game impact coming in from Elioya, if he does opt again for the Talia,
Zeri Trist, I think, is just going to be the option, right? It's the same rotation as last time. I mean, they can take away Talia as well if they want to. Talia's been really hard to
What if we did the same draft 3 times in a row?
Guys,
just to be certain.
It's like Odoamne picking paper 6 times in a row.
He is a genius of rock, paper, scissors, though. He did win with that strategy.
He did. Well, maybe that's the Mad Lions strategy.
It's possible.
They're using their time to think about what they want to do, because clearly the priority is going to be Zeri Tristana.
I was going to say, it's like this is the best mid laner.
But they're not talking about that pick, right? They're talking about what they're going to do after. Sure. So that makes sense. They want to use the time that they have available to them. Obviously, it's not a lot that you get between choosing champion.
So is it going to be Nautilus Corki? That's the question.
I don't want to see
That's another run back.
I don't want to see Nautilus again. I think they should prioritize their AD. In fact, maybe even just pick bot lane. You have Azia, Talia. Oh, never mind.
Alright, okay, Corki.
It could be a Corki Nautilus Braum into Braum angle, or maybe a Alistar if we're feeling extra daring, I think.
Is LeBron ready to pick the Braum, though?
Oh, we drop it!
Okay, so this time they're going to prioritize the AD carry. I prefer this.
Good, yes.
It does, of course, mean that the support pool can be pinched a little bit more, as the Talia very likely, there it is, going to be locked in.
So we've essentially matched in the first phase. So either side can pinch either side's pool, but there's no mismatch.
It's going to be Braum ban from BDS.
100%. If they don't, I will be very surprised.
I do think this is really good, because last time AD Carry went through the second rotation, we just saw Kai'Sa Jinx bans, and just there was nothing left.
It was game 1 too, right? They kept the same strategy going.
So now, what are you going to do? You're going to facilitate counter pick on R5 for top lane for Mirwin again. I feel like that's your best strategy. His classic picks are up TF. If you want to ban TF to set up your Renekton and your Cassante blinds for Adam.
What if no engage? What if Enchanters?
I mean, this makes sense. They're going to do the same top bans. I mean, they know they have to blind pick top, so why bother pinching support? Means that they're quite happy to give the Braum over, I guess. Which, I mean, I get. But I do think the Braum has been a problem.
Yeah. I mean,
BDS disagreed with me, though. So, I mean, that's fine.
I think BDS's last ban could telegraph what they pick, right? It could be a Yasuo ban to set up Gnar. It could be maybe something like a Kennen to set up Renekton. I mean, it could be Camille to set up the Gnar as well. On them.
This is the most anticipation I've had for a Braum ban in the history of League of Legends.
I mean, I'm not cool. They keep letting it through, man.
It's Nico, so it's Renekton blind.
I mean, well called. There we go. They weren't going to go for it. So, do they want to go for the Braum again?
Teasers.
Oh, okay, we're mixing it up.
Leona? Okay, so the thing is with Rakan blind is that he's very susceptible to CC, and with Tenacity changes, Leona is really good in general and also in to this champion. So I wonder if they pick that up for LeBron. It also facilitates hard engage. You really need a melee champ with the Zyra. So
I was contemplating, once I saw the Nautilus ban, maybe they were expecting a Braum ban, so they banned Nautilus with the whole, like, we're planning on picking Rakan anyway.
Blitzcrank!
Oh, that's a common combo with the Jinx Blitzcrank.
Well, and a little bit more supportal combat. Both of these guys have the opportunity to really make those game-defining plays. The Renekton blind pick, unsurprising.
This is not a lot of engage from BDS. They have pick potential, they've got range, they've got pretty good poke, solid scaling, but their ability to start fights, quite limited.
No one starts fights in this game.
No one starts fights.
Except for Alvaro.
Yeah, not going to go the Poppy Talia combo this time into the Renekton, rather going to go the Cassante, which is a better overall tank in my opinion.
And I think it's important to note, while we saw LeBron really struggle in the previous game with the Rel to make these big plays, there's not really good tools on the side of Team BDS to interrupt or stop this Rakan from doing what he wants to do. Now, if they hit any CC on him ahead of that combo, whether it's the Jinx traps, the snare, the Blitzcrank knockup, or hook, yeah, he'll get one shot. But very easy if he does find that angle to make the play happen. There's no get-out-of-jail-free card like the Poppy or the Talia on the side of Team BDS.
I think this Cassante could be a real problem for Jinx, because when you pair that up with Blitz, inherently you have less peel, right? And I think, like, Merwin has had some great Cassante games since he's joined the LEC. He's been able to have, like, solo carry performances. I remember back in winter. And whenever I see Cassante into Jinx, I feel like Cassante can consistently get on top of a Jinx. And he doesn't
also,
care if he's diving alone,
if
but
you're
he won't
the Blitz, you're like, please press W, please press W, please go unstoppable. And then if he doesn't, you've just ruined the game for your team.
So I think that Jinx is going to have limited support when it comes to when Mirwin actually looks to dive, but this is a very specific and niche thing in the overall grand scheme of the fight. MDK obviously have a very similar comp to what they've been drafting the entire series. Probably the biggest difference now is that Braum punished face checks very heavily. I feel like that not having the Braum means that you don't have that tool anymore. However, you have a much easier way to start fights off. Rakan is great at snap engages, very fast engage, really good follow-up as well for any potential catches. So MDK have a resource that they haven't really shown so far this series, and it's going to be a question of how they leverage it and have this like shift in a draft that they've shown us now multiple times in this series.
Definitely pressure on both sides. Game 3 in this best of 3. It is double elim. Both these teams will have another chance if they do fall down here. But to be on the upper side of the bracket, a massive boon, especially for MDK, a team that came in looking like the weakest of our 8 teams in playoffs. BDS, on the other hand, seemed to be on an inevitable march towards the top of the table. Now it's starting to feel a little bit different. MDK have really come to life in this series. They've shown us a lot more. Labrov starting to fish for hooks. Alvaro confidence in his ability to sidestep.
I will say, these comps are very similar to the past 2 games. I wouldn't be surprised to see some...
One could even say the same.
The exact same. The only difference is now is that Alvaro has to concede early way more, I feel like, right? Braum can hold his own a little bit more in scuffles, but at the very least he could roam similarly to how he was doing on Braum.
Yeah, I mean, we already discussed, right? Like, core utility that Braum provides is significantly greater. Very strong at disengaging, has potential for setup, has the damage mitigation from the Unbreakable. there's a lot that Braun provides. His biggest weakness is that it's not the strongest tool to starting fights. Rakan is kind of like significantly less CC, but is actually very good at starting fights. And that's the biggest shift that we'll see from MDK for BDS. Labrov has been the primary initiator in this series with the Nautilus and the Rel. This time around, he's on much more of a pick champion, finding the AD carries out of position, being able to land those hooks. We've seen some great Blitzcrank games from Labrov throughout this year. He's a player that you should trust him on this pick 100%. But it all comes down to being able to find those hooks, get onto those key players. This champion can win or lose you a game in many instances.
Hook onto Alvaro. Bit extra slow, bit extra poke back, but just some level 1 trading as Ice.
A very nice trade.
And I think it's important to call out because this is really comfort for both of these players, right? Alvaro, incredible Rakan games across all of winter. He was really the big playmaker for this team. And for Labrov on Blitzcrank, right? This was a signature pick for so long. And he's been super consistent on there, incredibly close. They see the hook miss, though. You know, it's time to get aggressive from the side of MDK, looking to lay a little bit more damage down onto Ice. Glacial gets them some space for BDS, but very positive trade for the MDK bot lane.
I mean, MDK's bot lane know that they have a heal advantage, so they just trade health, knowing that they're going to be able to win out in the extended fight. Nice awareness from MDK, gets them a small advantage in the 2v2, but CS is still slightly in favor of Ice, so overall, nice back and forth, but the flash, crucially, taken away from Ice means that there's potential for Elyoya to set up for a play.
Yeah, heal used to create more uptime to be able to auto-attack from Super. Now Elyoya is pathing down to bot side. And the prior is for Scowies, so I wonder if there could be a dive here, potentially. Ice is very low and flashless.
What is the angle? Do they want to go for it? Again, outside of the bot lane trading, relatively quiet early game. Both junglers power farming, power clearing as expected. Sheo, obviously with a more favorable champion in terms of early clear, especially as Leo was very heavily hit in the jungle role on this patch.
Ice just recalled. You could tell he kept channeling it, then cancelling, then channeling it. He wasn't sure if he could stay under tower there on that HP, facing that potential dive. In the end, he manages to go through, but now he's going to miss waves down in bot side.
Such a frustrating position to be in. Labrov, it looks like burning some of his health to try to stop the wave from crashing. Sheo rotating over. Elyoya here first. Flick back does manage to hit. Sheo no boots. Means he's in trouble now. Instant leap in coming from Frescowy. Nice double root from Sheo to keep that one going. A little bit more damage to Frescowy, and it's first blood. Elyoya flashing to secure with a threaded volley. He has double buffs now. Nuke just wants to finish the kill. Flick back does manage to hit Elyoya. Not going to get greedy. Doesn't want to extend any further. TP's coming into mid lane, but Alvaro is here too, and Labrov incredibly low.
Ultimately, a 1-for-1, but I understand why Frescowy committed to that play. Oh, hang on a minute. Super
coming in. Hook onto tower. Alvaro trying to body block. Super wants to get the kill back. Oh, it's a comedy of errors. Nuke managing to make it out. Does not bring the bomb back into the Blitzcrank.
A clutch hook connects from Labrov. These are the type of plays you need to see as Adam flashes in.
Stun. Mirror waiting on Q3. Q3 will work. The flick back does connect, but it brings it back into Mirror. Oh, it's so awkward, but they get the kill.
What is going on? Elyoya gets another kill for MDK. Sheo makes his way top lane, but he's not going to get anything off the back of it. 4 kills already within the span of 60 seconds.
Elyoya is everywhere on the map, making plays at mid and top. Adam sees an angle. He thinks he can auto-empower W to kill the Cassante, but then gets chain CD with the Q3 into the Talia W, and he just falls.
The small healing that came in for Mill in the knockback. We got to go all the way back here. Crucially, look at the plants underneath in that bottom brush. When Frescowy commits, he doesn't realize that he's committing also. And then they do all these extra damage, which actually helps them get the kill. He would have been able to get that initial kill as...
One more engage mid lane. Nuke already Wing out. Dash forward. Oh, gets rooted up in the tower. Play denied.
They don't have the damage.
Don't have it. Cleaning Quill healing. Keep him topped up, but...
And that didn't even talk about the fact that Super and Alvaro collapse in mid, trying to get the kill onto Nuke. Then he gets hooked underneath the tower. And then you think, okay, BDS get themselves a small advantage. But then in top lane, Elyoya with the perfect timing to get the knockback onto Adam to save his top laner. And it ends up being 2 for 2. And we're in a dead even state once more.
Those summoners across the board, though. I mean, that's a regank on any single lane if you want to. I imagine mid lane once again with those roaming tools, but Elyoya's looking bot side.
Elyoya positioned to go to the bottom lane. Mirwin going to try to weather the storm in isolation.
I think it's valuable to kind of take stock of the situation because obviously like kills are dropping across the board, but we kind of look at some of the individual goal differences. Now the money has been spent for Frescowy. He's going to come back to base. Nuke is going to lose a little bit of farm. You can see that in terms of experience, they're still relatively even, but Adam has a pretty healthy lead on the top side of the map. Even though he did die, this early matchup still very much going in his favor. as he sets his eyes on some early grubs, which they're going to take advantage of. So BDS, good read on the map. They saw the timing of Frescowi's back, and they leveraged the pressure they have in mid and top to open up the first objective of the game.
Grubs have been such high value this series. Both teams have really prioritized them. Whether or not they've been able to use them. Is this the first sub-20-minute dragon you've got?
I thought this was the only place on the map that no one would ever go, but I was wrong. Finally, in Game 3, we will see a dragon before 15 minutes. Still, I think a suboptimal trade. Obviously, Grubs in general in pro play just considered to be much, much stronger. But
if MDK can contest the next ones and it ends up just being 3 for 3, I think that being able to get the early dragon has long-term benefits.
And it certainly never hurts, right? Even if it is lower priority, if you can't get something else back, you should try to trade.
Yeah. I will say a small caveat to how good the Grubs are this game is the fact that the side laners will have to deal with the Global and Elyoya on the Taliyah, so it's going to be hard for them to hit towers because they always have to see Elyoya first. Otherwise, there'll be a numbers disadvantage. So, small caveat, but still very valuable.
Yeah. Makes it that much more important to deny the Grubs from the opposing team as well. And of course, Ice on the Jinx, if he's left alone, can do a little bit of work, but it's going to be a bit of time before the Jinx is much of a threat.
Ultimately, we're in a very early game with BDS having some control around the top side of the map, but MBK consistently getting push in mid thanks to the Tristana, and in the bot lane 2 versus 2, they're able to find that wave clear as well. Just because Jinx not the strongest when it comes to being able to skirmish. If Blitzcrank can find a hook, then there's possibility. But, this wave going to be caught by Super as Alvaro looks for a bit of a roam around the map. He's a little bit behind on experience, very close to level 5 though.
Vision in the try, Q won't hit. Of course, he spent a lot of time roaming, means he has missed out on a lot of XP. That's Supa getting level 6 as a result, but Rakan, of course, I think needs the level 6 much more than Blitzcrank needs it. So it would be good to get him to that point soon.
I mean, right now, there's nothing ready for the teams to play for, so it's just a lot of trading back and forth. Priority on farming, the support's looking for opportunities. And speaking of, Lebrov sets his sights, but we've seen this trade millions of times between the Tristana and the Corki.
As long as he holds the W, yeah.
Nice patience there from Frescowi.
There was a small timer there where Elyoya had with 6 versus a lot of flashless targets, but now that window's going to close. Nuke's going to secure his flash as well. And that point of volatility, it doesn't let me say volatile anymore as I say that, as Alvaro's here. Lebrov?
Lebrov, just like game 1, walks into the wrong brush, and who is waiting for him but 2 members of MDK, the flashback. They learned from their previous attempts, though. They're not going to continue into the Blitzcrank and risk getting hooked under tower.
Nicely done. Lebrov is able to get away. Of course, does lose his flash. Nothing really going to be converted off the back of that. The Grubs are spawning in about a minute and a half. This should be the next point of contention. Typically, we've seen BDS do early swaps for these Grubs. We've seen them swap for the first Grubs, swap back, and then when the second Grub spawn, they swap one more time. We'll see if they look to try and do that. This could be an opportunity here for Ice, as Super looking to go back to base himself. But, you imagine that these Grubs are going to be the next thing that both these teams set their sights on.
Yeah, they could do that. I wonder if they'll cross-map down bot side as well with Jinx. Since she takes towers so fast, it could be a cross-map angle and getting loads of plates onto her. They're going to send her down bot again, because Renekton's so strong topside anyway, maybe he can secure Grubs as well.
It does look like that's going to be the game plan.
In a good spot. Taking it even a single Grub, they'll take over to the 4 buff, and if Ice is left alone, will do so much work on that bot lane tower. So
look at the positioning of Super. He's the one to go and catch top wave. So MBK are doing...
Oh, Alvaro. Finally going to see BDS, but I don't know if there's much way to get out here. Hook pulled back, instantly deleted. Nice patience from the side of BDS.
Well, those Grubs are going to be harder to contest now. Unfortunately for MDK, without their support, they're going to be guaranteed numbers disadvantage. Lebrov looking for a hook.
More hook, Super. The footwork, no.
At the very least, for MDK, there's no TPs available for BDS, so they can't catch bot wave. And Cassante, Mirwin, is going to be able to cross map down on bot side. No demolish angle, though.
He's about to get his back, but he's preoccupied in the mid lane.
Adam holds his TP, though. I guess he knows because
it was very close.
It was very close to coming off cooldown, yeah. At this point, already lost a decent amount, but it's Sheo who now might be in trouble, needs to find a good angle to ultimate. Immediately getting down a bit of burst damage, ulti going through, but he's just deleted. MDK continuing to follow up. Ulti used by Supa. Mirwin TPing in, but play's gonna fizzle. Does mean, however, that MDK priority access to the Grubs will likely even things up 3-3.
I really like how Elyoya has been using this Taliyah wall, both in Game 2 and in Game 3. Aragon talks about how careful you have to be thanks to that semi-global. And Elyoya helps his team find a pick. Adam throws out the ultimate.
Hoping to build up Fury. Knockup is good to kick things off. Mirwin's still going forward. Alvaro incredibly low. Mirwin still has the ultimate. Q3 not going to come through. 2 more grubs grabbed. 4th buff denied. BDS not able to get into position. So well played by MDK thus far. No one looking at the bottom lane right now. It's all about topside. Pulled. The ulti is good. Lebrov in the wrong spot. And he's going to get punished for it.
Adam preemptively trying to find a play there with Fury from the ultimate. He had flash. He was going to try and flash W super on the Zeri. In the end, he has to buffer the recon knock and flash away, so the play isn't there.
MDK, they converted into a pick regardless. TP now going to be spent by Nu because he knows there's not really much on the map to play for. Try and catch this wave. Maybe even get a plate in bot lane. He's going to leave it? Looks like he's going to leave it. Oh, Nuke. Oh.
Will he get the plate? Yes.
No, he didn't. He even committed his W.
I was going to say, the second I saw the W, I was like, he for sure has it.
Yeah. Well, that's sad.
This man not invited to the cookout. He cannot have a plate.
So it looks like we're going to get Jinx up top side, going to cross-map the tower platings, and MDK, there's actually a real dragon win con this game. And it's not going to be a terrible dragon either. Cloud Soul is already down out as an option.
Infernal next.
Say that Chemtech Soul is still.
Okay, look.
Also, I was looking at, like, I was just going through some stats, and Chemtech is abnormally high in both of these teams' games, just for what it's worth.
That's such a specific stat.
I know, right? It's very strange. But there's just
you're like, this is what I need to know?
I stumbled upon it, okay? And I was just kind of browsing through the stats on Games of Legends, very helpful site. But it's, yeah, one of the random stats they have is like Dragon. And for these 2 teams in particular, there's just, on average, a lot of Chemtech Dragons in their games.
Woo! Well, look at that prediction.
See? My prep proved valuable.
Thank you, Game of Legends. Alvaro finds the knockup. Lebrov not too concerned. Still has the movement speed steroid. See if the rocket grab comes out. But again, a relatively quiet game. MDK clearly fishing for hooks. Ice able to push the wave first, forcing the response from Frescowy here.
Chemtech Soul gives heal and shield power, and they play a lot of Ivern. Maybe that's why it's skewed.
No, you think RNG is skewed?
Yeah, I was going to say
by what they pick.
No, that's why they have a high win rate with this dragon.
No, it's not win rate.
It's just appearance rate.
Oh. It's just dragons. When they get dragons, let's say there's 20 dragons.
They predict heads a lot. That's why the coin flip comes up heads.
Yeah, no, they just have a lot of Chemtech dragons in their games. Anyway, regardless, we've spent too long on that point. Let's take stock of what has happened. Dragon did go in favor of MDK, obviously. Pressure is being put on the side lanes. Plate was secured in the top side of the map. Those are now going to be wearing off. And the Herald is alive, which right now MDK have position on. They've got Frescowy being able to push through the top side of the map. Super is already pushed in through mid. And it's a situation where MDK are calmly controlling the early game. Set up nicely for these early game objectives.
Yeah, MDK have full control. Their side lanes both win, right? Eclipse loses the Thornmail in terms of the Renekton versus Cassante matchup, and you have uncompleted item on the Corki versus the Kraken Slayer. So you have very free and easy macro right now, especially since you have global pressure in the side lane as well. BDS just have to concede.
I also just think it's really rough for a team with Blitzcrank to be playing at a deficit, right? Look at him. There's no mysterious hook. They see exactly where he is. He has to be there, mid lane, catching that wave. He can't be waiting in the darkness. So MDK holding on to advantage, holding on to Prio in their lanes is so big for stopping the only real form of engage, and if you want to call hook engage, from coming through.
It's an interesting point because the thing that we've probably praised MDK the most for is their objective control, specifically with vision. They've been very good at seeing what BDS is trying to do and doing a good job of mitigating it and finding picks themselves. So let's see how Lebrov can navigate through that vision and whether or not he can find any picks.
Lebrov waiting. Doesn't want to hook Alvaro. Alvaro flashing over the wall, does manage to hit the double charm even if he can't hit the knockup. Lebrov now running. Knockup from Sheo, not going to hit on anybody. MDK. 2 quick kills in the blink of an eye.
Alvaro flashes into the wall, but that doesn't matter. He finds the charm onto 2 people, and Elyoya finds the nice layering, really utilizing the ability to make picks with his composition.
Swift execution for MDK. The engage was flubbed by Alvaro, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team converted into a winning play, and they secured the mid tower as well. MDK looking strong here as they enter the mid game. Second items are going to be coming through very soon. And with the Dragon in about 2 minutes' time, they're way ahead of schedule when it comes to their spikes.
I was about to say, this is where BDS can maybe turn it around in the side lane, at the very least in the Corki lane, because he had completed Triforce. That's really when Corki comes online. But then that play happens. They tried to strong side the top side, maybe find a pick with the Blitzcrank. Just doesn't work out, and now they're once again behind.
And look, if all the gold was concentrated in one place, you could maybe look for an angle. But even though the W doesn't connect, the flash to follow, still able to land the charm. We've highlighted it already. Just beautiful, beautiful use of the abilities there.
Yeah, I mean, well executed from MDK. And I will say, from the perspective of BDS, the thing that I praised the most for, based on their regular season, was their objective control in the regular season. They would leverage just lane swaps a lot. They would just swap their bot lane, especially Jinx lanes, out of the bot lane 2 versus 2, and they would catch their opponents off guard, use that to convert it into a Grubs, maybe get a play, swap back out again, and they just made smart map moves in the early game, which is where a lot of their early game advantages came from, and then they controlled these early objectives. And as the series has gone on, it feels like that MDK has just been taking that control away from them in this game. It's been a very one-sided affair.
Mirwin just walking face first into ice, hoping to catch him, stepping too far up on that wave. Alvaro now needs to retreat. Lavrov not in a great position to land the hook, but MDK doing exactly what they did in game 1, hunting, looking for those weaknesses in the armor, trying to find those angles. Lavrov really wants to find the hook flat for the silence, the sidestep. No, that hurts.
They're committing 5 people, BDS, into the mid lane play consistently from side because they don't want to play side lane, but they don't have any engage. So every single time it has to come down to Lavrov landing a hook, Alvaro dodges it, and then there's nothing, and they lose their towers on the cross map.
The idea there is promising because they realize it's hard for them to contest the mid wave to then gain access into the bot side river. So let's get a pick, leverage numbers advantage to then be able to fight the next dragon. But they couldn't find it. That's why we talked about how volatile this Blitzcrank pick can be. If you're not finding the hooks, then its impact becomes very limited. And it means that MDK now have full control over this bot side of the map. TP flank, though, from BDS.
We've been in this position before. Frescow able to escape, maybe this time around. Again, BDS really no reliable CC. You can see them fishing. They're so desperate to make something happen, but they're just behind on every play, and it's not going to get any easier. The Cassante is only getting tankier, and there are 3 physical damage champions on the opposite side.
Nuke, too afraid to Valkyrie over the wall to chase the Tristana. Leaping over to escape. Frescow managed to get away, and there's no pick. And once again, usually on these kind of plays, when you contest Dragon, you choose whether or not you want to, and then you cross map the other side if you don't. Mirwin is winning both sides of the map because he gets to farm up topside with that wave, and they also secure Dragon, so it's just MDK macro across the board doing better.
It certainly is, which coming into this series I wasn't expecting, but they really are just outplaying on a macro front, individual front, BDS right now. I think the only counterpoint is Duke, I think, has had a better series than Frescow overall, but aside from that, I think that MDK is just playing incredibly well.
I think the thing with MDK is there was a lot of magic involved. It felt like with the 3-man core of Elyoya, Alvaro, and Super when they ran around and made picks. This happened a lot in the winter, and it just feels like it wasn't there. It felt like it wasn't there, rather, in the spring and early on in summer. But now, we're seeing it every single game in this series. It feels like MDK are just back.
And we've heard from the team, right? It's a lot about getting that confidence back. They were able to have that 3-0 final day to bring them into playoffs. Now, very close to a 2-1 win over BDS. 3 Drakes stacked up, 5K gold lead, only 19 minutes into the game. Baron right around the corner. This is a team that seems to thrive when everything is going well, and everything is going damn well for them now. Mirwin hooked, but again, this is not the ideal target. They do not do damage. The only person who can hurt Mirwin is Sheo, and he needs a hell of a lot of time to kill his Cassante.
Now, again, MDK's vision control has been immaculate. Ideally, our observers can showcase what BDS see. We got it around the Dragon, and it was very limited. But, like, look at this vision control. You can't see anything. You want to walk up, you want to contest, and the engage.
But
the buff has no flash.
Super now ulting, wants to keep the fight going. BK potentially a little over-eager. Nice hook from Lavrov.
Nice traps from Ice. I was worried about it, but I think Super was paranoid about getting caught up in the traps, so he then chose to E over the wall. Ends up not getting punished for it. Ultimates were invested there, but ultimately it's again, still great position for MDK to be in.
And I think this is a great case study, honestly, on the draft in terms of Tristana. I really think Tristana deserves higher prior in this. I know I keep saying it, but you keep letting them have Tristana, then taking Corki 3 games in a row, and they get down on red side. And now you pick Blitzcrank in a game where you can floppy hook it on Trist, and then you also have potential Cassante angle with the W. And it just feels like these picks where alternatively you could have had something like Leona, which is incredibly consistent, and you see it sees play as B1 all around the world. Honestly, back to the drawing board, I think, with drafts for BDS.
So, I mean, my theory is that like MDK have clearly found a formula for success, right?
Yep.
And BDS didn't really try to break their formula at all. They kind of stuck to their game plan and allowed MDK to do what it is that they want to do, and they've been very consistent with it. So, but right now the Baron becomes the priority. Again, vision control largely as MDK continue to look for a pick.
Look at Mirwin on the flank. If Ice ever steps up too far onto a wave, he's a dead man walking. Yeah. He might be a dead man now. Mirwin.
Look at Mirwin. He is hunting. He's hunting.
He knows if he isolates the Jinx, he can just delete Ice. And he remembers last game, right? It was a single fight where Ice had 4 items. That really brought BDS back in. Mirwin looking for the angle. Doesn't quite line up, but now it's Labrov who's been caught out. Instant ulti, but Sheo trying to punish. Good damage. Ice now getting excited, getting the resets. Adam going in full damage, but he can't finish Supa. Mirwin gonna keep his 80 carry standing. Rocket goes completely wide. Nuke caught out, and that should be the Baron for BDS, but it might be even more. Here goes Golden. Frescowie, does he want to commit more? Ice trying to step up, trying to carry, but Sheo cannot do much to stop it. Sat charge ticking. Ice will stay alive. MDK, can they turn to the Baron?
Everyone on MDK lives. They're able to get away with it. They find 3 kills. If the fight wasn't as extended, MDK would have converted that into a Baron. But you know what? They'll take the gold. They'll be happy with the waves pushed in. They can go back to base and get ready for the Soul. The pressure is still on BDS. And it feels like that, yes, they found a miracle fight to turn game 2 around. I don't know if they're going to find the same in game 3.
And BDS Ice specifically was looking for that reset. Adam almost provides it for them. The assist could have gone in on Super here. He flashes over the wall here, dashes forward, but then the flash comes out and he misses the dash. If he dashes upward, maybe it connects. Regardless, so Ice doesn't get the reset, and there's no rundown. Like you said, everyone lives on 1 HP.
I mean, this is so brutal. Losing the member in the meantime. Ice stepping up, luckily is able to walk away.
Mirwin even provided the shield onto Elyoya as well. Oh, wow. Well played from MDK.
Alvaro not quite able to find the angle, immediately going to get picked off, still able to ulti, Labrov taken out, the rest of BDS not feeling confident to step up, and again, the front line of Mirwin just stopping any potential follow-up damage.
I mean, yeah, it was a ballsy pick to go for the Blitzcrank, and it hasn't paid off. He loses his life, 23 minutes in, MDK with an overall 7k gold lead, now they're looking for more.
Ice caught out. They've set up this play 5 times trying to catch Ice, and on the 5th time it works, and now MDK priority access on the Baron.
We talked about BDS's adaptability, and it feels like they've only had one play this entire series, which is go from side to mid because you can't play side because you're against a global into Leah or losing side lane. And every single time, it does not work. MDK answer it, they use their globals, and punish. Now BDS, can they contest?
But going wide, have to be careful about grouping in the pit immediately. Sheo's going to throw down the ultimate, a lot of upfront damage. BDS, Ice is still dead. They lose 1. Baron still leashed, Baron still the objective. Alvaro still standing, Baron will not kill him. Purple Worm to the side of MDK.
I mean, this is just a clean slaughter on the side of MDK. Games 1 and 2 got messy at times. MDK at the very end dropped the ball and Ice was able to find a miracle fight. But really, this series has just been dominated by MDK. And BDS have failed to show us the adaptability, the level that we expected of them, as we find Ice getting caught in mid.
Yeah, flashless Ice here. But the big thing I want to highlight is the fact that they keep managing to pick off Labrov all series long. I feel like they've contained him really well.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time he wants to go for Vision, because they're threatening the Nash start with his double 80 carries, he feels pressured to walk forward into Fog of War. He dies there with Flash, and ultimately that leads to this huge Baron fight.
Constant vision traps paying off. Sheo, you can see, desperate to get in there. The amount of damage he does is incredible on those grouped up targets, but ultimately not enough to stop the Baron. Not enough to find those kills. 3-12 the kill score. Chemtech Soul there for MDK for the gajillionth time this year. Tower will fall topside. Small consolation, but an 8k gold lead and Soul feels like an insurmountable lead.
You know, and I mean, kind of the silent hero in this game, I guess. Just he's been putting a lot of just map pressure in general down, and secures the bot tier 2. Top, sure, being pushed in by Nuke, something we often see from BDS when their backs against the wall, who try and find a split, try and get something else on the map. But as a reminder, the way our format works, we do have double elimination. Should BDS lose this game, as currently the state of the game suggests that they will be moving down into the lower bracket. And MDK will have the opportunity to fight through the upper bracket, which for MDK, to their credit, like, they don't very often get to do. Normally in winter, they got knocked into the lower bracket. I think the same thing happened in spring as well.
But you have to think, for BDS, how frustrating this has to be, because you were so clearly supposed to be the better team, And it was the same in winter. You were so clearly supposed to be the better team.
Yep.
And you lost that best of 5 in Game 5 to MDK so they could make that miracle run to finals. And you have to wonder if it's coming back to haunt them now as they watch kind of this slow, inevitable march from MDK as they push in to break the base.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the beginning of a trend where every other split they do extremely well. Could be.
Well, no, you don't understand, Aragon. It's the Mad Lions to Worlds road. Mad Lions,
yes.
say what you will, regardless of their performance, they tend to find a way.
Yes. Was it in the past through gaps in our format? Potentially. This time around, they will certainly have to win multiple best of 5s.
And as a reminder, Summer...
What? Where are you going?
I was about to say, it will not secure you a spot at the World Championship.
No, so if you win Summer,
if you win Summer,
you get a minimum of, you get one of the seeds, right? And then season
so it would be the
finals
most Mad Lions thing to do to win Summer.
Mad at Worlds, Cat Despair, I think is the meme.
I like this. I like this. We've seen 3 games. We're already talking about Mad at Worlds. Yes. Yes. Don't overreact, anybody. This is the normal level of reaction.
In any case, there's still a lot left of the playoffs to be played. As MDK, the Baron has worn off. Elder in 3 minutes. Baron in 2.5. I wonder if they'll even need it. They're taking their time right now, but they have the Talia wall to zone people off if they want it, and they're going to use just that.
Mirwin and Alvaro.
Adam has no E.
Walking up to threaten. They don't do any damage to the
the
tower. So as good as the wall was, there's no follow-up. Of course, MDK are in such an advantageous position that they can afford to just kind of give that cooldown up. It doesn't hurt too much. Need to respect Labrov here, but Alvaro and Mirwin stepping very far forward, knowing that if they get hooked, it's really not the end of the world as long as Celestial opposition is there. They hook Mirwin. It's not ideal. Pushes W and walks away.
Blitzcrank pick. Really nullified, I feel like, in this draft. Trying to potentially land a decent hook, but Mirwin, he just has to stand there. Even at low HPs.
Look at those clean gold advantages at the bottom as well. Just all across the board, MDK in a commanding position, pretty much a full item over their counterpart. Looks like that they have gold that they want to spend. They're going to play the patient game for now.
Alvaro gets the angle. There wasn't a lot of follow-up there, so I doubt they would have been able to get much, but MDK still just continue to fish. 1:30 on the Baron, 2 minutes on the Elder. MDK will have mid-prio. We'll be able to get to the objective first, and those BDS get more members.
Once again, having a hard time cracking the base open. Now full topside control could lead to another Nash start, and once again it is really quick. So BDS, Labrov. Are you going to face check into Fog of War and get picked again? This is the problem they've had every single Nash dance.
Whoa. I mean, he just flew in.
Yes, he's not afraid of anything.
He heard me.
He did have a ward there, so it wasn't the riskiest play ever, but either way, PDS are able to get back a bit of vision as the resets come through from MDK. You can see 4 items finished. Frescowi doesn't quite have the money to complete the Bloodthirster. That's okay. They're going to be more than strong enough as Baron spawns in 30. The Elder, I wonder, I mean, I guess the last win condition you're looking at for BDS is if they can maybe trade an Elder for Baron. That would be not a bad trade at all. But I don't think MDK is going to allow that to happen.
No, thus far, MDK very clean in their decision-making around these objectives. No reason to doubt them now, but BDS perhaps can find that window of opportunity. Alvaro stepping up pretty fearlessly. They're just going to delete the Rakan, and that might be a start of something positive, but no. Ulti coming through everyone, but he brings it back into his own team. Definitely not an ideal ulti. Sheo just trying to get away. In the meantime, Adam diving in, taking down Mirwin. That's a reset. Jinx now getting excited. BDS getting a bit of hope here. Can't get too over eager because Supa is still standing. Double 80 carries alive. Labrov, one more to bring it home. Finds Frescowi in the clutch. Oh, you're trying to find the flick back. He'll hit Ice for a decent amount of damage, but he can't finish the job. MDK, the gold lead is too big. In a more even state, that might have been enough, but here it is not.
And what looks like the same game-losing throw as last game is slightly different because they have the advantage of having Soul on the side of MDK. I feel like the low HP stats, the defensive capability of this Soul providing. Alvaro, I feel like he thinks he's tankier than he is. Celestial opposition walks in, and then Mirwin, I think if he isolates Sheo here, ults towards the left.
I mean, honestly, I don't think he thought that he would go over the wall. I think that he wasn't quite planning for that. Sheo surviving on the tiniest of HP bars, Super able to get a single kill back. It was a scary situation for MDK, could have ended in disaster. And here we are, they posture around the Elder Dragon. The TPs are committed.
Ward in the pit. Means BDS don't have to get over eager here. Labrov with both of his carries beside him, but they really have to respect Mirwin's damage output. Still looking for the flank. MDK again.
They started off.
No flash for Sheo. Crucially, cannot
BDS
get
just
to
need
the
a
pit.
steal. That's all they need, a single good blitzcrank hook. We said it can change the whole game.
I think Mirwin just has to stand in front. If he just stands in front and his carries hit, they win. They can't get past MDK Mirwin.
Getting lower, trying to lock up Mirwin. Albro trying to kick the fight off. Frescowi instantly jumping in. So much damage coming out from the Tristana. Nice root going in. Sheo low, but not dead yet. Ice alive. The reset's coming in. It might just be the same as game 2. But Ice, not enough damage yet. Mirwin still too damn tanky, but it's Elyoya who's been caught out. Labrov looking to follow up. Punches there. Hook. Elyoya going golden, but now Adam can follow up with to land the stun, but Supa's there to try to cover for his jungler. Jungler down. BDS can turn back for the Elder. You said it was the only way, and it's still possible. Elder on the table. BDS, they're just too far behind. They don't want to risk it. Blinking health bars, but they feel like they might have to.
I mean, BDS are just finding these fights. They begin the Elder. Mirwin still a tanky front line.
280 carries. Every bit of poke really hurts MDK's chances. Nice knock up on Mirwin. Mirwin about to get deleted. Unstoppable here. Dashing out. Cannot flash to safety. BDS! BDS! To take down the Elder. It shouldn't be possible, but here we are.
A 10k gold lead is quickly whittling away. BDS find 2 back-to-back great fights. Now they make their way towards the Baron. Elyoya is still dead. There's no smite.
35 seconds on the front line. 2. Mirwin is gone. Double buffs, double endgame buffs for BDS. Can they get more off of it?
Oh my goodness, a game that should have been decided. A 10k gold lead has just disappeared as BDS make the fights happen.
But my question was, how did Labrov find this hook? Mirwin is in front. Okay, so they hook Mirwin, but then what happens to Albert? He tries to engage, gets instantly CC, but this is where I thought Ice, okay, he's going to clean up here. He has the reset coming in. Adam waits patiently in this bush on a blue ward, finds the pick on Elyoya, who then Zhonya's as the hook, which looks okay, and it's still incredibly neck and neck.
But the TP comes back in for Nuke. The craziest thing is that Nuke actually survived in the pit at the end of that. And the fact that Ice was able to get that kill again, the reset comes through. They have the numbers advantage. Mirwin then wasn't in a position. He gets rooted up right at the start of the Elder, which means that he loses his life as well. And now it's a very interesting situation, because with Elder and Baron, MDK can't think that they'll win a fight.
So much standing gold available. Tier 2s across the board, whereas MDK have none left to take. Now it's about mitigating. Can you defend these tier 3 towers? Can you stop the super minions pouring in, as Mirwin might be picked?
Mirwin trying to make it out, has the Ghost. BDS need to keep the pressure up. Labrov a lot more of a threat now that he has Fog of War to play in. Onslaught of pressure again. 50 seconds left to Elder. After that, MDK can feel a bit more comfortable to force a fight, but the gold difference is gone. It's all about execution now. Slow, steady siege. The Jinx well and truly online. 4 items for Ice. Oh, you're waiting in the darkness. Flick back, hitting Labrov is big. Caught out, but the follow-up not quite there to finish the job. Ice hitting the tower, focused. Wall to push them back, to try and hold the line to keep their base standing.
Look at mid, though. Adam went to go and catch the wave. BDS can make a quick rotation.
Labrov again, starting to look. Mormog's keeping up, flash forward, hooks Elyoya. Adam ready to follow. The minefield can't come through. Elder sniping 1. Elyoya gives his life in exchange for Labrov's. BDS.
It's a lot of wave clear gone now, though.
And they end it here. MDK, are they confident enough to pull the trigger? Tower fading in front of them. BDS looking to exercise some demons. Remembering back to the best of 5 they lost in winter. Keeping calm, keeping composed.
I genuinely think MDK have just played overall better than BDS have in this series. But to win games, all you need is those clutch moments, and BDS have found 2 of them. In game 2, Ice found an incredible ultimate off the back of his Aphelios, and this time round they just played 2 fights better than MDK did.
These fights around the bot side vision, around this blue buff, they keep happening, and BDS keep finding angles to come back into the game based off of them. Then that turns into a big Elder fight, and it's just a disaster. MDK throws their entire lead.
Chemtech Soul still there. Baron about to fade away. That advantage, at least, MDK can hold on to, but the gold advantage is gone. It's all about execution now.
This Jinx is full build now, you know? Like,
with GA, this is a hard fight to navigate.
It all comes down to execution now. Labrov. Those hooks are game ending.
They hit a little bit different when you're not at a 10k gold deficit.
Yep.
What I'd like to know is this going to be the first Zephyrs we see in a professional game? Could be interesting. At the very least in the LEC, as Labrov looks for a hook.
Funny hook almost hits Elyoya.
Nuke also
Albro
hitting like a truck.
Tanky. Again, when Celestial opposition fades away, Alvaro's incredibly squishy. MDK retreating. 2 minutes on Elder, so they don't need to be scared yet, but BDS giving themselves so much space. And you can see MDK just kind of fishing for picks, hoping to find something as they lose more and more control here on the bottom side.
I guess it's just a matter of stalling, waiting for the next Elder. I wonder if this game will be decided or whether a pick will happen before that. Vision being cleared out, the control that MDK have had pretty much for the entire game, whittling away. There's a single ward. I don't know if that's a blue trinket at the bottom tri-brush or not, but there is possibility for a TP flank. MDK, though, they prioritize the mid-wave.
Yeah, waiting off to the side, lays down the wall, hoping to isolate the carries potentially, but the rest of MDK not in a good position to follow up. Labrov sidestepping, looking for the hook angle, only going to hit
nice,
Mirwin.
unstoppable.
Again, the flick back just not connecting. Alvaro taking a decent chunk.
It's tense.
I mean, it's all just about the 5v5, but Ice just gets to keep walking forward, throwing down these autos. Ooh. Alvaro taking so much damage for free. MDK getting pushed back.
Alvaro has the Warmogs, though. He should be able to sustain it back up.
Recall's now coming in. Bit of a split decision here. BDS aren't going to get too aggressive.
Can you just run down mid? Oh, I guess there's not really much for them to run down mid 4. Oh, they're pinging the bot tower.
In mid push, sideways are pushing in as well for the side of BDS, so MDK really on a timer in that entire play. You see them trying to force it with that Weaver's Wall. Not going to quite find it. There's no follow-up on there.
Oh, yeah. Should be able to clear this one out pretty quickly.
Go 40 seconds until the Elder.
There's a special kind of irony in a game where both teams neglected dragons for the entirety of the series that we're going to have 2 Elders in the last game.
Oh, yeah.
That's a graph.
10,413 was the goal difference. And now it's 300.
Incredibly strange, but thrilling to watch a game. Good comeback from BDS, MDK, kicking themselves a bit, but can't lose focus, can't lose composure. They're not out of this yet.
They've been desperately trying to funnel gold into Frescowi because he still hadn't gotten 6th item. He's been catching every single sideway, playing complete janitor mode. But before this Elder, he's not going to have time to complete it. So a little bit behind him, items there, DPS. That flank though.
TP behind. MDK
wait, can't they just kill him?
Immediately recalling, just going to try to burst through Mirwin.
Oh,
Mirwin
no.
very squishy. That is not the fight or the angle that they were looking for. Excuse me, Adam. Mirwin walks up. Knockup is there, good damage. In the meantime, Mirwin getting lower and lower. Both top laners walking in. Now the ulti coming down from Sheo. In the meantime, unstoppable pullback. Manages to make it out of the safety, just Kasateing. Manages to sidestep the rocket as well. That's going to be crucial. 2 members down on the side of BDS. Ice, Sheo, Nuke, triple carries.
And no TP available for Adam, so he can't rejoin the fight. The TP from Frescowi.
TP from Frescowi for a very extended flank.
I thought he was going to try and end, but they can't.
They've got a wave.
Frescowi taking his time.
All the flanks here.
Trying to find the knockup. Trying to delay Sheo, but they're entirely split. BDS turning back better. Frescowi now the one who's going to be isolated, wants to finish off Sheo. Wants to get the rocket jump out to safety. He's burning the plant, doing a bit more damage. The Elder might just finish him off. Frescowi, but no, the Chemtech Soul keeping him alive. The Elder not going to finish. MDK continuing to step up, doing so much work. Jungler is dead.
It's 2 versus 5.
They don't have strong. Suba has no mana. Can they finish it? Yes, they get the objective. Alvaro trying to finish. Nuke wants to do a bit more damage. BDS somehow managed to get it. Nuke resurrecting. Pulling back. MDK, they get the objective. Ice deleted. It is an absolute mess, but in the end, MDK take the Elder.
MDK make the fight happen in what has been a crazy game from losing a 10k gold lead. And Adam, can he find another play?
Adam, they just need to check them.
Chemtech, good damage coming in. Suba manages to get out. Retreat now. The knockup there, but Adam's out of cooldowns. Frescowi deleting the desperation play does not pay off. Labrov slowly but surely going to fall. We cut to an angle of champions. It's back to the game. We're back into the game. We're all a little bit lost in this one, but it's MDK who found their way. MDK looking to find the win right here. Sheo desperately deleting the wave. 19 seconds on Ice, 12 seconds on Nuke. Minions really are not there. They might be able to make one last desperate stand even without their top laner. Mirwin, though, such a strong frontliner. BDS on the ropes. MDK looking to deliver the killer, bro. The wall is there. The 80 carries can start to hit. Nuke, does he have enough damage to turn this back? MDK being pushed back. Oh my God.
The game is still going!
Wall Street, baby, we're not leaving!
They can't end! They have Chemtech Soul and Elder, and one's dead. I thought for sure that was going to be the angle. Alvaro
turn it back, they're caught out. Now the double 80 carry starting to step up. The Labrov is still standing. Alvaro's giving his life. That's the reset for Ice! Rocket continuing. Movement speed is there. Frescowi with the knockback. Smart play, but it might cost him. Still just trying to retreat, desperate to get away from those rockets.
Wait, but can't they just
jumping
Baron?
forward. Nuke, shutdown is there!
BDS can just Baron!
It's Chemtech Solid Elder versus Ice's Resets, and Ice's Resets won that fight. What is happening?
They can just Baron, no? Can't they just...
Supa's here.
I mean, they're still against Elder.
Oh, Yo-Yo's alive.
So strong.
It's going to wear off in 30
nervous.
seconds. There's no way that he can steal this. Surely not. Like, this is just a Baron for BDS.
Supa jumped over this wall once before in a highly questionable grub fight. Will he do it again here? No. Will just retreat. 3 minutes. BDS will have the advantage in pressure and push. And we just keep going. We're never stopping. You're all here forever. Hope you have no other plans. We live in this game now. Rocket Origins, screw it. Welcome to the new age. It's BDS MDK.
Oh my. Wow. I mean, there's not much to break down. We just got, it's another fight. Another fight will decide the game. It's the play-by-play's heaven.
I like that summary.
Yeah.
You sound like a highly unqualified UFC commentator. Not much to happen. They were hitting each other. Mirwin?
Oh, Mirwin?
Wait, Mirwin?
Yeah, Mirwin about to get deleted. Again, he has the shield coming for the stairs, but Mirwin's gone.
Wait. With Baron now, can't BDS just run it down mid?
You would think, but nothing is sure. As long as the Nexus stands, no one is out of this game.
We have double Zephyr. We are in the late game now. For sure, they can just run it down and end. No, they are so strong at this point.
No for sure. BDS pushing.
Sure.
Nobody at this point can tank a Blitzcrank hook except for Cassante, and Cassante is down. I think this has to be it.
BDS. Baron empowered wave, a Jinx with resets. El Yo-Yo once again laying down the wall to give the team a bit of space. Supa getting incredibly chunked. Rocket not gonna hit. Alvaro off to the side, just trying to pull the wave away from the Nexus. Frescowi doing decent damage, but Adam already moving in and getting the stun. Input buffer is there. It's all on Supa to try to save this one. El Yo-Yo is dead as soon as he comes out of the stasis. BDS focusing on the objective. BDS just need to hit the Nexus. BDS will end it here. I don't know what we saw. I don't know what this was. But apparently BDS were better at it and they take those.
Unbelievable smiles on the faces of BDS as they make an insane comeback happen. MDK have to be feeling so frustrated. A 10k gold lead. It felt like that there was no way they could lose from that position, but BDS kept finding the fights.
That was the goofiest series I've ever seen. But in the end, BDS's team fighting, it was just better.
It was incredible. BDS stuck with it to the bitter end. There will be a lot to review. But at the end of the day, again, a win is a win. Vote for your key players of the series at LEC on XJO, Ice, or Lebrov. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. It's Ice. I think it's Ice.
I think it's Ice.
I don't know.
The Ice clutch moments with Aphelios and now Jinx.
Yeah, you guys decide.
Please decide for us. This is too much responsibility.
Oh my god, I genuinely can't believe BDS won that game. That goal grab was perfect. Like, I can't...
And look, like, MDK is still leveled up a ton, right? As long as they can keep their heads on their shoulders moving forward, they're still a big threat, but that was just a wild series. Like, we can talk about what's coming next later, because right now, I'm still trying to figure out...
I mean, the review needs to be what went wrong for MDK to not close the game, because unfortunately, right, the game ended at 42-45. MDK was in the winning position at 23-0-0, and I don't remember because so much has happened that mere 20 minutes ago how they were in such a winning position to basically end the game and then they couldn't do it. Like, it's crazy. I feel bad for MDK because I genuinely think they played incredibly well for the whole series. They are the team to fear in the lower bracket for sure. But at the end of the day, if you can't close out games...
Look, I mean, you said it simply, right? This is a position that I did not expect to be in. Again, this was supposed to be, as you said on the podcast, right? 2-0s across the board. Top teams clearly better than bottom teams. And that has been upset by a single team thus far, and that's MDK. And while BDS brought it back, and again, credit to the tenacity to keep their heads on their shoulders, to focus on the game, to eventually find those opportunities. That game should have been unwinnable. Probably, I don't want to say much about Game 2 because, again, in this fever dream of a day, I have forgotten all of Game 2 except for the Ice ulti. But Game 3 certainly should have been unwinnable. And BDS managed to find a way to make it happen. And for MDK, again, so many good things. The synergies, the plays, the way they were working together looked fantastic. But it just was not enough to get them across the finish line.
Whew.
Yeah, I mean...
In all seriousness, I think these fights around topside, especially around that blue buff, with these Baron consistent plays around there with the vision, that was where they had issues. Face checking and, you know, Labrov specifically trying to find vision to make sure they aren't rushing down the Nash.
It was tricky, but ultimately they made it work, and Trouble's now standing by with Sheo and Labrov in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Thank you so much, guys, and congrats. That was a very intense game to cast as well. It was all three of them. Thank you so much for joining me, Sheo, Labrov. Congrats on the victory. Now, Nisqy said it was going to be a clean, quick 3-0 for you guys. That was anything but clean, Labrov?
To me, it was very clean.
All right.
Nisqy was right.
Nisqy was... Sheo, any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think we played perfectly, and we just show our best level.
You know what? If you guys are not going to say it to me, I'm going to get it out of you. Labrov, I'm going to start with you. You were getting called quite a bit in game number 1 and game number 2. Does that have to do anything with the burden of execution when there's too many carries in the team? And you unfortunately have to play on the non-fan champions when everyone else does?
I think game 1 I was just running it down. I just played really bad. Yeah, I felt like I just felt very off like during game 1, and yeah, I think that was the main reason. Honestly, like it is not related to champs or anything. Game 2, I wouldn't say so, but I think it slowly like got better during the series.
All right, you guys were warming up, it seems. Sheo, I want to come over to you for that last game that we just witnessed. Because I'm not going to lie to you, I was standing over there after game 2, ready to interview Matt Coy, and you guys standing around with a fantastic play around Baron. And I want to ask you, what were the comms like on this Baron play?
I don't remember, but I think it was probably very chaotic, as usual. But we managed to play it well. And I think enemy team trolled a lot, so we managed to come back. So thanks to enemy team.
All right, and game number 3, Labrov, it looked so doomed in the early game. I spoke to the coach from Matt Coy, and he said, you know what, as long as we keep our balance, as long as we play wall basically for you guys to engage on, we'll be fine. They did anything bad. Can you run me through that third game and how it kept going in the comms?
Yeah, I felt like in game 3, after 1 point, it was pretty hard. I felt like our how do I say, like positive energy or how winnable the game is still might have dropped compared to like the second game, for example. But personally, I still had hope. Like Mad Lions is like a good team, but they tend to throw. They also like lost a similar game against KCE in the regular season, and I was just like playing, and in the end, like it worked.
Yeah, we saw Ice work overtime a little bit, so you guys probably owe him some ice cream or something when you're backstage. Sheo, I want to come over to you because there was a lot of talk about how you do a lot of the carrying in BDS. You have been given the Lee Sin over the entire year. You've been given the Taliyah, the Zyra, all that kind of stuff. And we've seen internationally, this is a huge meta. 4 carries, sometimes 5 if you had like Pikes and Bards over in the bot lane. How is the execution and how difficult is it to play with 4 carries in one team?
I think it's a lot on Labrov because he's the only engage, most likely. So if Labrov doesn't fight like insane combo, we can maybe struggle. But if you have like outrange combs like with Zyra today, even if you don't find like insane engage, we can still play like with 4 carries and manage to play it really good.
And of course, a lot of the burden of execution falls on you having to play the engaged champions. We've talked about this before. However, have you watched any of the games internationally, potentially over in the LCK, LPL, to get any inspiration?
Yeah, I'm watching a lot of LPL and LCK. And to me, it's a bit weird because they don't have like the same priors as LEC, at least in bot lanes so far. For example, like they don't prior really that highly, and I feel like in LEC it has been priored pretty highly so far. Yeah, and I'm learning a lot by watching these regions.
Absolutely, and Striker is waiting over on the other side for PGL. Any words for your coach, which you probably almost gave a heart attack to?
Don't eat us when we come back.
All right, no stress. Over to PGL for you guys. You'll see Striker there. Take it away.
Man, I'm really happy for this last question. Thank you so much, Trouble, and yeah, best of luck to the BDS members once they get back to the gaming house. Striker, thank you for joining us. I don't even know where to start because I know the memes and the relationship with the players, but I know that you're also strong and firm with them when it's needed. So tell me, what would be the headline of the feedback after a series like this? Don't eat them, I think is a good starting point.
The headline would be we have to wake up, I would say.
Yeah.
Because even though we won, right, and I'm happy that we did and that we didn't give up, even though Game 3 was in a rough spot. I don't think that we've shown anything that should be called BDS this year. So
yeah.
I hope that we pick it up for either KC or G2 in 2 days.
I mean, it was Mad Lions games to lose here, honestly, Jamada, when you think about it. I think it was game 2, game 3, all 3 games, actually, when you look at the development of this series and you look at MDK's Nexus exploding in the end, something doesn't quite add up to the League of Legends, I know.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mad Lions have been very volatile throughout, a lot of the split, obviously, right? And I think we kind of got to see a lot of the Mad Lions throughout this year in this one series, right? From winter to spring, and then obviously the summer performance. And yeah, I'm not sure what really happened to them. It felt like they lost a lot of control through maybe like a comms thing. I think what we were kind of talking on when it came to the draft was a lot of the time they had these comps where you guys, BDS, you had to walk into them a lot. And it felt like they would gain control of the map and then, that's how they would start to make picks. It was either LeBron walking in or something like this. This game is a bit, of the same, sure, this game 3, but it felt like just individual errors then leading to BDS finding, small picks here and there, which then lead to these even weirder situations where we end up at Elder 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5, and BDS are somehow coming out ahead on top of that somehow.
You talk about discipline, Striker. Do you think underestimating MDK was part of the lack of discipline maybe you guys had?
I'm not sure if it's related to MDK. Maybe we just got ourselves too sure of our strengths.
Yeah.
So maybe it would have been the same with another team because we saw their run at the end of regular season and we saw improvement both in their meta read and in their gameplay. So I think it's something that was maybe bound to happen. It's good that we get the reality check and at the same time the win, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess it's the best moment to get it as well. I do appreciate the fact that you tried to bring some diversity to the draft structure that we're used to seeing lately. We saw the Twitch coming in bot lane. We know, we've been praising Ice a lot for the diversity of champion that he should be able to bring in the late game. Tell me about the preparation coming in today against MDK draft-wise, and maybe if you want to branch out, because I know that it's something that you want to try and do constantly, get out of the style that people know from you. What was the mindset coming in today when it comes to progress?
Basically preparing this week, we tried to stay on top of the meta. I think that we did this pretty well so far this split. So we made sure that we have everything ready, right? AP junglers, non-AP junglers, AD mids, non-AD mids. And this also extends to the bot lane because the meta can be quite stall. You have the Zeri, the Kai'Sa, Ezreal a lot also in Scrim. And that's like a pocket pick that Ice was thinking about for a long time, that we practiced a bit. And today was just a right depth to pull it off. Even though we didn't win, I don't think that he had a bad performance on individual level on this one. I think we are just not there as a team, right? But he can for sure play it at a good level.
Would you say that he was the best player today for BDS? Or the most consistent? It's kind of hard, honestly, because it's not the level we're expected to see from you guys, but yeah. I feel like you guys take turn and your players take turn in carrying and stepping into
I'm not sure, to be honest. I would have to rewatch the games, but I don't think that we had anyone that played to what they are capable of showing. I think because we are a good team and we are good players, it was still enough, but I think we can expect more from everyone.
Well,
him included.
Let's see what you think of after the replays, but the community so far thinks that Ice was the player of the series. Jamada, something that echoes for you maybe when you think of his performance?
No, he definitely stepped up today, and in the key moments when it mattered. I think you look towards the end of the game 2 when he was on the Aphelios, got knocked away, came back in over the wall with a massive ult. And just again, I think after the Twitch game, because he was so shut down in that game 1, it felt like he had a lot more freedom to express himself once the team fight started to open out at times. And again, just stepping up at the big moments. I wanted to ask you, Striker, not just specifically on Ice, but I feel like your team as a whole, you've evolved throughout the year a lot. And throughout, honestly, this whole project as a whole, originally a lot through Adam with his champion pool, and then I think we've seen Ice develop a lot. For me, recently, it's been a lot about Sheo and Nuke together. How far do you guys think you are away from being a truly multifaceted team where you can play through anyone at any given time, or do you think you're already there?
I mean, I would like to say it in different contexts, right? But
Yeah,
I really do think that we are there. I think that when I look at our practice and our regular season and the way that we think about the game, we are not a team that is reliant on playing the 5v5 with the same kind of comp. I think that was the case at some point during the year, right? And I think that right now we could try and play through sides. We can play team fight with engage, but also with reception. We can play more towards bot or towards top in the early game, and Sheo is able to also get his own leads. So I do think that we are a team that is versatile and capable of anything. I do think that we got this, we did reach this state. We just have to show it on stage now.
You guys ended in the top in the regular season. I know that you're not happy with the results you had today, but still, when you think about the learnings and growth from this regular season, because I know that at the end of the line for you, you're still looking to get this championship, you're still looking to get this trophy, and you want to do the best you can to get there. So learnings from the regular season that hopefully is going to carry you to finals yet again.
I think the learnings from regular season was probably that when we are disciplined and we put our best effort, then we don't have much trouble against most teams, right? I think it comes from everything, but I think we learned a lot on, I would say, draft structure and making sure that whatever we draft early on, we have something that is good for the remaining of the draft. And also thinking about playing faster in mid-game. I think that last split we were discovering side lane kinda, and now we are trying to master it. And a lot of this comes from thinking fast, thinking in advance. I think that the players are doing a good job leading each other on that. So yeah.
It's funny because when we think about BDS, Jamada, I know that we've discussed this in story meets and everything. We call you guys the most consistent team throughout the year, but also the one that made the most progress when it comes to macro aspects of the game. And I feel like you're implementing concepts that sometimes take a long time for teams to implement, rather fast. What else is there? What would be the fixes? I know that discipline is something that you want to have consistently, of course, but when you think of the progress you guys have made and what's still left to be done?
I still think that our objective setup can be improved. I think at times we can be more patient. We can play more with information. I think sometimes we give too much information on the map, which makes it easy for enemy to retake. I think that's something that as a team we didn't master yet. I would say that's like the next thing. On map movement, it can always be improved, but I think that's not where we are going to have the biggest return on investment right now. Right. If you exclude today's series.
Well, exclude today's series for your mental health and maybe the viewers who watched it. It was entertaining, of course, for us. Let's talk about what we've seen today, Jamada. First series, we had Heretics versus SK Gaming, a one-sided series, but I feel like it was expected. But what are the main takeaways from this first day of playoff?
I mean, I think SK still looking about as disciplined as we expected them to be. I think still a little bit of work overall, but they get the result, and I think that's obviously the important thing now moving forward. BDS 2-1, I mean, I think a lot of people, probably yourself included, you were probably thinking coming in, you're just going to sweep the series. Mad, they looked better towards the end of the split. I think the journey was obviously something to be remembered, to say the very least. But I think not many people should be surprised that BDS have gone through, and now it's about, you know, the prep for the teams that have dropped down to the lower, waiting for whoever's going to be their opponent, and then obviously for BDS, I think
it's either KC or G2,
yes,
which
KC
is my
G2.
next and last topic here, because I mean, your next opponent, of course, but I know the relationship and close connection you have to KC. This is their first playoffs. Yeah, Goliath tomorrow for them, I feel. But you know their philosophy. You know that they want to be the best, absolutely. But what can we anticipate for KC in this first playoffs run, and also maybe a take on their progress after rebuilding the team and making playoffs for the first time?
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's for sure a tough first matchup, right, to face G2 in playoff. But G2 can bleed, as they did this year. I mean, I think they have to go with the idea that they already have done more than what they did last split, even though it's not the same roster, and not put too much pressure on themselves. I think it's going to be an entertaining series.
For sure.
Like those two teams facing each other. I'm not sure how G2 is going to react to what happened during their little break, but I think it's overall G2 favorite series, right?
Well,
if we are being honest.
I would like to ask, if I may, out of the two teams, obviously G2 probably a little bit scarier to match up in a best of, but for you personally, who would you like to come up against? You know, KC being so close of you as well.
I love both matchups for very different reasons.
I guess I would like to play KC because I would like to play KC, right?
Yeah.
Just because of the relationship that we have, and then play G2 later, because they would for sure come back after a best of 3 that is lost. They are a good team. They will be in best of 5.
Yeah. Before we sign off, second game we have on our hands tomorrow is going to be Fnatic versus GX. So a rematch of the first round we had in spring for these two teams. Although Fnatic being on a 5-game lose streak, if you consider Esports World Cup that they played last week, they haven't won a single game ever since they lost against G2. And I feel like GX has been on the rise in the opposite. How do you see this matchup going? Do you feel like GX can create a surprise against Fnatic?
Maybe it's early. If there was maybe 2 more weeks, we could maybe see it. But I might think that it's early. I did praise GX last time I was there because I think that they did develop a lot actually in a short time. So props to them. I think that the ways I've been drafting recently, but also playing, is way better than what we got used to. But I think that in some roles individually, Fnatic is going to be just better. And maybe what will happen is something that happened today, right? Which is they show a lot of things, they improved, and maybe Fnatic is on a bad day, but in the end they still are the better team.
Yeah, I think in this weird way you could probably pick on any of the matchups, but I think for me it's going to be very dictated by solo lanes, right? If Humanoid is there and awake, I think he's going to take over the series. But at the same time, I think the Antonio has had so many small moments where he just produced just a little bit of magic in team fights, and I think that can be something that GIANTX can genuinely lean on and rely on quite a bit. So I think if GIANTX, for me, if they can either enable Antonio on a strong team fighting champion like Rumble, if they can get their hands on it, or actually, you know, provide Jackies a little bit of space to really open up on like a Tristana or a Corki, then I think GIANTX do have a chance. But yeah, again, Fnatic, if they've not really beaten themselves up over this little sort of rut that they're in, realistically they should take the series. But again, I really don't think we should be writing off GIANTX in any capacity.
I mean, given the way we thought the second series would go, I'm not going to say anything, and we're going to say let the team speak on the Rift tomorrow. That's all for us here today. Jamada, thank you so much, and Striker, thank you so much as well. Take care of the players, take care of yourself as well, because you have an entire run of playoffs to go through, and exciting games hopefully for BDS. Thank you again for coming with us tonight. And that concludes the first day of summer playoff. We're going to be back tomorrow with 2 best of 3s. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs. Heretics versus SK. I'm joined.
Wait for Isma to get it.
Oh, Spyro traded here by Niski. Flash, then is played. Niski flashes away from it. The trigger seeds enough to keep Spyro alive. The ignite tick from Trimby. And down went Niski in the end. Spyro died as well.
Oh, what? Nice.
Baron's already down to 5,000. Look at how far away Spyro is. The blast cone away. Luon engages. And they're doing the Baron and taking the fight at the same time. It's 2 already to SK. Wonder trying to get in. He has to flash away. Isma diving forward. It's an ace for 1. A Baron to boot as SK clean it up.
I want you to tell me something very important, because you lost a 1v1 versus a tower. What do you have to say about that?
Away, but Niski, here's the Satchel charge play.
Oh my. That was shit, Niski. Heretics, Luon going in though, that's so much damage! As Niski hits the Mega Inferno bomb, 2 already, Trimby will be 3rd, Irrelevant able... SK continue their winning ways, they beat Heretics 2-0, and they go through to the upper bracket on Sunday.
Ice uncontested on the 80 carry. He's going to try to delete Frescali. The knock up there. Ice now following, looking for the expunge. 1 more auto to do it. Ice still standing. He has to be the one to make a difference. The Supa's already taken over. It's already a triple. They'll do him a quadra, maybe even the Penta. Ice wants to fire back. But here we go. Supa, Penta in game 1 of playoffs.
It's
what a start.
Denied by Elyoya.
Stop the BDS carries from getting involved, but still Adam standing strong for a little bit more time. Ice off to the side. Excellent damage to finish 1 carry. Now trying to follow up. Severum Q coming through the onslaught. Mirwin is not tanky anymore. The 80 carries. Nuke and Ice back to back, bringing the game back. But Ice, not enough damage yet. Mirwin still too damn tanky, but it's Elyoya who's been caught out. LeBron looking to follow up. Punches there. Hook. Elyoya going golden, but now Adam to follow up with to land the stun. But Supa's there to try to cover for his jungler. Jungler down. BDS can turn back for the Elder. Rocket not gonna hit. Alvaro off to the side, just trying to pull the wave away from the Nexus. Frescowi doing decent damage, but Adam already moving in and getting the stun. Input buffer is there. It's all on Supa to try to save this one. Elliot is dead as soon as he comes out of the stasis. BDS focusing on the objective. BDS just need to hit the X's. BDS will end it here. I don't know what we saw. I don't know what this was, but apparently BDS were better at it and they take those.
Unbelievable.